Chapter 3653. Damn it, now that things have come to a head. Just as Xiao Hua's thoughts emerged, the green-robed Xiao Hua immediately knew and immediately said. Xiao Hua slightly nodded. A faint sense of guilt appeared in his heart. Just as this guilt appeared, the green-robed Xiao Hua brought Taoist Master Jing Ting to a place not far away. However, at this time, the green-robed Xiao Hua's spirit body had already been exhausted. He no longer used his spirit body and waved his hand. A nascent soul spirit body under Taoist Master Jing Ting immediately flew in front of him. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Hua and waited for Xiao Hua to speak. Xiao Hua looked at the pale nascent soul and said in a low voice, "Now that I want to escape, I have to rely on fellow Taoist strength. Once I escape, I will chant the rebirth mantra for fellow Taoist and send fellow Taoist into the cycle of reincarnation. This is 100 times better than fellow Taoist falling into the Lianyao pot." With that, Xiao Hua nodded towards the green-robed Xiao Hua. The green-robed Xiao Hua flicked his finger. Boom! The nascent soul spirit body immediately exploded. The explosion created a powerful force that pushed Xiao Hua and the green-robed Xiao Hua's spirit body in two different directions. "Right now!" Xiao Hua shouted in his heart. "Xiao Hua, use the teleportation technique and rush out of the whirlpool's suction force." After he finished speaking, Xiao Hua aroused all the magic power in his body and activated the wind escape technique. He used all his strength to borrow this strong momentum to fly away. However, at this moment, Xiao Hua's gaze swept past the green-robed Xiao Hua. He saw a string of more than 10 nascent soul spirit bodies being dragged out by him and flew far away. Xiao Hua's heart was moved. It would be a waste if he didn't take them, but it would be a waste if he took them. His spirit sense was like a hammer, immediately probing into the fire net that had not yet been extinguished. His spirit sense giant hand scooped up the whirlpool. No matter how much it scooped up, Xiao Hua immediately rushed out as fast as lightning. "Ayo, why are they so heavy?" The nascent soul spirit bodies falling into the spirit sense giant hand were not as light as Xiao Hua looked. Every nascent soul seemed to be 1,000 caddies heavy. Xiao Hua was shocked but also realized that the Lianyao pot's main purpose here was to collect nascent souls. He wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, so his nascent soul naturally had to be heavy. However, how could Xiao Hua let go of the advantage in his mouth? After nearly a year of tempering his spirit sense, Xiao Hua didn't let him down. While urging his magic power, more than 10 nascent souls were big and small were also caught by Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua hurriedly took a break and hurriedly imprisoned these nascent souls into his dantian. Then, he urged using the wind escape technique to escape from the whirlpool and flew towards Xiao Hua's direction. Die, 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 die. Suddenly, 3 angry voices came from the other side of the whirlpool. It was Kong Honggu. When he heard the strange noise from the whirlpool, he sensed it and hurriedly flew over to take a look. When Kong Honggu saw that Xiao Hua had actually escaped from the vortex while he had been slacking for only a few moments, and that there were more than 10 nascent soul cultivators flying out from the same direction as Xiao Hua, Kong Honggu was truly enraged. He cursed a few times and waved his hands, causing hundreds of pillars of boundless qi to smash towards him. As for the green-robed Xiao Hua and the other nascent soul cultivators, Kong Honggu didn't even spare them a glance. Whoa! Just as the great pillar of qi was formed, before it could even travel a few feet, the green-robed Xiao Hua at the edge of the vortex waved his small hand, and the icy mirror appeared once again. Between the swirling wind and the surging clouds, a thick 6-colored brilliance rushed towards Kong Honggu. Wherever the brilliance passed, the great pillar of qi would immediately melt like ice water in boiling soup, turning into ordinary great pillar of qi. Kong Honggu stared blankly for a moment, then grinned and waved his sleeve. Whoa! There was no pillar of righteous qi, but an incomparably powerful righteous qi turned into a hurricane and rushed towards the green-robed Xiao Hua, as if it wanted to blow this group of nascent soul cultivators back into the vortex. Not good. Xiao Hua was shocked. Just as he was about to urge the wind escape technique to go over, he heard Xiao Hua's sinister laughter. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, he saw the green-robed Xiao Hua extend the icy mirror. Another thick beam of light rushed out from the icy mirror. However, this beam of light didn't directly cover Kong Hongwu's noble qi. Instead, it rushed towards the whirlpool. However, the moment the beam of light touched the whirlpool, it abruptly turned back. Hong! When the noble qi hit the light pillar seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. It immediately trembled and rapidly retreated. When it fell into the suction force of the whirlpool, it once again fiercely attacked the green-robed Xueqi in the same direction as before. Looking at the green-robed Xueqi again, the icy mirror in his hand slightly changed direction. When the huge force landed on the icy mirror, it was as if Kong Hongwu used all his strength to push the green-robed Xueqi into the air. It was as if the green-robed Xueqi was flying straight towards him. Great! Xueqi was ecstatic, not only because of Xiaohua's quick-wittedness, but also because of the icy mirror's wonders. Needless to say, in this year, Xiaohua must have used all his strength to refine this icy mirror. Now the icy mirror must have reached the level of a spirit tool. Xiaohua was ecstatic, and once again urged the wind escape technique. When Xiaohua arrived like a gust of wind, Xiaohua also borrowed this force and his body accelerated again. At the same time, his divine sense swept out, and more than 10 nascent souls entered his dantian. When Xiaohua entered Xiaohua's body, he flicked his finger. Boom! The few remaining nascent souls exploded again, and this explosive force once again pushed Xiaohua, woo. The mournful sound of the air breaking was endless. Xiaohua felt his body become lighter, and finally escaped from the whirlpool's suction force. At this time, Kong Hongwu, who had been stunned by the series of strange changes in the distance, seemed to have awoken from a dream. Only now did he realize that the nascent soul in front of him was actually in cahoots with Xiaohua. Damn it! Kong Hongwu was really angry, and he couldn't help but curse again. Xiaohua's behavior was really too much. It seemed that not only did he notice this great formation, but he also didn't forget to take more than 10 nascent souls from the demon refining pot in front of him. This was a naked slap in the face. Kong Hongwu felt a burning pain on his face. Kong Hongwu waved his hands, and thousands of inscriptions appeared, and a nascent soul phantom the same size as Kong Hongwu appeared. This phantom actually turned into a pair of huge wings, and in a flash, it chased in the direction Xiaohua escaped in. Hee hee. Xiaohua sneered. Since he saved Taoist Jingting's nascent soul and Xiaohua returned safely, who would still fight Kong Hongwu to the death? Almost without hesitation, he urged the lightning escape technique to rush into the starry sky. Xiaohua, give me your life. Although Kong Hongwu used the soul refining technique and could change his nascent soul at will, and even turn it into nothingness, he still couldn't reach Xiaohua's lightning escape technique. However, in a flash, Xiaohua had already rushed into the starry sky, leaving behind an inexplicable star path. Kong Hongwu's face showed a sneer again, because he understood that this starry sky was a maze even more strange than the sun, moon, and star-great formation. If he didn't have the guidance of the immortal general who set up the formation, he absolutely wouldn't dare to rashly enter. The trap in the maze was also inextricably linked to the whirlpool of the demon refining pot. Kong Hongwu was just bluffing again, so that Xiaohua would rush into the maze without looking carefully, and once again fall into the whirlpool of the demon refining pot. However, that short-lived sneer just fell on Kong Hongwu's face and quickly disappeared. Because although Xiaohua used the light escape technique, the star path below him was rugged and winding, and he simply didn't want to fly straight. How did this guy know about the maze set up by the immortal general of the immortal palace? Kong Hongwu roared in disbelief, and a flying sword almost flew out of his eyes to kill Xiaohua on the spot. This was because Xiaohua was still flying straight at the start. That star path was rather obvious, but towards the end, Xiaohua was actually leaping through the starry sky like a ghost. That star path was like a splashing painting. Stroke by stroke, it was painted in the darkness. In particular, Xiaohua's wind escape technique was so flexible. While Kong Hongwu was stunned, Xiaohua had already flown very far away. I absolutely can't let this guy escape here. Absolutely can't. Kong Hongwu suddenly had a premonition that as long as Xiaohua could escape from this great formation, he feared that even if he ascended to the 9th heaven or descended to the 9th underworld, he wouldn't be able to catch up with Xiaohua. Moreover, if Xiaohua leaked the situation of this great formation, even if he could deny it, the number of nascent soul cultivators who died in the Jade Pavilion meeting was unprecedented, and any cultivator would be suspicious. Perhaps the Immortal Palace wouldn't care about this little bit of suspicion, but what about him? Obviously, the guarantee he made in front of the Immortal Emissary had already lost its effect. Thinking of the Immortal Emissary, thinking of that Gidge smile, and the purr that the Immortal Emissary spoke of, Kong Hongwu shuddered and immediately made a decision in his heart. Immediately, Kong Hongwu unhesitatingly spread out the wings on his back, and his whole body suddenly became illusory, and he pounced into the darkness. Although the path he took was different, and the star path below him wasn't clear, it was obvious that his direction was in front of Xuehua, and his path was much closer than Xuehua's. Grandma. This old man is tired to death. As soon as the green-robed Xuehua fell into Xuehua's body, he immediately shouted. Although he didn't say much, Xuehua already knew what happened in the past year. Xuehua was shocked, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, before he could say anything to the green-robed Xuehua, the green-robed Xuehua immediately hid in the space. Rumble. A huge sound was produced in the space, and a thunderbolt fell on the green-robed Xuehua's body. Not only did his thin body bulge like a balloon, but his dim figure also quickly became clear under the thunderbolts. Cool. 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 The green-robed Xuehua shouted 3 times, lying in the air like a dead pig, and looked at the 9 suns in the sky with his 4 feet facing the sky. He didn't even want to move. However, in just a moment, the green-robed Xuehua suddenly jumped up from the sky and shouted, No, this old man also wants to establish a sect. This old man also wants to accumulate merits. Chapter 3654. While speaking, green-robed Xuehua shouted, Where is fellow Taoist? Where is fellow Taoist? Unfortunately, although Xuehua heard green-robed Xuehua's voice, he was currently focused on escaping. How could he have time to pay attention to him? Seeing that there was no response, green-robed Xuehua also knew that he was in a dangerous situation. He shrugged his shoulders and waved his hand, taking a jade slip. It was precisely left behind by the mysterious Do Shan Jun. He placed it on his forehead. That jade slip instantly entered green-robed Xuehua's body. Immediately, green-robed Xuehua sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend. It seemed that the life and death experience in the Devil Refining Gourd had allowed green-robed Xuehua to comprehend many things. He finally began to seriously and actively cultivate. Green-robed Xuehua's comprehension was naturally the comprehension of the other primordial spirits. The other primordial spirits also began to feel a sense of crisis and began to cultivate with all their strength. Although Xuehua's mind did not enter the space, he could still comprehend green-robed Xuehua's thoughts. He sighed with emotion in his heart. The sharpness of a sword is sharpened. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. At the same time, he was also doing his best to escape. If he did not escape from this great formation, everything would be nonsense. While Xuehua was escaping, he was also observing Kong Hongwu's whereabouts. Unfortunately, it was as dark as night and his divine sense could not be used. Xuehua could not see where Kong Hongwu was. Xuehua could only desperately use his naked eyes to distinguish the path in the void. He could only use the wind escape technique with all his might, hoping that he could escape to the cave before Kong Hongwu. However, after flying for a while, Xuehua seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly changed and his figure suddenly stopped in the darkness. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. Damn it, I almost fell into that old thief's trap again. Xuehua's mind turned rapidly. Outside the cave is Yaotai Mountain, Kong Hongwu's old nest. The great formation of Yaotai Mountain can be used by him. Once I leave the cave, even if I escape in front of him, how can I escape from Yaotai Mountain? Also, there is an immortal general's divine sense guarding outside the cave. Looking at his strength, he is not much weaker than Kong Hongwu. Before Kong Hongwu entered the Great Formation, he must have said something to this immortal general. Maybe there is an immortal general intercepting me outside the cave. It is unlikely that I will be able to escape smoothly. Besides, even if I can defeat Kong Hongwu on Yaotai Mountain, there are still 25 Starlords in the entire Starlord Hall. Every single one of them has the strength of a lower 5th grade essence energy. If they all attack together, I'm afraid it won't be easy for this Xiao to deal with them. As for this grand formation, although it is the grand formation of the Celestial Palace and is extremely dangerous, Kong Hongwu cannot control it. At most, he can use the abundant noble qi within it. On the other hand, this Xiao also has a large amount of Heaven-Earth Yuan qi at my disposal. I won't be at a disadvantage compared to him. I can even use the Demon Purification Pot to deal with Kong Hongwu. Before this, I only wanted to escape. With such expectations, I fear that I won't even have the chance to escape from the array formation. In fact, there is only one path for me right now, and that is to kill Kong Hongwu. Only with Kong Hongwu dead will I not have to worry about my life, and the Immortal Palace will not know that I was the one who destroyed the array. Only with such a goal can I have a chance of survival. Thinking of this, Xiaohua no longer hesitated. He immediately turned around and flew back into the array formation. His primordial spirit took this opportunity to enter the space. Fellow Taoist, please. Jade Archive Xiaohua's face was slightly anxious as he cupped his hands and bowed. Green-robed Xiaohua hurriedly stood up in midair and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist, please. I pay my respects. Fellow Taoist must already know what I was thinking. Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a smile. Green-robed Xiaohua also replied. Naturally. Fellow Taoist must also know what I was thinking. Yes, I know that within the Demon Purification Pot's grand formation, all nascent souls are affected by the Demon Purification Pot suction force. Fellow Taoist, if you control our formless nascent souls out of our bodies, we will be restrained by the Demon Purification Pot. We may not be as powerful as before. Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded and said. But the problem is that I am definitely not that old bastard Kong Hongwu's opponent. If you don't control your nascent souls to help our lives will be in danger. Moreover, the nascent souls absorbed by the Demon Purification Pot are nascent souls that have lost their bodies. They are trees without roots. Fellow Taoist, you and I have a source of water. We don't need to be afraid of the Demon Purification Pot. Green-robed Xiaohua still shook his head. I have already been drifting outside for a year. I am really scared and don't dare to go out again. Fellow Taoist, you should find someone else to help you. Jade Archive Xiaohua knew what green-robed Xiaohua was thinking, so he asked with a smile that was not a smile. Then how can I make fellow Taoist help me? Green-robed Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, You agree? But immediately, green-robed Xiaohua realized that he had forgotten himself too much. He hastily coughed, looked at the empty space, and pointed with his finger. Fellow Taoist, look, this space is a great continent. It is many times better than the hidden immortal continent. Why does fellow Taoist have the heart to let this space be abandoned? Why did Little Yellow and Little Black leave? Isn't it because this place is too quiet? The reason why I established the sect was also for you, fellow Taoist. Xiaohua looked at green-robed Xiaohua with a smile and nodded. Fellow Taoist, you obtained some enlightenment in the Kunlun mirror, which was not easy. Then, you experienced life and death in the Demon Purification Pot's great formation, which was even more dangerous. I thank fellow Taoist on behalf of everyone. Now, fellow Taoist's thoughts are also I's thoughts. How can I not agree? After Yaotai Mountain, I immediately ordered the disciples of Black Wind Mountain to select the poor children of the hidden immortal continent and properly arrange their families. Then, I sent them to you, so that you can establish a sect and accept disciples. Good, that's right. Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile. That bullshit Kunlun mirror is only the size of a palm, but there are many pavilions and towers built in it. It is called the Kunlun Wonderland. Isn't this space countless times better than that so-called Kunlun Wonderland? Hee, don't compare, don't deceive yourself. Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile. If there is a boundary, then there is a boundary. If there is no boundary, then there is no boundary. Good or bad, it is still our home. Yes, I understand. Green-robed Xiaohua lowered his head and answered. At the end, he did not forget to add, that so-called Kunlun Wonderland has long been in ruins because the Kunlun mirror was shattered. It is more appropriate to call it the Kunlun Ruins. How can I compare that thing with our home? I'm afraid we have to get the last fragment of the Kunlun Wonderland from the Xiaoyu continent's Chong Yefeng. Green-robed Xiaohua naturally did not know that Chong Yefeng had died in the ink cloud Black Forest. He still thought that the fragment of the Kunlun mirror was in Chong Yefeng's hands. Humph, who asked you to be merciful? Green-robed Xiaohua sneered. At that time, although you thought that Chong Yefeng was holding the clear sky mirror, you should have snatched it even if it was the Kunlun mirror. Now, you and I will have the complete Kunlun mirror. Why do you have to be so difficult? I can snatch it. Xiaohua said indifferently. In that case, how could I have obtained Little Deer's sword intent? How could I have obtained the primordial soul-splitting technique? How could fellow Taoist still be standing here? Alas, everything is impermanent in the world. Green-robed Xiaohua said with a sigh. Green-robed Xiaohua knew that green-robed Xiaohua was right. He sighed and said, let's go. Our physical bodies have already arrived. We are almost there. Io, that's right. Fellow Taoist, although we can't use our spiritual will in this darkness, we can still try to ambush Kong Hongwu. We can use the darkness and the maze to catch Kong Hongwu off guard. That's right. That's right. Green-robed Xiaohua and green-robed Xiaohua revealed a joyful expression at the same time. They laughed loudly and said, "Green-robed fellow Taoist, Bodhi fellow Taoist, let's go kill this bastard together. Let's go together. Ha ha ha. I like this kind of sneak attack the most." Green-robed Xiaohua was extremely excited. At the side, green-robed Xiaohua's face was gloomy. Xiaohua's mind returned to its original position. He saw that he had arrived in front of the huge whirlpool of the demon refining pot. At this time, he saw that in the sky above the whirlpool, several nascent souls fell from there and turned into huge nascent soul dharma bodies that fell into the whirlpool. Xiaohua understood that at this time, there should be another fight in the Burning Sun Great Formation. Xiaohua swept a glance and didn't find any trace of Kong Hongwu. He knew that Kong Hongwu must have chased out of the maze to kill him. Therefore, he hurriedly flew to the place where Kong Hongwu was previously. After looking at it with his naked eyes for a moment, he didn't hesitate to rush into the darkness that Kong Hongwu flew into. At the same time, Xiaohua patted his head on the top of his head. Green-robed Xiaohua controlled the invisible nascent soul, and the Kunlun mirror in his hand appeared above his head. See. Green-robed Xiaohua suddenly appeared. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, the power of this demon refining pot is really too strong. Although I have the protection of my physical body, I can't be sucked in by it. But, fellow Taoist can't feel the suction of this whirlpool from here, but I can feel that the big hand stretched out of thin air and wanted to grab I." That's right. Xiaohua carefully flew as he replied, "Actually, this poor Taoist has also sensed that the demon refining gourd's great array actually envelopes the entire space, and all nascent souls will be affected by the great array. But outside of the whirlpool, I can't feel it with my physical body. Only when I get close to the whirlpool can I be sucked in." I understand. Green-robed Xiaohua nodded. "As long as I don't go too far away from my physical body, there shouldn't be too big of a problem. I just don't know how fellow Taoist Subhuti is doing?" Namo Maitreya Buddha. As he spoke, Xiaohua also released Buddha's relic, Subhuti. Sure enough, Subhuti's Buddhist light also disappeared in this darkness. Aside from Xiaohua being able to sense it, it was no different from a mass of nothingness. "Fellow Taoist, what do you feel?" Xiaohua asked in a low voice. Subhuti's answer was as calm as water. "Nothing, it's the same as what fellow Taoist green-robed sensed." Ah, could it be that this demon refining pot is also interested in Buddhist relics? Xiaohua was somewhat shocked. This poor monk doesn't know. I's Buddhist divine abilities are limited. I still can't sense the situation inside the demon refining pot. Subhuti said indifferently. So I can't answer fellow Taoist's question. Chapter 3655. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, looking at the boundless darkness and the star path behind him. He ordered, "Fellow immortal Bodhi, fellow Taoist green robe, you two fly to the left and right wings of I. We don't need to go too far, we'll lie in ambush here. When I sense the whereabouts of that old thief Kong, the three of us will attack at the same time. Although that guy's essence energy is at the upper 5th level, he has already cultivated to the point where he can refine his spirit into nothingness. We'll let him die without a burial place." Namo Maitreya Buddha, good good. Bodhi chanted the name of Buddha. His tone was quite benevolent. His figure had already flown to the top of Xiaohua's left hand, and the Buddha seal in his hand began to form. The nascent soul controlled by Xiaohua covered its mouth and whispered, "Sweeping the floor, don't harm the lives of ants, covering the lamp with moths, hee, this is the conduct of our future Buddha." Fellow immortal is wrong. This poor monk is now Bodhi, not Maitreya Buddha. Wait until this poor monk attains Buddha fruit, then we'll discuss what it means to sweep the floor, don't harm the lives of ants, covering the lamp with moths, okay? Subhuti lightly replied. When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Green-robed Xiaohua had truly met his match. This Subhuti was proficient in Buddhism and even knew how to argue. Although he wasn't as talkative as green-robed Xiaohua, the things he said were always straight to the point. Xiao Hua was quite bored and resentfully flew from Xiao Hua's head to the right. He didn't forget to look at Xiao Hua and whispered, "It said that Confucian scholars have sharp tongues. Why do I feel that monks are more powerful than Confucian scholars?" Provocation. Xiao Hua said indifferently, scaring Xiao Hua into shrinking his neck and hurriedly flying to the side. He naturally knew Xiao Hua's anger from before. Xiao Hua was quite regretful that he couldn't use his divine sense in the darkness, but he still took out the wishful rod, moved aside his perception of the star path, and waited on the side. Fortunately, there weren't any traps where Xiao Hua stood, so it was an excellent position for an ambush. After a full meal's time, there was no movement. Xiao Hua's brows slightly wrinkled, and his heart began to beat the drum of retreat. Xiao Hua felt that he might have misjudged the timid and cautious Kong Hongwu. Because Kong Hongwu didn't need to come back at all. He only needed to seal this big formation. After the Yaotai gathering was over, he could use all the power of Yaotai Mountain Star-Lord Palace to deal with him. At that time, Kong Hongwu didn't even need to do it himself. However, after thinking about it for a while, Xiao Hua shook his head again. He did not believe that Kong Hongwu would let others know that he had broken into this great array. After all, the struggle between the various sects of the Immortal Palace seemed to be in full swing. Of course, no matter what, Xiao Hua could only gamble at this moment. Sure enough, in the time it took to eat half a meal, although there was no movement, Xiao Hua suddenly had a feeling that someone was coming over on this road. Xiao Hua's heart was overjoyed. He hurriedly ordered Bodhi and Green Robe again. With one hand, he pinched a dozen fire talismans while the other hand held the wishful rod. He stared at the distance without blinking, waiting for Kong Hongwu to appear so that he could immediately attack. A rush of wind appeared, but in a moment, the wind suddenly stopped. Then the wind sounded again, and a moment later, it stopped again, and so on several times. It turns out that this old guy is also on guard against this Zhao's ambush. Xiao Hua immediately understood why Kong Hongwu was flying back and forth. He must be afraid that Xiao Hua would ambush him on the road. Unfortunately, this old guy doesn't have the talent to see through the void maze like this Xiao. Today is the day of your death. Although Kong Hongwu had been testing the waters by advancing and retreating, he could tell that Xiao Hua wasn't flying slowly. This was merely a guess. Furthermore, there hadn't been any ambushes along the way. Seeing that he was getting closer to the Devil Refining Gourd's whirlpool, Kong Hongwu once again increased his speed. But just a few feet away from Xiao Hua, Kong Hongwu once again deliberately mystified himself and stopped, retreating a few feet. If Xiao Hua had not already known Kong Hongwu's trick, he would have thought that he had been discovered. Xiao Hua bit his lips and restrained his temper. He cursed a few times in his heart and quietly sent magical power to his hand. Now that Xiao Hua's yuanying had escaped from his body, this magical power came from the dragon vein in his meridians. Xiao Hua refined the metal essence. After a moment, the sound of Kong Hongwu's flight sounded again, rushing toward the place where Xiao Hua was lying in ambush. Estimating the timing, when Kong Hongwu was close, Xiao Hua suddenly rushed out of the darkness. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen fire talismans fell near the sound of the wind. His other hand raised the wishful steel staff and smashed it toward Kong Hongwu's location. Ah! A very surprised voice cried out. Xiao Hua heard it clearly. It was the cautious Kong Hongwu. Xiao Hua could not help but be secretly proud. Even if Kong Hongwu was cautious, he still fell into his calculations here. The fire talismans alone were nothing. He was afraid that they could only block Kong Hongwu in a radius of a few feet. The wishful steel staff was still nothing. It was estimated that it could only scratch Kong Hongwu's skin. Xiao Hua seriously injured Kong Hongwu with the green-robed Xiao Hua and Bodhi hidden in the dark. Rumble! Under the urging of his magical power, the fire talismans began to roar, and the surrounding flames began to flicker. However, at the moment when these fire talismans burst, woo! There was a sound of a ghost crying and a wolf howling, and a huge black curtain covered all the fire talismans in a flash. Even the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi was isolated, and the dozens of fire talismans did not really burst. Hee. Xiao Hua's ear rang with Kong Hongwu's proud laughter. Do you think you hid well? Do you think this old man's clear eyes technique was cultivated in vain? But with these broken talismans, with this broken staff? You think you can kill this old man? Not good. In an instant, Xiao Hua woke up. He seemed to have been schemed against by Kong Hongwu again. At this moment, with a loud bang, Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff had already hit Kong Hongwu's arm. Ah! Kong Hongwu screamed, as if he did not expect that the wishful steel staff could actually hit his body. With Kong Hongwu's scream, a cold wind appeared in Xiao Hua's lower abdomen. Shua! There was a soft roar. It was the sound of the great spirit pillar that Xiao Hua was familiar with. Then, Xiao Hua's skin became cold. The cold feeling penetrated his body and rushed into his lower dantian. What is this? Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. Unfortunately, before he could circulate his dermic energy to resist this icy cold pillar of grand qi, the bone-chilling coldness had already charged into his dantian. Rumble. As soon as the cold entered his dantian, it immediately caused a strange sound like a landslide and a tsunami. Thousands of great spirit pillars were born from the void, making a destructive attack on Xiao Hua's lower dantian. In Xiao Hua's lower dantian, there was only the roaring of the 5 qi thunder. Even the 5 qi thunder of this immortal palace dissipated under this attack. In particular, when the great spirit pillar rushed into the surface of his small dantian, everything was torn apart, and even a hole was torn in a corner of his dantian. When had Xiao Hua suffered such a serious injury? His true essence could not be refined, and his magical power could not be condensed. His whole body immediately fell from the darkness. Ha! Kong Hongwu laughed, but there was a trace of pain in his laughter. You actually dare to play tricks with this old man. In front of this old man, you are just a little kid. How is it, Xiao Hua? Does the soul-destroying technique feel good? This is the ultimate attack of my Star Lord Palace against the Taoist Yuanying stage. Ah! Just when Kong Hongwu was getting carried away, a force comparable to a falling star came from behind him and hit his back with lightning speed. Kong Hongwu screamed and hurriedly turned his body into nothingness to dodge. Unfortunately, with a boom, the great spirit qi scattered. Kong Hongwu, who had cultivated to the realm of refining his spirit to nothingness, was unable to dodge this attack. Even the star armor on his back was shattered, and most of his shoulder was smashed into pieces. Buddha, the Buddha seal of the Buddhist sect? Kong Hongwu's uncertain tone revealed a kind of understanding. Wasn't this the Buddhist sect expert that Xiao Hua joined hands with in the star formation? However, Kong Hongwu really did not know when this Buddhist sect expert arrived at the formation, and how could he escape from his clear eyes technique? Kong Hongwu's tribulation was not only this. Before his body stabilized in mid-air, another 7-colored brilliance rushed out from the darkness. The pure Taoist qi and the terrifying power suddenly reminded Kong Hongwu of the Kunlun mirror he had just seen in the whirlpool of the demon refining pot. Not good. Kong Hongwu knew that now he understood that he had also fallen into Xiao Hua's trap. The Yuanying stage rescued by Xiao Hua had risked an ambush next to him. Boom! With a loud noise, Kong Hongwu felt a sharp pain under his right armpit. His body that had turned into nothingness still could not escape the attack of the Kunlun mirror. The star armor that had been broken before was broken inch by inch. Thousands of inscriptions fell from the star armor like dead tadpoles and turned into a faint great spirit qi. Even Kong Hongwu's body was lifted up by the huge impact of the Kunlun mirror. He was thrown high into the darkness and fell to the edge of the maze. Kong Hongwu's face was pale, but his eyes were like stars, staring at the place where Xiao Hua's body fell. He did not believe that Xiao Hua could be intact under the soul-destroying art. However, the cruelty of reality almost made Kong Hongwu groan. He saw that Xiao Hua's body had only fallen a few dozen feet. Immediately, clouds appeared under his feet and firmly supported him. Then, the great spirit qi around him surged and Xiao Hua rushed out of the darkness again. Gold qi gathering. Kong Hongwu's eyes were sharp. When he saw the auspicious clouds under Xiao Hua's feet, he immediately understood. Damn it! This Xiao Hua is actually proficient in the gold qi gathering of my Confucian cultivators. Immediately, not far from Xiao Hua, a bodhisattva slowly emerged from the darkness. Looking at the bodhisattva's face that was extremely similar to Xiao Hua's, Kong Hongwu lost his voice again. Buddha. Buddha's Sarira. Chapter 3656. I understand now, in the star formation of Sunhorse of Star, where are the Buddhist sect experts, working together with the Tao sect cultivators. It's clear. It's clear that you're tempering the Buddhist sect Sarira yourself. Speaking of this, Kong Hongwu's eyes widened again and he shouted, Xiaohua, you're actually proficient in Tao, Confucianism and Buddhism? How is this possible? Yes, life has a limit, but learning has no limit. Even if a cultivator's lifespan is long, it's impossible to master all three. In particular, each of the three sects has its own advantages, and these advantages are also mutually exclusive. A cultivator is at most proficient in one or two sects, and only has a rough understanding of the other one. How can there be a genius who can master all three sects? Fortunately, seeing that Xiaohua could only use his true qi and couldn't use his magic power, Kong Hongwu rejoiced. This old man destroyed his nascent soul. Otherwise, with his methods, this old man would have suffered a loss. But, where's the nascent soul holding the mirror magic weapon? Why didn't he show up? Could it be that nascent soul is also Xiaohua? Oh, that's impossible. That nascent soul clearly escaped from the whirlpool of the Grand Formation. Kong Hongwu naturally paid attention to the green-robed Xiaohua who injured him. Unfortunately, how could he see any traces of the formless nascent soul within the Grand Formation? Moreover, seeing that Xiaohua has already caught up and there are no traces of the nascent soul around him, Kong Hongwu's heart was relieved. Hall Master Kong is really cunning, Xiaohua said with some gnashing teeth. At this time, he only has some true qi in his meridians that can be used to temper the metal essence. His entire lower dantian is a mess. Although he has just taken the time to take the heaven mending pill, it's impossible for the heaven mending pill to repair his dantian in a short time. At least when fighting with Kong Hongwu, Xiaohua can no longer place his hopes on his lower dantian. Since he doesn't have enough true qi, Xiaohua can't use the thunder escape technique, nor can he use the wind escape technique. Perhaps Xiaohua, who is standing on a cloud, can use the ethereal steps in a crisis. Same. Of course, Kong Hongwu also took out the jade box and took the medicine of Star-Lord Hall. The bloody wounds all over his body healed visibly. However, the damaged profound qi couldn't be recovered quickly. Xiaohua glanced at the huge whirlpool on the left, then looked at Kong Hongwu and said indifferently, Hallmaster Kong, only one of us can leave this cave today. Don't worry, that person is definitely me. Kong Hongwu smiled faintly, although this old man has suffered a hidden loss. But, you don't understand the significance of my Confucian practice of returning the spirit to the void. Kill. Xiaohua knew that he was pressed for time and didn't say anything else. He urged the auspicious cloud beneath his feet and charged towards Kong Hongwu. Haha, just an ant. Kong Hongwu laughed heartily. Multicolored light surged around his body, and an overwhelming aura crazily rushed into his body. His entire body began to flash with inscriptions, and a sub-body soared into the sky, directly transforming into 1,000 feet in size. Without waiting for Xiaohua's staff to strike, Kong Hongwu grabbed Xiaohua's head, as if he wanted to suppress Xiaohua in the shape of a big hand. Xiaohua immediately understood what Kong Hongwu was thinking when he saw the suffocating aura rushing towards him and the huge palm that was even more powerful than the hand of a nascent soul cultivator, sealing off everything within 100 feet of him. Xiaohua also laughed. Under the heavenly Tao, everyone is an ant. You are no exception. Between the words, the heaven and earth essence qi crazily rushed into Xiaohua's body. The heavenly infusion technique was displayed, and the transcendence golden body was also brought out. As soon as the golden body came out, a huge fist also crossed the air, meeting Kong Hongwu's big hand. How is this possible? Your lower dantian. Kong Hongwu naturally didn't understand that Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was actually driven by the heavenly law's embodiment technique. It was done by the monster body, and it had nothing to do with Xiaohua's Taoist cultivation. He couldn't help but be surprised. Xiaohua laughed. Ha, old man, my Taoist cultivation technique is endless. How can a Confucian student like you know? Your so-called soul annihilation art can't do anything to this Xiao at all. This Xiao is just deceiving you. While they were talking, there was a loud bang. The fist of the transcendence golden body hit Kong Hongwu's big hand. A huge airwave was set off, and both of their golden bodies were blown back. One of their big hands was dim, and the other's fist was broken into pieces. Woo-woo. The instant Xiaohua's figure retreated, a seemingly rotating flying thorn rushed out from the void below him, shooting towards his heart and lungs. The sharp edge of the flying thorn tore fine lines in the void. Poof! In the nick of time, Xiaohua opened his mouth, and a sword light appeared in the air. The sword light formed a net, and with a series of crackling noises, the palm-sized wheel-piercing imperial weapon was stopped by the sword light. Whoa! At the same time, Bodhi's Buddhist mountain seal struck again. The Buddhist sect's Buddhist seal was just like the Buddhist sect's master. It was very simple, without the slightest bit of fancy tricks. However, it was this most primitive attack that made the Confucian Grandmaster Kong Hongwu feel powerless. Under the mountainous Buddhist seal, everything within 1,000 feet of Kong Hongwu was under the control of this Buddhist seal. Amidst the violent howling of the wind, under the vast impact, one could faintly hear the sound of Sanskrit, and the faint shadow of a heavenly dragon. Kong Hongwu naturally knew that he couldn't avoid the attack of the Buddhist seal with his void transformation technique. While urging the thorns to attack Xiaohua, he grabbed with his hand, and a majestic chi peak of dozens of feet in size appeared in the air. The majestic chi peak was also condensed like a mountain, and rushed towards the Buddhist mountain seal. Just as Kong Hongwu waved the majestic chi peak, a series of strange humming sounds came from behind him. In the humming sounds, thousands of heaven and earth origin chi turned into a hurricane and rushed into a place. The heaven and earth origin chi was so rich that it formed a vortex of dozens of feet in size. As soon as the vortex appeared, a 7-colored brilliance rushed out from it. Wasn't it the Kunlun mirror's light beam? Kong Hongwu was scared out of his wits. He was always on guard against the sneak attack of the green-robed Xiaohua, but he really didn't expect him to secretly touch his back. The Kunlun mirror's light beam was extremely fast. As soon as it appeared, it immediately shot behind him. Moreover, the light beam was different from ordinary Dao sect's magic treasure. It could actually injure a grandmaster who had refined his spirit back to the void. Kong Hongwu hurriedly flashed, wanting to dodge. Boom! The light beam was like lightning, and it had already hit Kong Hongwu's back. Puff! With a muffled sound, Kong Hongwu's huge body was suddenly blasted with a hole of dozens of feet in size. An indescribable pain emerged from Kong Hongwu's heart. Spirit! Spirit weapon? Previously, when the Kunlun mirror hit his star armor, Kong Hongwu didn't feel it. This time, when the light beam hit his body, the light and the brilliance seemed to have a life of its own. The inscriptions that formed his body were broken, rhythmically and with varying degrees. It seemed that it didn't consume excessive heaven and earth origin chi. Kong Hongwu immediately understood after the pain. Not only that, when Kong Hongwu's body was in pain, above his head, Kacha, a fist-sized thunder was like a long winding dragon, crossing the sky and striking the top of his head where he had just dodged. Boom! A corner of the huge head collapsed with a loud bang. The originally clear and ancient big face was extremely embarrassed. Roar! Kong Hongwu roared. A kind of livid ferocity appeared between his elegant eyebrows. Kong Hongwu had been pampered for a long time and had long been accustomed to being respected by others. He had long been accustomed to casually killing others. He didn't know how many years it had been since he had gone all out to fight with others, nor had he been forced to be flustered like this. Kong Hongwu was really ashamed and angry. He was ashamed and angry that he was in a predicament under the attack of the Dao sect cultivator, and even more ashamed and angry that he was at a disadvantage under the hands of a 5th-grade origin chi cultivator. Take this. Xiaohua didn't care how Kong Hongwu's heart was hurt by him. With Kong Hongwu's roar, Xiaohua's golden body rushed forward again. The wishful staff had already turned into 1,000 feet long, stirring up the wind and clouds as it struck down heavily. Draw a circle on the ground. Stay still. Trapped. Kong Hongwu's face was livid, and without hesitation, he shouted 3 inscriptions in a row. As Kong Hongwu's true chi turned into inscriptions and flew out, dense pillars of true chi condensed into thin crystal threads from the space. In the blink of an eye, the space around Kong Hongwu was shrouded in a few hundred feet. The crisscrossing crystal threads surged with a power that made one's heart tremble, like a huge cocoon protecting Kong Hongwu. At the same time, thousands of crystal threads fell from the sky, sealing the space around Xiaohua. The crystal threads fell more mournfully than the rain, entangling Xiaohua's hands and feet, binding Xiaohua's body. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that these crystal threads carried a rather obvious aura of Dao sect magic, and the power of imprisonment spread over hundreds of feet in the space. Roar! Xiaohua's arms were naturally entangled by the crystal threads that suddenly appeared. However, Xiaohua also let out a loud roar. His arms trembled, and the crystal threads were like dust that was shaken off, breaking inch by inch. Whoa. Without waiting for Xiao Hua's wishful staff to fall a few more feet, there was a hissing sound like a giant python. A slender and tough true qi belt with crystal threads flashing on the four sides, with inscriptions flowing on the surface, came from the void, and fell on Xiao Hua's golden body from all directions. The edge of the true qi belt was like a knife, and the inscriptions were like thorns, flying through the space, drawing a ripple in the space. Oh! Is this what it means to be trapped? Xiao Hua was slightly startled. This qi belt was much faster than the previous vast spirit pillar and crystal thread. As soon as it appeared, it immediately struck Xiao Hua's golden body. Swish swish. Swish swish. Dozens of ear-piercing sounds of friction rang out. Kong Hongwu was once again dumbstruck. He was very clear about the power of the true qi belt, and he didn't know how many cultivators and Confucian scholars had died under it. But at this time, when the true qi belt brushed against Xiao Hua's body, the dark golden brilliance on Xiao Hua's body gradually faded. This brilliance flickered rapidly, and in a moment, all the true qi belt turned into nothingness. Chapter 3657. Demon. Kong Hongwu's eyes narrowed. As far as he knew, only the powerful demon body of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm could resist the Great Spirit Belt so easily. It was still one ring after another. Not allowing Kong Hongwu to breathe a sigh of relief, Xiao Hua's wishful staff still fell. Rumble. There was another loud sound, but the inscription cocoon around Kong Hongwu's body shook violently. Cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon-shaped crystal silk. At the same time, waves of inscription emerged from the cracks and turned into nothingness one by one. Kong Hongwu was finally moved. One after another accidents, a series of dumbfounded finally made him understand the power of the Dao sect cultivator in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Kong Hongwu clapped his hand, and 3 colored clouds gushed out from the top of his head. The clouds turned into blossoms, and the falling petals filled the surrounding space. The power of these clouds was very strong, and it was somewhat similar to the Yingluo of the Shenyuan water control flag. Xiao Hua could tell at a glance that these clouds were Kong Hongwu's lost art. If he didn't use his great divine ability, he wouldn't be able to break through them. Just when Xiao Hua was about to make a move, Kong Hongwu calmed down and said, "Xiao Hua, you really surprised this old man." This old man really didn't expect that in the Dao sect of the hidden immortal continent, there is actually such a strange person like you. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed and looked at Kong Hongwu's left side. On the left side, hundreds of feet high in the sky, Bodhi stood in the air with a Buddhist seal on his hand. His face was full of mercy and there was no fear. On the right side, behind Kong Hongwu, where Xiao Hua himself couldn't see, the green-robed Xiao Hua held the Kunlun mirror and was also ready to attack. Although he had the upper hand in the current situation, Xiao Hua's heart was not optimistic. In the few exchanges just now, he had beaten Kong Hongwu into an extremely sorry state, even injuring his body. That was all done when Kong Hongwu was caught unprepared. Now, Kong Hongwu had already begun to counterattack. Although he had 3 avatars, Kong Hongwu could also use the Great Spirit Belt with his fists and feet, and his mouth could chant inscriptions. He was actually comparable to him. In particular, Kong Hongwu had not used the imperial equipment at this time. He was afraid that as long as he took it out, he could reverse the situation. I don't dare. Xiao Hua tilted his head to look at the whirlpool that was still rumbling and rotating in the distance, as well as the demon refining gourd that made him tremble with fear below it. The trace of hesitation in his heart still hadn't been removed. He turned his head to look at Kong Hongwu, who was covered in fallen petals, and replied, "This Xiao is merely an insignificant cultivator of the Dao sect. I'm not worthy of the praise of the renowned Star Lord Hall Master." Xiao Hua. Kong Hongwu's voice became kind as he said, "In fact, at this point, you don't need to explain yourself. This old man has already seen it clearly. You must be the hidden hand left behind by the Grand Mist ancestor in his early years. Without his arrangements, it would be impossible for such an outstanding cultivator like you to appear on the hidden immortal mainland." Xiao Hua was non-committal. This old man knows that you owe the Grand Mist ancestor a great debt of gratitude, and you are unwilling to betray him. Kong Hongwu said again, however, "You really don't understand. This hidden immortal mainland is the hidden immortal mainland of us Confucian cultivators. No matter what realm you cultivate to, even if your strength is on par with the Grand Mist ancestor, you can't contend with us Confucian cultivators. Moreover, this old man will tell you the truth. My Star-Lord Hall is not the Star-Lord Hall of the hidden immortal mainland, but a small hall of the immortal palace in the hidden immortal mainland. The immortal palace in the hidden immortal mainland has many small halls like the Star-Lord Hall. You, a Tao sect cultivator, will never know the layout of the immortal palace in the hidden immortal mainland. Don't talk about you, even this old man only knows the tip of the iceberg. You are a cultivation genius. This old man has really never seen anyone who can cultivate Confucian cultivators, Tao sect, Buddhism sect, and perhaps your diamond body to such a realm. As a cultivator, this old man advises you to give up on the Tao sect. Under the hands of the Grand Mist Ancestor, you will definitely not live for more than 1,000 years. You will definitely not reach the peak of cultivation. Kong Hongwu earnestly advised, moreover, you have been hit by my Star-Lord Hall's soul-destroying art. Although you don't admit it, this old man knows in his heart that no Tao sect cultivator can be hit by the soul-destroying art without any reaction, not even the Grand Mist Ancestor. It is also because of your understatement that the nascent soul in your Dantian has already been destroyed. Anyway, your nascent soul is already gone. Why are you still persisting in going about things the wrong way? If you come to my Star-Lord Hall, this old man can give you a promise right now. This old man will immediately write a letter to the Immortal Palace to give you the position of Deputy Hall Master of Star-Lord Hall. After the Jade Pavilion meeting, if there are no accidents, this old man will complete the Immortal Palace's mission and will be promoted in less than 10 years. This Star-Lord Hall will soon be under your control. With this Star-Lord Hall, Xiaohua, your Confucian cultivation base, and even your Buddhist cultivation base, can skyrocket. This is a path that leads to the heavens. Haha, Hall Master Kong. Xiaohua laughed. You are shaking this Zhao's Dao heart and destroying this Zhao's Dao foundation. If your words were given to any Dao sect cultivator in the hidden immortal continent, I'm afraid that 8 or 9 out of 10 Dao sect cultivators would wag their tails and beg for mercy, making them bow their heads and submit to you. Unfortunately, this Xiao is one of these 10. Even if this Xiao serves the Grand Mist Ancestor, it is not for the Grand Mist Ancestor alone. This Xiao is for the Dao sect of the world. Hall Master Kong is a Confucian cultivator. You and I have different Daos, so there is no need to say more. In this great array, there can only be one living person, either you or me. TSK. Kong Hongwu shook his head. He really did not dare to believe that such good conditions could not move Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua, in fact, you still do not understand. The three of you attacked together, although you already have 50% of this old man's strength, but you are still not my opponent. Lamentable, lamentable, pitiful. Kong Hongwu sighed 3 times in a row. His hands touched his chest, and his left hand took out a crystal-clear imperial equipment that was like a water chestnut. Starlight flowed on it, and his right hand took out a several zhong large 6-star shield. He looked at it lovingly and said in a low voice, Xiaohua, in this old man's left hand is my Star-Lord Hall's imperial equipment, the Imperial Star Piercer. It is the painstaking work of the Immortal Palace's great artificer master. Its power is comparable to your Dao sect's spirit artifact. This old man has never seen anything that the Imperial Star Piercer cannot pierce. In this old man's right hand is my Star-Lord Hall's imperial equipment, the Imperial Shield, also the proud work of the Immortal Palace's great artificer master. In the hidden immortal continent, this old man has never seen a magic artifact that can pierce its defense. Not only is the name unpleasant, it is also contradictory. Xiaohua sneered. Kong Hongwu's figure swayed twice, and he said with a bitter smile, this old man also feels that it is contradictory, and this old man also wants to know which of these 2 imperial equipment is more powerful. However, speaking of unpleasant names, the imperial equipment refined by the Immortal Palace's great artificer master should have the word imperial in it. Other imperial equipment cannot have this word, otherwise, it will be overstepping the rules, and immortal soldiers can kill it. Good murderous aura. Good imperial rule. Xiaohua sneered again. This old man has not used these 2 imperial equipment for many years. Kong Hongwu ignored Xiaohua's sarcasm, and said indifferently now, you only need to dodge the attack of the Imperial Star Piercer, and this old man will let you live. Kong Hongwu spoke righteously, and at the same time, he used the Confucian cultivator's secret technique of sharp tongue and sword lips, which was quite bewitching. Unfortunately, this kind of trick was seen through by Xiaohua at a glance, especially Xiaohua himself knew Confucian cultivator techniques, and Kong Hongwu was only wasting his breath. Xiaohua smiled indifferently and said, "Well said, Hall Master Kong. Since Hall Master Kong is benevolent, then this Xiao will also make it clear to Hall Master Kong. This Xiao will also attack, and as long as Hall Master Kong can take it, this Xiao will immediately be captured." When Kong Hongwu heard this, admiration unconsciously appeared in his eyes. His words were only to give Xiaohua a chance to live, to make Xiaohua prioritize escaping from the bottom of his heart, and even put all of his attention on how to block his Imperial Star Piercer. This way, Xiaohua naturally would not think too much about attacking, and Kong Hongwu would not have any danger to his life. Especially since Xiaohua wanted to defend, it would be very difficult to defend, and he would most likely be injured by Kong Hongwu. As for what would happen after he was injured, Kong Hongwu would not think too much about it for the time being. However, Xiaohua simply did not pay attention to Kong Hongwu's bewitchment, and also attacked with words. This attack was completely different from Kong Hongwu's. It was an attack to fight with his back to the water, an attack to put himself in death, and had long since shattered Kong Hongwu's bewitching voice. "Xiaohua, this old man is really unwilling to make a move." Kong Hongwu still did not give up and said. Xiaohua smiled. "Then Hall Master Kong, there is no need to make a move. See how this Xiao will kill you." While speaking, wind and clouds surged around Xiaohua's body, and a thick pillar of qi gushed out from the void, as if it was carrying Xiaohua, and rushed towards Kong Hongwu. Kong Hongwu could clearly see that there were no clouds under Xiaohua's feet. Oh, could it be that this guy's dantian is really not damaged? Seeing that Xiaohua's figure was like a shadow, and his whereabouts were erratic, it was obviously a Taoist escape technique, and Kong Hongwu once again had doubts about his own attack. Rumble. At the same time, Buddha's relic Bodhi waved the clear water bottle in his hand, and a cluster of primordial true water rushed into the air, and rushed towards Kong Hongwu. Similarly, the mountainous Buddhist seal overlapped again, and compared to before, it was several times heavier and smashed towards Kong Hongwu. Haha. It's all useless. Kong Hongwu shrunk, and a shadow appeared on his right arm, and the dense inscriptions on his body rushed into the shield. Along with the appearance of these inscriptions, Kong Hongwu's body suddenly shrank by 40%. Whoa. Just like the rumbling of a Taoist magic treasure, a large number of poems rushed out from the shield, and a rhythm of simple recitation rose. Along with this recitation, a large number of poems flew around Kong Hongwu's body rhythmically, forming layers of protection. Not only that, the inscriptions flashed, and a strand of vast crystal silk was born, and a surge of vast spirits surged. Those crystal silk were like the iron bones of the recitation students for millions of years, and that vast spirit was like a copious amount of righteous energy, transforming into fearless students that blocked in front of Kong Hongwu. Chapter 3658. The Immortal Palace's defensive weapon, the Imperial Shield, was indeed powerful, but obviously, the cost of using it was not small. Even a cultivator as strong as Kong Hongwu would not easily use it. Woo-woo. Kong Hongwu's Imperial Shield had just been born. Behind Kong Hongwu, the heaven and earth essence qi had also condensed into thin crystal filaments and formed a terrible vortex. Needless to say, the green-robed Xiaohua was also doing his best at this time. Rumble. Even as the Kunlun mirror condensed its arcane energy, hundreds of enormous thunderbolts still surged and pounced down. Unfortunately, under the thunderclap, hundreds of student auras were destroyed, but soon, even more crystalline threads surged out, and even more clanging students were formed. Hit. Xiaohua had already approached at this time, and the wishful steel staff had become hundreds of feet long. Countless noble qi also rushed down with the wishful steel staff. It's useless. Kong Hongwu smiled faintly, and still the same sentence, he really had a card up his sleeve. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Bodhi chanted a Buddhist mantra and the primordial true water slammed into the defensive shield, swallowing it whole. Then, the power of the Bodhi Buddhist seal came crashing down. Boom. With a loud bang, the defensive shield that Kong Hongwu thought was impenetrable actually caved in a corner. Kong Hongwu's face changed slightly. Dong. Like a knock on the door, the wishful steel staff fell and the corner of the imperial shield shook violently, and the noble crystal filaments turned into ashes. Before the crystal filaments poured out of the imperial shield, suddenly, a huge hammer-like spiritual force appeared out of thin air and slammed into the shaking corner of the imperial shield. Shwa! The power of Bodhi's seal was more powerful than the power of Bodhi's seal. Thousands of crystal filaments turned into nothingness. Kong Hongwu's face changed greatly. Spiritual hammer. Kong Hongwu almost gritted his teeth and cried out. Kong Hongwu's scream had just come out. Woo woo. A strange sound, and an aura that made Kong Hongwu frightened emerged from behind him. This time, the beam of light was like a flood, and rushed to the other side of the Imperial shield in a moment. There was almost no suspense. Under the seven-colored brilliance, the noble crystal filaments were hit by a big hole, and a cluster of brilliance desperately swallowed the crystal filaments and suddenly grew stronger. Kong Hongwu's expression changed dramatically. Damn it! Kong Hongwu cried out in a low voice and hurriedly raised his right hand. Boom! The seven-colored brilliance hit the defense shield, and the shield caved in deeply. Kong Hongwu's body flew out diagonally. Even with the combined efforts of the three heroes, the Imperial shield was still not completely broken through. It's time to end this. Kong Hongwu sighed. He seemed to have lost his patience. His sub-body, which had lost its balance, waved its left hand. Kong Hongwu's sub-body shrank by 40% again. Waves of inscriptions flowed from his sub-body into the royal star thrust. Rumble. The rumbling sound this time was much deeper than the previous ones, but it was also much more shocking than the previous ones. An aura comparable to a vortex flew out from Kong Hongwu's hand. Xiaohua clenched his teeth. He understood that Kong Hongwu's attack was aimed at him. If he wanted to fight to the death with Kong Hongwu, he would have to rely on Bodhi and Green Robe. While he was thinking, Green Robe and Bodhi were about to attack. But a scene that shocked Xiaohua appeared. 3 streaks of starlight flashed in midair and disappeared immediately. The direction of the 3 streaks of starlight was him, Bodhi, and Green Robe. Fatal blow! Kong Hongwu wanted to kill the 3 heroes at the same time. The royal star thrust was really powerful. Xiaohua had just seen the starlight, but the space in front of him instantly swelled up. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. This speed was really too fast. His thoughts moved anxiously. At the same time he used the ethereal steps. His left hand, which had been premeditated for a long time, resolutely waved out of thin air. Boom! The starlight was resplendent, and the meteors were like rain. Xiaohua felt a chill in his heart. It was just like when he saw Xueqi die for him in the past. His heart was filled with despair. At the same time, in front of Bodhi and Green Robe Xiaohua, similar streaks of starlight flashed, and 2 different kinds of heart-wrenching pain came from their 2 yuan spirits. Bodhi's golden body was hit and a large hole several meters wide appeared. The overbearing inscription quickly swallowed up the broken golden body, and Bodhi's compassionate eyes were filled with pain. Green Robe Xiaohua's nascent soul was even more miserable. The Kunlun mirror was unable to block the star shuttle in time. As the star shuttle passed through, half of the nascent soul's body disappeared, and pale golden blood gushed out from the remains of the nascent soul. However, Xiaohua had no time to lower his head to look at the huge black hole in front of his right chest, nor did he have time to care about the life and death of the 2 primordial spirits. He waved his left hand, and a thick black chi flickered. Black flames surged out from his arm, and a pitch-black demonic saber appeared in his hand. With the appearance of the demonic saber, a kind of world-destroying aura quickly spread throughout the entire space. Kong Hongwu was stunned at first, then shocked, and then laughed loudly, as if he had seen the most ridiculous thing in the world. Xiaohua, I'm afraid you've run out of tricks. In this demon refining pot spirit array, you actually dared to use a demon artifact. You're really tired of living. Sure enough, as soon as the demon artifact appeared, the whole space shook. Not to mention the demon refining pot, even the righteous chi in the surrounding space rumbled and surged. Unfortunately, before Kong Hongwu could see the demon refining pot's power, before he could finish speaking, he saw Xiaohua's body burst with thousands of demon heads, instantly drowning him. The dark demon saber resolutely waved in midair, and Kong Hongwu's vision suddenly went dark. All he could see was the roaring and ferocious demon heads, flashing blood-red eyes, pouncing on him. In the space, a saber chi that was so dark that even light couldn't penetrate directly chopped into the defense of Xiaohua, Bodhi, and the 3 green-robed heroes, which was broken through by the joint attack of Xiaohua, Bodhi, and the 3 green-robed heroes, splitting Kong Hongwu's subbody, which had already shrunk to a size of several hundred feet, into 2 halves. A roaring primordial spirit that was as solid as a real person flew out from Kong Hongwu's subbody. This primordial spirit was the same as Kong Hongwu's subbody and physical body, now split into 2 halves. Moreover, without waiting for this primordial spirit to escape, the demon saber surged with black chi, which had already drowned this primordial spirit along with its physical body. Just as the demon saber killed Kong Honggu, the demon refining pot under the huge whirlpool immediately separated a multicolored light from the pot's body, carrying a righteous chi pillar that was thousands of feet high, and directly hit Xiao Hua's golden body. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Even though Xiao Hua's golden body had been tempered for a long time, under this attack, it collapsed as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. A small half of his golden body instantly disappeared without a trace. Xiao Hua's golden body didn't disappear, but when it disappeared, the demonic chi in his body uncontrollably gushed out. Turning around, a huge demonic god Xiao Hua once again appeared in the space. His originally unconscious eyes suddenly opened, and his pupils were completely bloodshot and bloodthirsty. The demons around him screamed at the top of their lungs, trying their best to break out of the black chi's shackles. The demonic chi that Xiao Hua had been suppressing after entering the Jade Pavilion finally broke out at this moment. Boom boom. The righteous chi in the entire space began to boil. Pa 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 pa, sounds could be heard from the places where the demonic chi was exposed. The demonic chi and the righteous chi were entangled in one place, and they were frantically trying to kill each other. Roar! A roar resounded through the space. The demonic saber emitted a saber cry, as if it had seen an irreconcilable enemy. A pitch-black demonic shadow carrying Xiao Hua's demonic body slashed towards the demon refining gourd. Courting death. The green-robed Xiao Hua groaned in midair. However, he understood in his heart that if Xiao Hua's state of mind wasn't good enough, let alone getting close to him, he might even be swallowed by the demonic saber in the end. Glancing at the two imperial equipment with old-fashioned names not far away, the green-robed Xiao Hua reluctantly patted his hand. The Kunlun mirror emitted a faint brilliance and rolled towards the imperial equipment. Whether it was the imperial star stab, the imperial shield, or even Kong Hongwu's Chenkuan pouch, they were all sucked into the Kunlun mirror. At this moment, the suction force within the whirlpool of the demon refining gourd suddenly increased greatly, dragging the green-robed Xiao Hua into the whirlpool. The green-robed Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hastily opened his mouth and spat out a thin thread of spiritual fire, blocking the front of his body. Then, the Kunlun mirror also emitted a seven-colored brilliance, doing its best to resist the suction force. Evil demons, greedy hearts. Heaven's wrath. Bodhi was also powerless. It was unknown whether he was talking about Xiao Hua, the green-robed Xiao Hua, or the demonic saber. Just as Bodhi's voice fell, the suction force within the whirlpool also took effect on Bodhi, dragging him into the whirlpool. Bodhi's face was filled with astonishment. The Buddhist light around his body flourished as if it was resisting the suction force. Little monk. The green-robed Xiao Hua beside him called out in a strange tone. Let's not talk about heaven's wrath or Namo Maitreya first. It's better to control your own life and death first. Fellow Taoist Yu seems to be a bit troublesome. Otherwise, the demon refining gourd's whirlpool wouldn't have such a suction force on us. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. The primordial true water in the clear water bottle can resist the demon refining gourd. Namo Maitreya. Bodhi's damaged golden body flickered like a candle in the wind. When he heard the green-robed Xiao Hua's words, he hastily waved his hand. A wave of primordial true water rushed into the air, protecting both Bodhi and the green-robed Xiao Hua. Then he looked worriedly at the huge demonic saber in the air and sighed. If fellow Taoist Yu wasn't greedy, why would he raise a demonic spirit? If he didn't have a demonic spirit, why would he fear the demonic saber? When fellow Taoist Yu entered the Yaotai mountain, he was affected by the massacre inside the formation. Although he wanted to keep a low profile, he ultimately couldn't. Now, fellow Taoist Yu is being devoured by the demonic saber. Our future is bleak. Perhaps. How could the green-robed Xiao Hua not know? However, at this moment, the two primordial spirits were seriously injured by the star control stab. It would be difficult for them to even protect themselves, let alone rescue Xiao Hua. If I guessed correctly, fellow Taoist Yu was injured by the demon refining gourd. Then, the demonic saber seized the opportunity to take control of his physical body. We'll just have to wait for fellow Taoist Yu to wake up. As he spoke, the demonic saber had already arrived in front of the demon refining gourd. With a pop sound, like an oil lamp exploding, a golden flower flew out of the demon refining gourd. Whoosh! Bands of righteous chi and spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed into the golden flower. Then, a heavenly general in golden armor appeared from the golden flower. However, this heavenly general in golden armor didn't have a clear face. He held a coiling dragon spear in his hand and thrust it towards the demonic saber. Chapter 36:59. Boom! With a loud explosion, the coiling dragon spear and the golden armor heavenly general were split in half by the demonic saber. The saber mark continued to extend and fell towards the demon refining gourd. Wang wang! The demon refining gourd suddenly trembled and released thousands of clouds and lights. Boom boom! With two consecutive sounds, one hit the demonic saber and the other hit the demon god Xueqi. Ka-ka! The lights blocked the demonic saber. However, where the demonic chi fell, the lights condensed like glass and shattered into pieces. The demon god Xueqi was not so lucky. The demonic chi around his body was destroyed and hundreds of demons were destroyed. A big hole was pierced through his body. Goo goo! Just as the demon refining gourd let out another rumbling sound, the demonic saber suddenly made a strange sound. Then, the entire demonic saber turned into a waterfall and rushed towards the huge and vast whirlpool above its head. Rumble! The entire space let out a loud rumbling sound. The demon refining gourd also moved. The light caught up with the demonic saber and landed on the whirlpool. Then, the mouth of the demon refining gourd strangely produced a huge shadow that covered the entire whirlpool. The light of the whirlpool was extremely beautiful, like a 9-colored snail. The huge light shell was pulled flat and was about to fall into the demon refining gourd. The demonic saber also accelerated and a lightless saber mark instantly landed on a corner of the whirlpool. There was no sound at all and the whirlpool was cut down by 30%. The demons on the demonic saber laughed maniacally and their demonic chi soared into the sky. Before the light of the demon refining gourd could reach it, it wrapped around dozens of Yuanying and pulled them into the demonic saber. Woo-woo! The demon refining gourd let out an ear-piercing sound. The remaining whirlpool in the wind inconceivably fell into the fist-sized demon refining gourd. Then, the demon refining gourd soared into the sky and flew towards the starry sky. Raw! The demonic saber actually continued to fight and its demonic chi surged again, wanting to chase and kill. Boom! The demon refining gourd suddenly shot out a 5-colored light. The demonic saber was afraid of this light. Just as it was about to mobilize its demonic chi to surround and suppress it, the light hit Xueqi's middle dantian. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A bleak sound of falling flowers was born from the devil god Xueqi's body. Strands of noble chi moved upon hearing the wind. This time, it didn't bombard the demonic chi, but instead moisturize and quietly invade the devil god Xueqi's body. Swoosh swoosh. Like a trickle, in the sound of water, golden, scarlet, and navy. 3 kinds of brilliance uncontrollably emerged from Xueqi's body. The blood-like black flame and the ink-like demonic chi hastily withdrew into Xueqi's body. Even the distant demonic saber let out a mournful cry and hastily withdrew into Xueqi's left hand like a waterfall. In just the blink of an eye, Xueqi's demonic body degenerated and returned to a slender Taoist cultivator. His tightly closed eyes opened and 2 wisps of clear chi emerged from his eyes. Raising his head to look at the sky, a slightly proud voice sounded. "To immortal friends, why aren't you hurrying back to your positions? Namo Maitreya Buddha. This poor monk thanks immortal friend Confucian cultivator." Bodhi hastily withdrew the innate primordial water and landed on the top of Xueqi's head. As soon as he entered the Naiwan palace, he immediately hid inside the exquisite pagoda. "All right, I also have to thank immortal friend." The green-robed Xueqi shrugged and also landed on the top of Xueqi's head. With a somewhat unwilling expression he said, "But I's home is now in a mess, how can I rest?" How could Confucian cultivator Xueqi not know what the green-robed Xueqi was thinking? He faintly replied, "Immortal friend Yu Ji is currently unconscious. You all are no match for the demonic saber. Our main bodies can only be temporarily controlled by this little one. However, immortal friend can rest assured, this little one will not make the main bodies do anything. As for immortal friend Yu Ji has already taken the heaven-mending pill and the medicinal power in his dantian has already taken effect. If immortal friend still wants to stay in the main body, you can go to his dantian and stimulate the medicinal power. This little one will still send down the 5 chi righteous thunder to help immortal friend recover his nascent soul." "Good. The green-robed Xuehua stood up and bowed, then disappeared into Xuehua's body. At this moment, a huge kacha sound came from above the heads of the primordial spirits. At the place where the devil refining gourd disappeared, layer after layer of cracks fell like thunder. The entire starry sky began to collapse and a kind of heaven-destroying and earth-exterminating aura swept through the entire space. Not good. This great formation is about to be sealed. Confucian cultivator Xuehua was shocked and anxiously said, "This little one will control the main body and rush out of the great formation. Good." Several primordial spirits all agreed. Kang! The sound of a sword suddenly rang out. The vast qi within the great formation gathered into Xuehua's body. Thousands of sword lights were born from the surface of Xuehua's body. In a moment, Xuehua had already turned into a huge sword and rushed into the chaotic starry sky great formation against the overwhelming desolate aura. Outside the great formation, as Xuehua expected, the huge water-type heavenly general was already standing outside the cave with a huge sword in his hand. At this moment, he heard the rumbling sound coming from the cave and waves of destructive aura rushing out from the mountain peak. His expression changed greatly. What is going on? Kong Hongguo and that Taisher Zhanran. What the hell are they doing? The heavenly general's face showed doubt and anger, even if there is a gap between the two. It's impossible for them to have the guts to ruin her senior's important matter. The situation could not get worse, only the worst. In less than half a cup of tea's time, a huge boom sound rang out. On the mountain peak, the entire mountain peak disappeared with a bang. A gorgeous brilliance soared into the sky. Even the heavenly general was unable to see what was inside the brilliance. That suffocating aura flashed and disappeared. How is this possible? This scorching sun great formation still hasn't ended. That thing. How could it leave by itself? Once that thing left, the scorching sun great formation would collapse by itself. The heavenly general turned pale with fright and muttered to himself, "Damn Kong Hongguo, he actually dared to ruin this daddy's work. If her senior blames this daddy will eat you alive." While speaking, the heavenly general did not dare to be negligent. With a clap of his hand, a four-colored brilliance rushed out from the water-form body and chased up into the sky. Boom! The huge body collapsed. Countless amounts of water fell onto the foot of the mountain and slowly flowed into the deep pool. At this moment, the huge rocks on the mountain peak rolled down the mountain slope. In the direction the heavenly general was looking at, within the star formation that was like a scorching sun, there were monstrous flames. Clusters of flames of various colors were like the grass on an ordinary mountain peak, swaying with the wind. Even the ground inside the star formation was covered with layers of fire carpets. From afar, within the undulating flames, there were actually endless mountain peaks. These mountain peaks were also formed by flames. Some of these mountain peaks were straight to the sky, while others were grotesquely shaped, and so on. If not for the heat of the flames distorting the air within the star formation, even if someone accidentally entered, they would never have thought that this was a world of fire. After all, between the mountain peaks, the faint streams of fire still flickered with a dark green brilliance. The gurgling sound of water was also incessant. Some people would believe it if they said it was a celestial scenery. However, at this moment, rumbling sounds were incessantly coming from one of the mountain peaks. It was very abrupt among the monotonous whistling sounds of the flames within the star formation. Bang! Immediately after, there was a loud sound. From a place on the mountain peak, a huge human-shaped fire shadow rushed into the air. A faint blue light followed closely behind and hit the human-shaped fire shadow. The fire shadow immediately solidified, and the red fire shadow turned black and red. Then, a fist of a few feet in size rushed out from the mountain peak and hit the black and red fire shadow. Shwa! The fire shadow suddenly turned into fist-sized fire crystals and fell from the air. As the fire crystals fell, two figures flew out from the mountain peak and stood majestically in the air. The one in front was Zhang Daoran and the one behind was Sun Kong Shangren. Sun Kong Shangren smiled and said, "Brother Daoran, your ice sealing technique has reached the point of perfection. It is very suitable for this formation. This bullshit fire giant is the bane of others, but in your hands, it is our lucky star." Hee hee. Zhang Daoran chuckled slightly, but there was some worry between his eyebrows. He turned his head and looked at where the two came from, but he didn't speak. Sun Kong Shangren waved his hand and said, "Fellow cultivators, whose turn is it?" Hurry up and collect the fire crystals. As Sun Kong Shongren's voice fell, a dozen gold core cultivators flew out from the mountain peak behind them. These gold core cultivators were flashing with a faint brilliance, trying their best to resist the flames of the star formation. They all flew to the place where the fire crystals fell and searched carefully. After a while, each of them took a few fire crystals and flew into the sky. They bowed and said, "Thank you for your kindness." Haha, no need to be so polite. Sun Kong Shongren was very happy. He flicked his sleeves and said, "Inform the fellow cultivators behind to be ready at any time. If there is anything good, wait for me to inform you." Yes, Junior understands. The dozen gold core cultivators flew back to the mountain peak. After a while, more than 200 cultivators flew out from behind the mountain peak. They were either gold core cultivators or nascent soul cultivators. They stood in the air in a very orderly manner, without a trace of disorder. Seeing Zhang Daren's worry, Sun Kong Shongren also sighed deeply. He looked behind him and said in a low voice, "Brother Daren, you don't have to look anymore. It's been almost a year. If Brother Xiao was fine, he would have caught up with us a long time ago." Alas! Zhang Daoran withdrew his gaze and also sighed deeply. He replied, "How could I not know? But I always felt that a strange person like Brother Xiao would not easily fall on this Yaotai mountain. I always want to see a miracle." Miracle? That's a picture painted by the Confucian cultivators for us Taoist cultivators. Sun Kong Shongren was disdainful and complained, "Actually, I don't want to criticize you, but you should have pulled Brother Xiao out of the stone formation at that time." "How could I not want to?" Zhang Daren's face was filled with regret. But he was unwilling to come out and said that he wanted to save people inside. "How could I delay him? I originally thought that if he didn't come out, I would go in to look for him again. Who knew that the entrance of the star formation could only be left but not entered? It would be even more difficult to find the entrance again." Chapter 3660. Brother Daoran. "I was wrong, I shouldn't blame you." Seeing Zhang Daoran so regretful, Venerable Sun Kong hurriedly said with a smile, "Everyone has their own luck. Brother Xiao is also his own choice, he can't blame anyone. You shouldn't blame yourself too much, otherwise it will affect your Dao heart. Moreover, although Brother Xiao can't be seen anymore, his heart, or his thoughts, didn't he leave behind? I didn't say it very well, in short, I feel like Brother Xiao is by my side." Venerable Sun Kong actually took the initiative to admit that he was wrong. How was this the Venerable Sun Kong he knew before entering Yaotai Mountain? Zhang Daoren smiled and nodded. "You are right. Thinking about the scheming between you and me, I really feel childish. Like a 3 or 4-year-old child. Really boring. Look at now, our words and actions do not go against our hearts, we have given our trust to each other, this feeling is really solid. In the words of the secular world, even sleeping can wake up naturally." Indeed. Venerable Sun Kong looked at the 200 cultivators behind him. "Previously, I only felt that the group of cultivators trembling in fear in front of me was my prestige. But now, I feel that it is only their fear of me. It is not sincere admiration and worship." Now, although these cultivators had never sworn loyalty to his little brother, their gratitude was even more heartwarming than any oath. This was something that came from the bottom of their hearts. "I also feel especially at ease. Brother Xiao. I am afraid he is not younger than us. If he did not have thousands of years of experience, how could he have so many gains? Compared to what he has seen and heard, I feel that my years have been wasted." Zhang Daoran sighed again. "Brother Daoran, there is no need to be like this." Venerable Sun Kong smiled bitterly. "We are just concentrating on cultivation. Although we are old, some views are not necessarily correct, and the amount of experience we have is also little. We can't just ruin ourselves like this, right? Sai, no matter what, if cultivation is not counted, I feel that there is a big gap between me and Brother Xiao." Zhang Daoren said as he looked back again. Venerable Sun Kong was quite distressed, and also glanced. This sweep didn't matter, but Sun Kong raised his brows and said urgently, "Not good, there are fire crows and flying dragons attacking. Brother Dao Ran, I'll leave the wyvern in front to you. Leave the rest to me and my fellow Taoists." Good. These fire crows and flying dragons aren't as strong as the flame giants. I can't deal with them alone. Zhang Daoran naturally understood. He nodded and agreed. His Taoist robe flapped, and his figure flew into the sky. He slapped his hand on his head again. A huge wind whistled. A huge blue hand that looked like it was made of crystal expanded to 100 feet in size and grabbed towards the distance. Exalted Master Sun Kong said loudly, "Fellow Taoists in the fourth group, set up the formation to lure the enemy. The second and first groups will surround and kill the enemy on the left. The fifth and sixth groups will seal off the right." Golden Core cultivators set up formations at low altitudes to kill the injured fire crows and fire dragons. "Yes, we will do as you say." The group of cultivators responded in unison. Looking at the fire crows and fire dragons that blotted out the sky, there was no panic on their faces. Each of them very skillfully arranged according to Sun Kong's prior arrangements, setting up the formation to prepare for battle. In a moment, the wind blew above the mountain and flames fluttered. Countless rumbling sounds rose and fell. After fighting for a full hour, the sounds finally stopped. Looking at the cultivators, although they were exhausted and had suffered many casualties, their eyes flashed with a strange light. It was as if they had long understood from this joint battle that if they didn't work as one and didn't share weal and woe, they wouldn't have been able to reach here. Even the Crimson Star Formation and Bright Moon Formation would have left their corpses behind. "Quick, look, a shooting star." At this moment, a Golden Core cultivator with a weak cultivation suddenly shouted, pointing at the distant horizon. Everyone was delighted. After all, in the Crimson Star Formation and Bright Moon Formation, the appearance of a meteor was a sign of a rare treasure. In the first two formations, everyone was very lucky. They were the closest to the meteor and found the trace of the rare treasure early. Moreover, everyone worked together to resist the attacks of other cultivators before obtaining the rare treasure. This time, the meteor that appeared in the Scorching Sun Formation was far away, but it was obvious that it was the location of the last treasure, the pure young ancestor. If it was before, once they heard the warning of this Golden Core cultivator, all the cultivators would definitely rush out like a swarm of bees. Who would care about others? They wouldn't even forget to kill others on the way. After all, it was the pure young ancestor. Although they didn't know what it was also the last treasure of Star-Lord Palace. It was probably more precious than the green abyss dragon saliva and the cold ghost gall. "Let's go." Seeing that the cultivators were waiting for his order, Exalted Master Sun Kong smiled slightly and said, "When we get this pure young ancestor, our trip will be complete." "Good." The cultivators all applauded and flew into the distance in an orderly formation. When all the cultivators flew away, they saw that behind the fiery clouds in the sky, there was a slight gap, and a beautiful face with a little worry and a hint of joy appeared. Wasn't it the guardian of the Scorching Sun Formation, Sun Chicken Ant Xueqi? Yes, the cultivators of Dao Sect have learned how to unite. With this seed of mutual support, Dao Sect will not be destroyed. Kong Hongwu's plan. "I'm afraid it will fail this time." Xueqi praised in a low voice, "I just don't know. Who is this Xiao Hua? How could he have such a great influence on Zhang Daoran and Exalted Master Sun Kong? But after listening to Exalted Master Sun Kong, I'm afraid this person has already died in the star formation." Speaking of this, Xueqi looked at the meteor in the distance again and shook her head slightly. Unfortunately, the Scorching Sun Formation is not something nascent soul cultivators can break through. If it was the star formation of Yaotai Mountain, I could still be merciful, but here, I am powerless. The Immortal Palace. What are they planning? Do they really want all these Dao Sect cultivators to die here? What a sin. While speaking, Xueqi's eyes flashed with a sigh. She waved her hand, and the clouds moved. A faint voice came from the depths of the clouds. "I can only hope that you can hold on for a year." The meteor streaked across the sky. Finally, with a loud boom, a huge hole appeared in a huge mountain of flames. Then, the meteor shattered. Layers of inscriptions rushed out like a swarm of bees. Waves of awe-inspiring energy rotated in the air. A jade box emitted multicolored rays of light and floated in the volcano. As soon as the jade box appeared, the inscriptions changed under the influence of the light. One by one, the inscriptions quickly decomposed and combined, turning into a wave of fire that rushed down from the volcano. A small part of the inscriptions rushed into the sky like a fountain, covering the space hundreds of feet above the volcano. Then, the entire volcano trembled violently, and all the inscriptions disappeared in the void. Aside from the flames of the volcano and the clouds above the volcano, There was nothing strange. In the time it took to finish a meal, dozens of rays of light crossed the sea of fire and flew closer. Two ferocious divine senses swept over at the same time. One of them landed on the jade box and immediately withdrew, while the other continued to explore the side of the volcano. Several lights landed in front of the volcano, and the first person to appear was a nascent soul cultivator wearing an emperor's robe. This cultivator looked to be in his 30s, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He looked very mighty, especially the thick arrogance in his eyes, which made people want to retreat. Behind this emperor was the person who withdrew his divine sense. He was only a few feet tall and was the childlike Hua de Zhenren. Hua de Zhenren's eyes revealed a trace of greed, but when he glanced at the nascent soul cultivator in front of him, his face immediately changed to a humble expression. Hua de Zhenren was also a mighty late nascent soul cultivator, but in front of this nascent soul cultivator, his innate temperament was far inferior. Needless to say, even Hua de Zhenren himself felt ashamed of his own inferiority. Fellow Zhai Xing. Hua de Zhenren smiled apologetically. Inside this jade box, I'm afraid the last treasure of this jade pavilion gathering is the pure Yang ancestor. The previous two treasures appeared too coincidentally. They were actually close to Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong, so they took the lead. Now that luck has brought them to you, the last treasure will be yours. This nascent soul cultivator whose temperament was comparable to an emperor was naturally the Zhai Xingzi mentioned by Kong Hongguo. Zhai Xingzi's face showed a trace of a strategist's smile. He looked at the jade box in the distance and then looked at Hua de Zhenren, saying, Fellow Hua Da is right. If we can get our hands on this jade box, it will be the end of the Yaotai gathering if nothing unexpected happens. Fellow Daoist, don't worry, I always do what I say. If I can't use this pure Yang ancestor, I will definitely give it to you. Just like how Sun Kong Shangren gave the cold ghost gallbladder to Zhang Daoran. Yes, thank you fellow Daoist. Hua de Zhenren's face showed a smile. He looked around and didn't see anything strange, but his heart was a little worried. His mission this time was naturally not the pure Yang ancestor, but to kill Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, he had been searching for nearly a year, but there was no trace of Xiao Hua. Even if he wanted to kill him, he couldn't. He couldn't explain it to Kong Hongguo of Star-Lord Palace. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren led nearly 200 cultivators, most of whom were Yuanying realm cultivators. Zhai Xingzi and Hua de Zhenren led dozens of cultivators, most of whom were Yuanying realm cultivators. The rest of the cultivators were led by 3 or 4 middle-stage Yuanying realm cultivators. However, most of them were Jindan realm cultivators, and their strength was much weaker. The rest of the cultivators who were not in these 10 groups were all Yuanying realm cultivators. They were proud and aloof. Even if they gained nothing, they did not want to join hands with others. Chapter 3661. Of the nearly 700 nascent soul cultivators, more than half of them had perished in the Yaotai meeting. It was far more than the previous Jade Pavilion gathering. As for the Jindan cultivators, they were even more miserable. Those below the middle stage of the Jindan stage were basically dead, and only 40% of the late stage of the Jindan stage were left. These Jindan cultivators didn't dare to break through the formation by themselves. They all followed the nascent soul cultivators and didn't dare to leave. Now, these Jindan cultivators only had one wish in their hearts, and that was to quickly end this damn Jade Pavilion gathering. As soon as the Dragon Gate opened, they would definitely be the first to rush out regardless of everything and never come to Jade Mountain again. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never come again. In fact, the Daoist cultivators were indeed tragic, but there was a big gap between this and what Kong Hongguo had imagined. The nascent souls of these nascent soul cultivators who had died were really not commensurate with the large investment of the Immortal Palace. Most of the credit should be given to Xiao Hua for the Dao cultivators to be able to survive. Not to mention that Xiao Hua restrained Star-Lord Palace, not to mention that Xiao Hua killed 3 Star-Lords, not to mention that Xiao Hua personally saved so many nascent soul and Jindan cultivators. Xiao Hua was able to use his Dao heart to move Sun Kong Shangren and Zhang Daoran, which was already the greatest thing. This kind of move was imperceptible, like the spring wind and rain, causing Sun Kong Shangren and Zhang Daoran to go from hostility and suspicion to mutual recognition and cooperation. Not only did the two of them not die, but they also protected dozens of nascent soul cultivators around them from dying. Influenced by them, the other nascent soul cultivators who were also suspicious began to follow suit. These nearly 10 groups of cultivators gradually formed and fought together in the bloody storm of the past year. Of course, the most important thing was that Xiao Hua killed Kong Hongwu. Kong Hongwu's plot to kill all the nascent soul cultivators in the scorching sun formation couldn't be carried out. Otherwise, even if Zhai Xingzi and the others came here, they still wouldn't be able to survive. Fire de Zhenren looked around and whispered, "Fellow Zhai Xingzi, let's hurry up and do it. This is the rhythm of the early bird getting the first bite." "All right." Zhai Xingzi readily accepted the suggestion and waved his hand. "Fellow Taoists, let's surround this volcano. First, we'll act according to our previous formation and attack together. Whoever gets the jade box first, regardless of whether it's me or fellow Taoist Huade, we'll give that fellow Taoist something of equal value. Second, even if we can't get it for now, we'll be able to block the cultivators who come here in the future. Yes, we'll listen to fellow Taoist Zhai Xing's orders." The dozens of nascent soul cultivators responded in unison. They moved their bodies and surrounded the entire volcano in a short while. At the same time when everyone had just surrounded him, several divine senses had already swept over from afar. They were the other surviving Dao sect cultivators, including Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong, and the others. "Do it." Zhai Xingzi's face turned serious. He knew that he didn't have much time left, so he waved his hand and ordered. "Bas, bas." Waves of magic treasures rumbled. The dozens of nascent soul cultivators each activated their natal magic treasures. The brilliance of the magic treasures was exceptionally dazzling, completely enveloping the entire volcano. The originally blazing volcano suddenly froze at this moment, as if it was suddenly frozen by a cold wind. The inscriptions floating in the flames also stopped in mid-air, like falling leaves frozen in a fiery red crystal. Boom! All kinds of magic treasures landed, causing a huge tremor. The mountain that was originally condensed from flames was suddenly hit until it shrunk. The full inscriptions melted layer by layer and were annihilated piece by piece under the power of the magic treasures. It was as if boiling water was poured onto snow. There was no resistance at all. Great! Zhai Xingzi was overjoyed. He activated his magic treasures and the multicolored light around him shone brightly. As he reached out his hand, a dragon-shaped brilliance rushed towards the fire mountain. In the blink of an eye, it was about to land on the jade box. But at this moment, the corner of Huada's eyes twitched slightly, as if he had sensed something. However, he smiled faintly. His eyes flashed with a hint of mockery, but he didn't say anything. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of a rat gnawing on a table leg at night rang out. Layer after layer of inscriptions suddenly appeared in front of the cultivators. Each of the inscriptions emitted a solemn sound. When the sound gathered together, it actually caused the nascent soul cultivators to become absent-minded. Following the appearance of the inscriptions, strands of noble spirit condensed into the shape of crystal threads rushed out of the void and landed on the inscriptions. The inscriptions were like budding flower buds. The inscriptions that formed chapters were like rows of flower walls. However, the flower buds were fatal, and the flower walls were engraved with the names of the deceased. Boom boom boom. As the inscriptions exploded one by one, the waves of energy instantly drowned all the cultivators. Zhai Xingzi's cloud hand also couldn't escape the calamity. With a boom, inch by inch it broke apart. "Not good!" Zhai Xingzi shouted. How could this happen? When Zhang Daoran and the others took the jade box, it didn't appear like this. Zhai Xingzi was shocked. He hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he activated his divine sense. Thousands of starlight appeared from the top of his head and turned into a huge hand that grabbed the exploding inscriptions. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The huge hand fell. The inscriptions around the volcano also emitted a roaring sound. The noble spirit crystal threads exploded with great power. As soon as the huge hand touched the inscriptions, it was immediately blown apart by the noble spirit crystal threads. Fellow Taoist Huada, come and help me. Zhai Xingzi saw that Huada Zhai Xingzi was still activating an ordinary magic treasure. He couldn't help but frown and hurriedly called out. How could Huada Zhai Xingzi be willing to help? But now he had to act. Huada Zhai Xingzi shouted. Fellow Taoist Zhai Xing, don't worry. I will help you. As he spoke, Huada Zhai Xingzi also activated a huge hand that was condensed from flames. Its position was exactly opposite of Zhai Xingzi's. Of course, Hua de Zhai Xingzi's hand was not as big as Zhai Xingzi's. The moment it touched the inscriptions, it immediately collapsed. Ah! At this moment, a nascent soul cultivator suddenly screamed. Above the volcano, a vast white gas rushed out and covered the nascent soul that had lost its physical body. It instantly dragged the nascent soul into the volcano and disappeared. Puff puff. After a nascent soul cultivator died, the other nascent soul cultivators also endured the most difficult stage. They all activated their magic power and used their divine sense to escape from the attack of the inscriptions. When these cultivators came out, the terrifying inscriptions gradually disappeared as if they had never existed. The volcano that had been hit until it lost its light was now waving its fangs and brandishing its claws. As he looked at the group of cultivators with ghastly pale faces and the damaged magic treasures in their hands, a bitter taste arose in Zhai Xingzi's mouth. He understood in his heart that this last treasure was absolutely not as easy to obtain as the previous two. Zhai Xingzi wanted to give up, but he couldn't say it. This was not only a matter of face, but also a matter of life and death. Even if he didn't take this treasure, the Jade Pavilion Gatherings Dragon Gate would not open. They still had to stay here. Haha. Sun Kong Shangren's mocking voice came like a wave. You dare to go to the volcano without 3 inches? You're just a bunch of useless people. Yet you want to covet the 3 great treasures? Are you defeated? If you can't, then quickly move aside and let this old man take it. Sun Kong Shangren's words really made Zhai Xingzi blush because these were the words he mocked Sun Kong Shangren when he first failed to take the treasure. However, Sun Kong Shangren then successfully took the jade box with Zhang Daoran. Now, Sun Kong Shangren was just returning the original words. Sun Kong Shangren's voice had already arrived, but he was still far away. Hua de Zhai Xingzi heard it and his heart tightened. The first people he found were Sun Kong Shangren and Zhang Daoran. Unfortunately, Zhang Daoran didn't care about Hua de Zhai Xingzi joining, but Sun Kong Shangren was extremely disgusted with Hua de Zhai Xingzi. That kind of disgust was undisguised on his face. Hua de Zhai Xingzi was also a late Yuanying stage cultivator. How could he bear this? After a few words, he flicked his sleeves and left. In his heart, he was extremely contemptuous of this group of people who were only a few dozen at that time. But what made Hua de Zhai Xingzi surprised was that more and more people gathered around Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren, and more star formations were broken. Just as Hua de Zhai Xingzi was about to coldly watch these 2 people being killed by Star-Lord Palace, they unexpectedly took 2 treasures. At this time, Hua de Zhai Xingzi almost suspected that Kong Hanguo of Star-Lord Palace had changed his nature and began to favor the Taoist cultivators. However, whether it was the Crimson Star Great Formation or the Bright Moon Great Formation, the casualties of the Taoist cultivators didn't seem to be his guess. Therefore, Hua de Zhai Xingzi slightly shifted his target from killing Xiao Hua to the treasures. As for Zhai Xingzi, to be honest, Hua de Zhai Xingzi just wanted to make use of him. When Xiao Hua appeared, or when Xiao Hua was fighting with him for the treasures, he could borrow Zhai Xingzi's power to kill Xiao Hua. Zhai Xingzi was a little embarrassed. He looked at the jade box on the volcano in the distance, and then looked at the group of cultivators who were greatly injured. He thought about whether to continue or not. After all, before Sun Kong Shangren and the others arrived, they still had enough time to attack again. Fellow Zhai Xing, what are you hesitating for? If we don't attack now, when Zhang Daoran and the others arrive, how will we have a chance? Hua de Zhai Xingzi urged from the side. Zhai Xingzi nodded. Fellow Zhai Xingzi is right. Previously, I didn't succeed. Now it's up to you. When Hua de Zhai Xingzi heard this, he felt like vomiting blood. However, what Zhai Xingzi said was also right. Even if it was a round, it would still be his turn to attack. Hua de Zhai Xingzi smiled. He already had a plan in mind. He nodded and said, Fellow Zhai Xingzi is right. I also want to lead everyone to succeed. Unfortunately, my life source magic treasure was stolen by that bastard Xiao Hua. I only managed to stay alive by fleeing with all my might. Today, even if I use all of my magic power, I still won't be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with fellow Zhai Xingzi. How about this? Fellow Zhai Xingzi, we don't have much time. This time we must succeed in one strike. There can't be the slightest mistake. I'll be the main force, and fellow Zhai Xing will be the support. Why don't we attack together? Chapter 3662. After listening to Hua De Immortal's suggestion, Zhai Xingzi pondered. Hua De Immortal had said this before, and he had already regarded Xiao Hua as the scum of Taoism. Since Hua De Immortal did not have his natal magic treasure, his supernatural power would naturally be weakened. He would not be of much help. If it was before, he could take a few steps back and let Hua De Immortal try. But this time, he really did not have much time. Even if he had some grudges in his heart, he could only compromise. Okay. Zhai Xingzi nodded and pointed to the opposite side. Hua De Immortal will go to the opposite side. We will attack from both sides. Who is it? At this moment, Zhai Xingzi's eyes suddenly overflowed with faint starlight. He raised his head and looked at the clouds that were covered by flames in the distance. Between the two clouds, half of a face that was either angry or happy flashed past. Ah! Zhai Xingzi's heart felt as if it was struck by lightning. Instantly, his body became light and he could not breathe. It was as if thousands of mountains and ravines were stuffed into his chest. This face is so familiar. This person is so attractive. This person. Where have I seen him before? Zhai Xingzi's mind was turned upside down. He tried his best to find the memory of this half of the face. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find the origin of this half of the face. However, the bitterness in his heart clearly told him that this person. He knew this person, and this person was deeply engraved in his heart. Fellow immortal Zhai Xingzi? Hua De Immortal did not see that half of the face, but he was a little panicked. He naturally knew that the scorching sun array was guarded by the celestial lords of Celestial Lord Palace. He did not know who the celestial lord above the clouds was, but he had a vague feeling that this celestial lord was probably Kong Hongwu himself or someone sent by Kong Hongwu to check on his performance. Therefore, he hurriedly reminded him, "You? What's wrong with you?" "No, nothing." Zhai Xingzi's heart could not help but beat wildly. He could not calm down for a moment. This was rare for a cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul stage. Zhai Xingzi's answer was somewhat perfunctory. Zhai Xingzi frowned. Hua De Immortal was a little relieved. He smiled and said, "If there's nothing, we will prepare to set up the formation now." Okay. Zhai Xingzi was still a little absent-minded. Hua De Zhenren muttered in his heart. He looked at the clouds in the sky and flew to the other side of the volcano. Behind the clouds, Gusu Churon's face was red and her hands were trembling. There was a strange look in her eyes and her heart was pounding. Who is this cultivator from the Taoist sect? How did he discover me? Even a cultivator of the 5th grade of essence energy wouldn't be able to notice my appearance. How can he see me at a glance? Moreover, why is his appearance so familiar? How could I have such a deep impression of a Taoist cultivator? Gusu Churon couldn't help but blush at this thought. She was just as surprised as Zhai Xingzi. As a woman, she was far more sensitive to this feeling than Zhai Xingzi. Because of this, she was far more confused than Zhai Xingzi. After all, Zhai Xingzi's glance was truly shocking. Gusu Churon just showed her face and Zhai Xingzi was already moved. This was definitely not an ordinary Taoist cultivator's spell. Seeing Hua De Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Churon fly away, a cultivator standing not far from Zhai Xingzi hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Fellow Taoist Zhai Xing, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." Zhai Xingzi calmed himself down and nodded. "Oh, fellow Taoist Withered Tree, you and I are in the same boat now. Just say it." The cultivator named Withered Tree thought for a moment and said, "I'm worried about Hua De Immortal. I feel like he is hiding something." Zhai Xingzi's expression didn't change and said faintly, "Fellow Taoist, just say it. I believe fellow Taoist knows what a life-bound magic treasure is just like me. How could it be taken so easily?" And from what Hua De Immortal said, Xiao Hua's cultivation is higher than his. But why haven't we seen him yet? If that Xiao Hua had already fallen within this defensive formation, then how did he, Taoist Hua De, escape? Taoist Withered Tree did not say much, and only pointed out this one sentence. Zhai Xingzi sighed and looked at Hua De Immortal. After all, he is a Taoist cultivator. At this time, I have no choice but to believe him. Although I know he might want to use our power to achieve his goal, now is the time to join hands. But rest assured fellow Taoist Withered Tree, if there is anything wrong with Hua De, I'll be the first to kill him. Withered Tree Taoist nodded and looked at the cultivators in the distance and sighed. Our magic power is almost exhausted and we are also exhausted. This last rare treasure. A trace of displeasure flashed across Zhai Xingzi's face and he said, Confucian cultivators have a saying, the first drum is the best, the second is the worst, and the third is the worst. We have only just attacked for the second time. How can fellow Taoists say we are defeated? Zhai Xingzi was displeased and his majesty was revealed. Withered Tree Taoist's heart skipped a beat and he didn't dare to say anything more. He closed his mouth and began to channel his magic power. Zhai Xingzi flew forward and said with a smile, Fellow Taoists, we have already seen the power of this defense formation. But as the saying goes, the first drum is the best, the second is the worst, and the third is the worst. This defense formation is the same. When we are tired, the power of the defense formation will also decrease. What is placed in front of us is our last chance. We must seize it. Of course, like before, I still have to remind all of you that if something is wrong, immediately retreat. There is no need to fight like a cornered beast. Your lives are the most important. No matter how precious this rare treasure is, it is still an external object. Yes, we understand. Once Zhai Xingzi spoke, everyone's heart trembled. This kind of innate majesty was not something that could be cultivated later on. However, before they could set up the formation again, Zhang Daoran, Venerable Sun Kong, and the others had already turned into rainbows and arrived. In other directions, several cultivators also flew over and stood in midair. It had to be said that these Taoist cultivators had learned a lot from this Jade Pavilion meeting. They didn't rush forward to snatch the treasures like before, nor did they plot against them. They all abided by the established rules and quietly waited for Zhai Xingzi and the others to make their last attempt. Seeing that Venerable Sun Kong was still mocking them just now but was now standing obediently by Zhang Daoran's side, Zhai Xingzi suddenly sighed with emotion. It seemed that he should also be standing there. Zhai Xingzi. Venerable Sun Kong saw Zhai Xingzi looking at him and said coldly, This is your last attempt. If you fail, it will be my turn. There is no chance for you to wait. Zhai Xingzi also retorted. On the other hand, Zhang Daoran looked around and looked at the last surviving cultivators. He said, Fellow Taoist Zhai Xingzi, actually, I don't think you guys will succeed. You have to try first. Zhai Xingzi didn't wait for Zhang Daoran to finish and immediately interrupted him. He said coldly, If I fail, you will succeed? Zhang Daoran wasn't angry. He smiled and said, To tell you the truth, I don't have the confidence either. Zhai Xingzi was a little confused. He didn't understand what Zhang Daoran meant. Zhang Daoran raised his voice and said, Fellow Taoist, we all saw your first attempt. Since you failed the first time, you may not succeed the second or third time. Besides, this flame formation is the next stage of the Jade Pavilion meeting. The Confucian cultivators of Star Lord Palace definitely won't let us pass easily. If we don't gather our strength and break the formation together, I'm afraid there will be many fellow Taoists who will die here. I understand what you mean. Zhai Xingzi was a little tempted. He indeed didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. However, at this moment, Perfected Huide said from afar, Fellow Taoist Zhai Xingzi, I am ready. We can begin now. Humph. Exalted Sun Kong snorted and said, Zhai Xingzi, if you want to die, then hurry up and do it. Zhai Xingzi's face turned cold. He slapped his forehead, and a star-shaped artifact soared into the sky. The starlight twinkled, and countless chi of heaven and earth gathered, hiss. Exalted Sun Kong saw this and sucked in a breath of cold air. He transmitted his voice to Zhang Daoran, Brother Daoran, this Zhai Xingzi seems to have reached the peak of 4th grade essence force. I'm afraid he won't lose to you. Zhang Daoran smiled proudly. Zhai Xingzi's artifact is the falling star. It is known as the artifact closest to a spirit artifact in the Tao sect. My artifact can't compare. Haha. Exalted Sun Kong laughed loudly. How could he not know the meaning behind Zhang Daoran's words? Exalted Sun Kong's laughter had just sounded when Zhai Xingzi's artifact, the falling star, turned into a fist and smashed towards the volcano. On the other side of the volcano, Huada Zhenren also activated his flaming hand, and together with Zhai Xingzi's fist, they attacked the jade box on the volcano. Seeing this, the other cultivators hurriedly activated their magic power again. Right at this moment, something strange happened again. Boom boom. A huge sound came from the mountain of flames in the distance. Before everyone could turn their heads to look, a terrifying aura suddenly came from that place. Not only did all the cultivators tremble and fall a few feet, even half of the flames in the scorching sun grand array were extinguished by this aura. Set up the array. Exalted Sun Kong saw the opportunity quickly and roared. He thought it was Star-Lord Hall's killer. Before Zhang Daoran and the other cultivators could fly, they saw a huge light pillar soar into the sky. It passed through the flames and the clouds in the sky and disappeared. This is... Everyone saw that the fear disappeared along with the light pillar like a receding tide. They were very puzzled. However, Zhang Daoran and the others set up the array. The other cultivators also set up the array and were on guard. Rumble. Just as the light disappeared, the entire scorching sun formation began to tremble again. Volcanoes collapsed one after another. Clouds turned into streams of fire and fell from the sky. Forests turned into fiery ponds that spiraled in the air. Everyone turned pale with fright. They were somewhat at a loss. Chapter 3663. Zhang Daoran's expression also changed when he saw such a huge change in the array. He scanned the array with his divine sense and exchanged glances with Venerable Sun Kong. Both of their eyes were filled with bitterness. This time, the collapse of the array was a little different from the previous one. It was completely disorderly and there was no trace to speak of. Moreover, their divine senses had just scanned a few miles when they were immediately defeated by the aura of the collapse. They couldn't go far. Even if they wanted to escape, they would be like headless flies. Oh no! Before they could withdraw their divine senses, the entire space was torn apart. Their divine senses were also cut off in the broken space. Zhang Daoran and Venerable Sun Kong's divine senses were damaged. Their faces were pale. They hurriedly waved their hands and wanted to escape with the other cultivators. At this moment, a loud sound came from beside them. They quickly turned around and saw the volcano where the jade box was located collapse. The space around the volcano was broken and shattered like glass. Thousands of inscriptions surged out of the void. These inscriptions were immediately torn into pieces by the space cracks before they could trigger the noble spirit. Ha! While the other cultivators were at a loss, Zhai Xingzi let out a wild laugh. The big hand formed by the starlight grabbed the jade box that was flowing with the fire in the volcano. Layers of extraordinary colors bloomed from the jade box. Good. Venerable Sun Kong couldn't help but praise. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After all, they had obtained the last rare treasure. The Jade Pavilion gathering was about to end. The dragon gate that would send everyone out would inevitably appear. This collapsing space would naturally stop. Just as everyone's heart settled, they heard Zhai Xingzi's miserable scream. A space crack appeared out of nowhere between Zhai Xingzi's big hand and instantly cut the big hand apart. Zhai Xingzi's expression changed drastically. Whoa! Hua de Zhenren reacted quickly. The flaming hand hurriedly grabbed the jade box that Zhai Xingzi had let go. Zhai Xingzi helplessly waved his hand and the falling star turned into a speck of starlight and flew back to Zhai Xingzi's eyes. Zhai Xingzi's miserable scream caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Because the dragon gate was gone and the space was still collapsing, their way out did not appear. What's going on? At this moment, Zhang Daoran was no longer interested in any treasures. All he wanted to do was to escape. The hundreds of cultivators around him were the same. Unfortunately, the collapse of the scorching sun formation was far beyond their expectations. Spatial cracks appeared one after another, turning the formation into pieces. They gradually separated from each other, and even became further and further apart. Waves of inscriptions and clusters of flames rushed out again, blocking everyone's line of sight. A golden core cultivator was caught in the flames in a panic. He screamed as his body was corroded. The flames quickly killed him. Immediately afterward, several more golden core disciples were killed by the spatial rifts. They didn't even have the chance to scream. At a place several miles away from Zhang Daoran, Daoist Yuan Qing, Hong Songzi, and Hai Hongzi were watching from afar with a group of gold core disciples. These three nascent soul cultivators had already reached an agreement outside of Yaotai Mountain, and they had also refined a type of joint offensive magical item. Therefore, after they met up with the Crimson Star Grand Formation, They had enough power to protect themselves. After that, they gathered another group of gold core cultivators and rushed here. Naturally, they wouldn't covet the rare treasure anymore. They just wanted to follow Zhang Daoran and get out of the Yaotai gathering safely. At this time, they were also facing a disaster. Seeing that more people were about to die, they also released their magic treasures and other objects to resist. Fellow Taoist, dodge. Taoist Yuan Qing's sharp eyes saw a flame rushing out of the void. He hurriedly shouted at Hong Songzi, who was next to him. Hong Songzi was shocked. His figure suddenly turned into a rainbow and fled into the distance. When he saw Hong Songzi turn into a rainbow, Hai Hongzi became anxious and immediately transmitted a message. Fellow Taoist, stop. However, before his voice could reach Hong Songzi's ears, several spatial cracks suddenly appeared and landed on Hong Songzi's body in the blink of an eye. Gotcha! Hong Songzi's treasured clothes blossomed with aqua-blue brilliance and instantly shattered. His corporeal body was also torn apart along with the treasured clothes that fluttered away. Chirp! A nascent soul cultivator wearing a treasured armor flew out of his body at the critical moment. His small face was full of panic. Taoist Yuan Qing's heart turned cold. When he saw that Hong Songzi's nascent soul did not disappear and was not sucked away by the huge suction force, he could not help but be slightly stunned. Gotcha! Just as Taoist Yuan Qing was about to fly towards Hong Songzi, another huge spatial crack appeared. Hong Songzi's nascent soul had just turned blurry, and before he could use his teleportation technique, he was immediately swallowed by the darkness of the spatial crack. Not only that, but a huge flame rushed out from the spatial rift and separated Taoist Yuan Qing and Hai Hongzi. Taoist Yuan Qing was surrounded by red clouds and flames. Damn it! Taoist Yuan Qing cursed angrily. He waved his hand and the broken halberd appeared in his hand. A water-blue brilliance flew out from the halberd and rushed toward the flame. Bang! 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 A violent explosion sounded. The flame was shattered and a small gap appeared. Taoist Yuan Qing did not have time to identify where the gap led to and was about to rush in. At this moment, a strange sword sound came from the clouds below him, and then it became quiet. In a moment, the crimson clouds surged violently, and a slender figure rushed out from the clouds. Xiao! Taoist Xiao? Taoist Yuan Qing's face lit up when he saw the familiar appearance and figure. He hurriedly flew over. However, before he could reach Xiao Hua, Taoist Yuan Qing stopped in his tracks. This was because Xiao Hua was lying on top of the clouds as soon as he rushed out. His eyes were tightly shut, and there was no breath coming from his mouth or nose. Moreover, his face was pale, and his Taoist robe was in tatters. There were clearly several wounds on his exposed skin that went deep into his body. Xiao Hua was seriously injured. Seeing that Xiao Hua was seriously injured, the joy on Taoist Yuan Qing's face disappeared and was replaced by an extremely strange green and red color and hesitation. Xiao Hua, wake up. Taoist Yuan Qing did not go to help but called out in a low voice. Unfortunately, Taoist Yuan Qing called out a few times but Xiao Hua did not respond at all. Taoist Yuan Qing saw this and bit his lips. His eyes narrowed and the halberd in his hand faintly glowed. Little Confucian cultivator, what are you doing? Inside Xiao Hua's body, the green-robed Xiao Hua controlled his nascent soul to repair his dantian. He was shocked when he saw the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua actually withdrew his sword form and fell here. You know Jade Archive Xiao Hua is somewhat guarded against this bastard. How can you expose our true bodies in front of him? Heh, this is called loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua said proudly. Fellow immortal Jade Archive Xiao Hua doesn't know what this bastard is thinking, right? You don't know whether his actions in the defensive formation are friend or foe, right? If he makes a move this time, won't the truth come to light? Rest assured, fellow immortal Green Robe, how can he injure our true bodies with his cultivation alone? Xiao Hua. Taoist Yuan Qing clenched his teeth and roared as if he had made a decision. But he moved his hand and then stopped. After all, Xiao Hua had already played dead twice in front of him. How could he dare to take the risk after killing Jing Muhu and Taoist Chu? After thinking for a while, Taoist Yuan Qing carefully took out a jade bottle from his bosom and said in a low voice, Taoist Xiao, I have some healing pills here. As he spoke, he walked toward Xiao Hua's body. The tip of the small halberd in his hand was pointed at Xiao Hua's forehead. Damn it! Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua cursed. This bastard is too cunning. What is he trying to do? Alas, Confucian cultivator, you and I are fellow Taoist Jade Archives clones after all. We don't know much about human nature. The green-robed Xiaohua sighed. Don't think about it. Just kill him. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's tone was rather regretful. Although he was well-read and thoughtful, his understanding of human nature was much worse than Xiaohua's. Don't worry. Suddenly, Subhoodie, who had been hiding in the exquisite pagoda all this time, shouted, "There's a good show." Good. The green-robed Xiaohua smiled. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua also praised. It's fate that brought us together. Sure enough, just as Taoist Yuan Qing was about to approach Xiaohua's body, another kachub sound rang out. Several cracks appeared in a corner of the space fragment, causing it to collapse. At the same time, another fragment was connected to this one. Taoist Yuan Qing suddenly raised his eyebrows. He looked at the space fragment that had just rushed over with great vigilance. His figure hastily flew back and landed in the gap that had just collapsed. Ouch! Just as Taoist Yuan Qing left, a woman with flames burning on her body staggered and flew down from the distance. Wasn't this the extremely beautiful Fairy Jing that Xiaohua had seen before? Fairy Jing landed on the clouds. Her body was slanted as if she was injured. At the same time, a multicolored light appeared on her palm and was about to fall on the flames on her body. However, when Fairy Jing's gaze fell on the unconscious Xiaohua's face, she even forgot about extinguishing the fire. She cried out in alarm, "Xiaohua!" Carrying the flames on her body, she rushed to the side of the clouds. "Tsk. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua smacked his lips and said with admiration, "We've only met a few times. It can't be this bad." With that, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua opened his mouth and a stream of true qi rushed out from somewhere in Xiaohua's body and landed on Fairy Jing's body. The inscriptions on the flames were shattered by this true qi and the flames extinguished themselves. Fairy Jing landed beside Xiaohua and didn't hesitate to place her white hand on Xiaohua's lower dantian. This made the green-robed Xiaohua hesitate. Xiaohua himself would never allow others to inspect his dantian like this. However, Fairy Jing was very concerned and worried about Xiaohua, which made the green-robed Xiaohua hesitate. During this moment of hesitation, Fairy Jing's true qi landed on Xiaohua's dantian. Ah! Fairy Jing was dumbfounded. Her face was filled with disbelief because the green-robed Xiaohua had intentionally placed that true qi on the part of his dantian that hadn't been repaired. How could Fairy Jing not know what it was like for a late-stage nascent soul cultivator to have his dantian shattered and his nascent soul missing? A kind of sadness and discomfort appeared in Fairy Jing's heart. Her eyes were somewhat red. Chapter 3664. Just as the green-robed Xiaohua was about to speak to the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua's body suddenly moved. He circulated his cultivation method and forced out Fairy Jing's true yuan. The green-robed Xiaohua knew that Jade Archive Xiaohua had awakened. Everything was about to end. Fairy Jing's heart was filled with grief. She didn't notice that the flames on her body had extinguished, nor did she notice that her true yuan had been forced out. She saw Xiaohua's eyelids blink a few times and slowly open. She hastily changed into a cheerful smile and forced herself to say, "Xiaohua, you're awake?" Fairy Jing? Xiaohua saw Fairy Jing's smiling face and didn't understand for a moment. However, when he heard her words, he understood the whole story. He glanced at her and said, Why are you here? Where is this place?" "Oh, this is the last great formation of the Jade Mountain. The last treasure has already been taken by Hua de Daoist." Fairy Jing hastily replied, "However, the Dragon Gate of the Jade Pavilion gathering hasn't appeared yet. The entire great formation is collapsing and all the cultivators are in a mess." Xiaohua heard this and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Nonsense. Kong Hongwu was killed by him. How could the Dragon Gate of the Jade Pavilion gathering appear? As soon as he woke up, he met Fairy Jing and didn't have a chance to see Kong Hongwu's Chenkuan bag. Of course, he didn't know how to open the Dragon Gate. "Xiaohua, how did you get here?" "Just now." "No, I haven't seen you for a year." Fairy Jing hastily asked as if she was afraid that she wouldn't have the time to ask in this life. Xiaohua laughed bitterly once more and said in a low voice, "I was injured by the boulders in the rockfall formation, And then I lost consciousness. Now that I've just woken up, I presume all the grand formations were destroyed, and I was sent out as well? Ouch, my dantian. When Xiaohua finished speaking, he actually cried out in alarm, as if no one else could hear him. Fairy Jing was anxious and whispered, Xiaohua, don't say anything. Your dantian is broken, and your cultivation is no longer there. Hua the Taoist and the others are not far away. You mustn't let them know. I'll take you to find Senior Taoist and the others first. Okay. Xiaohua's face was filled with panic as he hurriedly agreed. With Fairy Jing's help, he struggled to get up. Wind blew through the gap between the flames in the distance as if someone was about to enter. At this moment, there was a boom sound. It was the sound of waves crashing into the mountain rocks that the Taoist cultivators were very familiar with. Everyone's vision darkened. Then, a meteor soared into the sky and crashed into the crimson flames. The entire crimson sky shook violently. A huge black hole flashed with a golden frame. The meteor turned into a huge sun in the black hole. A three-legged golden crow flashed in the sun. Then, the entire sun fell into the black hole and disappeared. A dazzling brilliance rushed out from the black hole. This brilliance was like a rainbow bridge. One end of the rainbow bridge was placed on the black hole, and the other end landed on the collapsed array. The strange thing was that as soon as the rainbow bridge fell, the entire disintegrating array stopped splitting. All the flames, inscriptions, and spatial cracks froze. Is this the Dragon Gate? Xiaohua was dumbfounded. After all, he was already looking through Kong Hongwu's Chenkuan bag. Let's go. Fairy Jing didn't care about this. She roared and dragged Xiaohua to where the rainbow bridge fell. Below the rainbow bridge stood Zhai Xingzi. At this moment, Zhai Xingzi didn't step on the rainbow bridge. Instead, he looked up at the place where the meteor had come from. That place was filled with crimson clouds, so he couldn't see anything. However, Zhai Xingzi clearly saw that behind the clouds, there was a woman whose face was also covered in red clouds. Fairy Jing had just left with Xiaohua when the ashen-faced Taoist Yuan Qing emerged from behind the solidified flames. He fiercely stomped his feet on the clouds with a remorseful look on his face. Soon after, he flew up and carefully covered his tracks as he followed behind Fairy Jing. This isn't the Dragon Gate. Taoist Huida stood not too far away from Zhai Xingzi and coldly said, This is Star-Lord Palace's trap. The cultivators who had left the Jade Pavilion gathering didn't move. Although the cultivators who hadn't seen the Dragon Gate open before were tempted, they still stopped after hearing Taoist Huida's words. The entire world was silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Zhai Xingzi's eyes narrowed. He shifted his gaze away from the clouds and stepped on them as he sang. A 1,000-year withered tree doesn't see water. A 10,000-year ancient well doesn't have ripples. Today, when the withered tree meets spring, the stagnant water ripples. My heart is firm. The onlookers were bewildered. Above the clouds, Xueqi bit her lips. Her face was so red that it seemed like it would drip water at any moment. She moaned, damn it. Although I don't know why I'm willing to give up everything for you, with your words, I'm satisfied to wander the world. Taoist Zhai Xing. Be careful. Taoist Huida seemed to be worried. Zhai Xingzi wasn't afraid at all. He waved his sleeve and said, You don't believe me, but I do. Who else wants to come up? I'm coming. At this time, Xiaohua flew over with Fairy Jing. Fairy Jing's face was also red and hot. She wasn't inferior to Xueqi, who was hiding behind the clouds. After all, she was carrying a male cultivator in front of so many cultivators. Although Fairy Jing was carrying Xiaohua, in order to cover it up, Xiaohua and Fairy Jing were holding hands. This kind of intimacy was really moving. Okay, Taoist Xiao, please. Zhai Xingzi laughed and waved his hand. Fairy Jing and Xiaohua passed through the crowd and landed on the rainbow bridge. Xiaohua! Taoist Huida bit his lips and fiercely looked at Xiaohua. An indescribable feeling arose in his heart. He couldn't help but want to fly up. Oh, Brother Xiao, you're still alive? Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong were both doubtful. Seeing Xiaohua suddenly appear with Fairy Jing, they were pleasantly surprised and immediately flew onto the rainbow bridge. With Xiaohua here, they had an indescribable confidence. Taoist Xiao has come. The group of nascent soul cultivators and gold core cultivators behind Zhang Daoran were all boiling with excitement. Those who had seen Xiao Hua's great display of invincible might within the rockfall formation all rushed onto the Rainbow Bridge one after another. Those who hadn't seen him before had long since been talked about by these cultivators to the point that calluses grew on their ears. Seeing Xiao Hua, who was more powerful than Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong, leave, how could they still stay? Xiao Hua. Daoist Huide clenched his teeth and also helplessly braced himself to fly onto the Rainbow Bridge. He knew in his heart that although this wasn't Kong Hongwu's Dragon Gate, since others had gone up, he could not go up. However, he was still curious. What exactly was this Rainbow Bridge? If he was in danger, would Kong Hongwu help? The Rainbow Bridge didn't move and stabilized the collapse of the blazing fire formation. Zhai Xingzi and the others rushed into the black hole and quickly disappeared. After all the cultivators had left, Gusu Churan also appeared from the clouds. She turned to look at the fire and debris under her feet and clapped her hands. A cloud fell from the sky and a moment later, a woman in a Taoist robe flew out from the cloud. A broken star armor fell from the cloud. When Gusu Churan landed on the Rainbow Bridge slowly shrank and disappeared into the black hole. Gusu Churan silently looked at the collapsing formation and frowned. She was very surprised. Kong Hongwu, where did he go? Could it be that something big happened to Star-Lord Palace? Right now. I'm afraid this is the best time for me to escape from Star-Lord Palace. When Gusu Churan's figure disappeared, the blazing sun formation began to boil and collapse again. There was indeed no one inside the formation, whether it was Taoist cultivators or Star-Lord Palace's immortal soldiers. However, Gusu Churan was wrong. She knew that the scorching sun formation was set by the immortal generals of the immortal palaces. The Confucian cultivators of Celestial Lord Hall, from Kong Hongwu to the Celestial Lord guarding the formation, couldn't pry into it. Thus, she boldly used the so-called peach zombie Li Meng to escape. However, she didn't know that after the Lianyao pot escaped, the formation under Yaotai Mountain had already collapsed and the connection between the sun, moon, and star formation was gradually disappearing. On the Yaotai Mountain, within the palace, Linghu Pairan was standing before the mirror with an indifferent expression. Although the things on the mirror appeared to be rather indistinct, Linghu Pairan was holding his chin with one hand. He was looking at all of this in a very thought-provoking manner. His eyes contained a sneer, confusion and even a trace of concern. The light from the Lianyao pot rushed out of Yaotai Mountain and quickly disappeared into the void. The Heavenly General's primordial spirit shadow followed behind like a real person. When it reached the sky, it opened its mouth and a palm-sized imperial equipment flew out. This imperial equipment was in the shape of a flying shuttle, and a layer of light purple clouds appeared on top of it. The Heavenly General's body swayed, and the entire primordial spirit shadow entered the imperial equipment. Buzz! The flying shuttle let out a strong roar, and the space within a few feet showed slight distortions. A huge pillar of vast chi fell into the flying shuttle from all directions. Whoosh! The flying shuttle didn't move at all, and it crashed into the void and disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, the flying shuttle that was flying forward at an extremely fast speed in the void suddenly hit an invisible enchantment. Circles of 9-colored light rippled in all directions in the void. Even the void was extremely distorted. When the flying shuttle entered the restriction, it suddenly slowed down, and an extremely long shadow appeared. The originally palm-sized flying shuttle was stretched to 1,000 feet long. The rumbling sound of the flying shuttle also became muffled and erratic at this point. Then, thousands of light spots flew out from the flying shuttle. Layers of inscriptions bloomed like an epiphyllum. Ripples appeared on the left side of the flying shuttle. The light spots scattered around the flying shuttle rushed into the depths of the sea and disappeared without a trace. There was a palace made of silver, and the surroundings were filled with light green clouds. The brilliance of the clouds was like the sky, illuminating the surroundings. The palace's vermilion door was extremely large. Above the vermilion door of the palace, there was a bright plaque with 3 inscriptions, Jasper Flower Palace. An indescribable majesty was emitted from these 3 inscriptions, covering a range of several hundred feet in front of the palace. Chapter 3665. Behind the towering palace gate were layers upon layers of pavilions and pavilions. They were dazzling, exquisite, and majestic. In the clouds above the pavilions, colorful phoenixes danced gracefully, followed by hundreds of other immortal birds. Their cries entered one's ears. On the ground inside the palace, clouds were also rolling. They seemed to be evergreen immortal grasses. Immortal trees were everywhere, giving off a clear light and a delicate fragrance. In the palace, many young women dressed in palace dresses of various colors were holding jade bottles, rui scepters, and other things. They were flying around on auspicious clouds. Similarly, there were also many young children playing or weeding beside the immortal grasses. It was indeed the auspicious and aura of immortals. It seemed that everything was normal. At this moment, in an extremely secret pavilion in the palace, a strange brilliance suddenly flashed. Then, the crackling sound of firewood being roasted on a bonfire could be heard. Then, from the corridor outside the pavilion, a woman in her 20s flew in at an extremely fast speed. She was as beautiful as a flower, and her watery peach blossom eyes flashed with a seductive smile. When the woman saw the brilliance in the pavilion and the bright clouds that were constantly gushing out from the noise, her face lit up with joy. But then, she frowned slightly and raised her left hand. Her fingers that were whiter than snowflakes quickly bent. In just a moment, the woman's face changed greatly. She almost cried out in surprise, "Why? Isn't there still a few hours left? Why did this thing suddenly fly back?" After saying that, the woman's face became ferocious, and the sweet smile disappeared in an instant. Then, the woman flew to the pavilion. However, before she could get close, layers of tiny inscriptions gushed out from all over the pavilion, forming a huge chain armor. The chain armor shone brightly, and each ray of light was like a sharp sword, blocking the woman's path. Alas! The woman's eyes turned slightly, and then she seemed to have thought of something. She stepped on an auspicious cloud, rushed out of the pavilion, and flew directly to the palace gate of Jasper Flower Palace. Along the way, many palace maids stopped on their clouds and stood quietly to greet her. The woman looked hurried and didn't pay any attention to them at all, causing these palace maids to lower their heads and whisper to each other. After a while, the woman returned from outside the palace with a strange expression. She rushed into the depths of the palace and only stopped when she came to a small door. She lowered her cloud and took a deep breath. She walked to the door and lowered her head. Gu Xianyun requests to see the princess. After a while, a young and beautiful woman walked out of the small door and said with a smile, "Sister Xianyun, the princess is not in the palace today. If you have something to do, you can come in 3 days." Ah! Hearing this, Gu Xianyun's face changed and he begged, "Sister Xiaojing, where did the princess go? Little sister has an urgent matter here. I want to report this to the princess as soon as possible. If there's any delay, I won't be able to keep my life." Hearing this, the woman's face turned serious and she asked anxiously, "Xianyun, what happened?" However, this was only said out of impatience. After saying this, the woman quickly said, "Oh, Xianyun, you don't have to explain it to me." Then she took Gu Xianyun's hand and comforted him. "Don't worry, sister. It's only 3 days. The princess will be back soon. Sister Yu, 3 days. 3 days is 3 years. Gu Xianyun blurted out, but he didn't say it out loud. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojing immediately understood. Of course, she also knew the key point. However, she still shook her head slightly. "Sister Xianyun, it's not that I don't want to send a message to you. It's the princess who doesn't allow it. Yesterday, the princess went to the school of the Emperor Star with Princess Meow Meow. Do you think I can go to the school of the Emperor Star to send a message?" Alas! Hearing the school of the Emperor Star, Gu Xianyun immediately lowered his head and muttered, "Princess Qingqing has always been at odds with the school of the Emperor Star. If I go to send a message, I'll be seeking death. Both of them will die. Which one do you choose?" Yu Xiaojing blinked and looked at Gu Xianyun. Gu Xianyun froze and then pondered. After a while he bowed and said, "Thank you for your reminder, sister. Everything will be decided after the princess comes back." "Yes, that's right. Don't be too anxious." Yu Xiaojing nodded with a smile. "Although I don't know what kind of task you're doing for the princess, there's no need to rush. However, since it's a task, there's a possibility that you'll screw it up. Then, I'll have to see how badly I screw it up. Imagine if I made any mistakes and how the princess will punish me. Actually, the princess empathizes with us the most. She won't be too harsh on us." Gu Xianyun smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "Actually, I'm not sure either. However, Perhaps it's not as serious as I think. Elder sister, if the princess comes back, can you take a look at her mood before you inform this little sister? You're making things difficult for me. Xueqi smiled even more bitterly. When has the princess ever come back with a smile from the school of the Emperor Star? Sister, you're just making things difficult for me. My life is at stake. Gu Xianyun begged, sister, you must think for me. Sister Xianyun, go ahead. I'll remember this. Xueqi smiled. Everything will be fine after the heaven selection. Yes, thank you, sister. Gu Xianyun squeezed out a smile. After Xueqi entered the small door, he walked out of the small courtyard with displeasure on his face. Then, he flew to the pavilion from before and waited there quietly. After a while, Gu Xianyun flew up from the ground again. With a cold smile on his face, he muttered, "No, I can't just wait here like this. That thing has come back. Although it's early, it's not a big mistake. However, I'm afraid only Kong Hongwu knows what happened at Yaotai Mountain. If I don't get to the bottom of this, when the princess asks, how can I answer?" As he spoke, Gu Xianyun flew into a corridor and disappeared. Poor Xiaohua didn't know that the trouble this time actually involved the princess of the Immortal Palace. He followed Fairy Jing onto the Rainbow Bridge. Naturally, Fairy Jing took him and flew behind Zhai Xingzi. Although Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren were behind them, they just looked at each other and didn't say anything. After they flew across the Rainbow Bridge and rushed into the huge black hole, just like when they entered Yaotai Mountain, light and shadow flashed. As if they had passed through many small worlds, a vast mountain range appeared in front of Xiaohua and the others. Woo-woo! At this moment, the north wind was blowing above the mountain range. Large snowflakes fell from the sky. Before they could land, they were torn to pieces by the wind. A gust of cold air rushed into Xiaohua's mouth and nose. Xiaohua took a deep breath. It was really a refreshing feeling. "I'm Zhai Xingzi. I didn't ask for your Dharma name." Zhai Xingzi flew in front. After he left Yaotai Mountain, he scanned with his divine sense and a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Xiaohua holding hands with Fairy Jing and said with a smile, "I really envy your intimacy with your lover." The blush on Fairy Jing's face increased. She pulled back her hand and didn't dare to take it back. She opened her mouth to say something but didn't know how to refute. She simply lowered her head and didn't say anything. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "I'm Xiaohua. My Dharma name is Taoist Xiao." Xiaohua. Zhai Xingzi frowned. A cold smile immediately appeared on his face. "So you're Xiaohua. Hee, not bad, not bad." Zhai Xingzi said not bad, but his face was full of disdain. "How is that not bad? What's the meaning of this, Taoist?" Xiaohua was somewhat bewildered. Just as he was about to speak, Zhai Xingzi flung his sleeve and said coldly, "I originally thought you were a forthright person. Who knew? Your heart was actually dirty. Alas, you can't judge a book by its cover." After saying that, he urged his figure and flew to the other side of the foothills. "Is this guy sick?" Xiaohua was completely at a loss and couldn't help but say in a low voice. Fairy Jing on the side chuckled and said, "Previously on Yaotai Mountain, Zhai Xingzi was together with Taoist Huada. He must have heard Taoist Huada's ugly words." "TCH. I was wondering." Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. He tilted his head and looked at the rippling water-like air behind him. The cultivators flew out one by one. He smiled and said, "Fairy Jing, do you think I should kill Taoist Huada right now?" If Taoist Huada hadn't been mentioned, Fairy Jing wouldn't have thought about it. However, when she looked back, she found that except for her and Xiaohua, who followed closely behind Zhai Xingzi, the other cultivators didn't fly out of the Yaotai meeting in the same order as on the Rainbow Bridge. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren weren't behind them at all. "This is bad." Fairy Jing hurriedly urged her magic power to fly away. While flying, she scolded, "You still want to find trouble. It's good enough that Taoist Huada didn't find trouble with us." "Us." Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled bitterly. However, after thinking for a moment, he still pretended that he had lost his cultivation. Fortunately, Fairy Jing didn't have to worry for long. A moment later, several powerful divine senses swept over. Two of them were Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren. The two turned into rainbows and rushed over from afar. The other divine senses were somewhat resentfully retracted. Brother Xiao. Sun Kong Shangren shouted without flying close. You're really good. It seems that Fairy Jing was still beside this old man just a moment ago. In just a few breaths of time, you actually, Senior Sun Kong. Fairy Jing's face was very red. She hurriedly flew over with Xiao Hua and shouted, Senior, quickly come and take a look. Xiao Hua At this point, Fairy Jing changed to transmitting her voice. Zhang Daoran was naturally more attentive than Sun Kong Shangren. When he saw that Xiao Hua wasn't flying and was being carried by Fairy Jing, he already felt something was wrong. Without waiting for Fairy Jing to transmit her voice, he hurriedly flew over to Xiao Hua and raised his hand to check Xiao Hua's injuries. However, at this moment, Zhang Daoran stopped and looked at Xiao Hua with a stunned expression. At this moment, Xiao Hua's lips were slightly moving as if he was explaining something. Xiao Hua didn't say much and only said a few words. Zhang Daoran slightly frowned. He looked at Fairy Jing and then at Sun Kong Shangren. His expression was very serious as he said, Brother Sun Kong, do you have any medicinal pills? Chapter 3666. When Sun Kong heard this, he shook his head slightly and said with a bitter smile, Brother Daoran, you really think too highly of me. My Dantian is destroyed, and my nascent soul. I'm afraid it will also be greatly damaged. Not to mention completely obliterated, even if I lose an arm or a leg, to completely recover, not only will I need to take a nascent soul pill, but I also need to cultivate for hundreds of years to fully recover. That nascent soul pill is a legendary immortal pill. I've only heard of it and never seen it, but... At this point, Sun Kong hesitated and said in a low voice, I know a secret recipe to use the nascent soul of a cultivator who just became a nascent soul, Xiao Hua laughed and hurriedly waved his hand. He gave Zhang Daoran a look and then said to Sun Kong, No need to trouble Brother Sun Kong, I have a medicinal pill here. Although it's not as good as the nascent soul pill that fellow Taoist mentioned, it has an excellent effect on rebuilding the Dantian. I just haven't had a chance to take it. After a while, I'll find a place to take it. Although it can't be completely recovered in a short time, it's possible to use magic power and divine sense. Brother Xiao, what medicinal pill is this? Zhang Daoran was transmitting his voice to Sun Kong. Before Zhang Daoran could explain clearly, Sun Kong heard Xiao Hua showing off and hurriedly spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was scolded by Zhang Daoran. Sun Kong's face also showed embarrassment. After all, both of them felt that Xiao Hua was making an excuse. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out a jade bottle from his bosom. He said with a smile, This pill is called the Heaven Mending Pill. Not only can it be used to repair the Dantian, but it can also repair meridians. Damn, the name is really arrogant. Sun Kong said with a smile, If it can repair nascent souls, that's even better. Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders and took another Heaven Mend pill. He replied, This medicinal pill has been used by Little Brother before on Gold Core and Foundation building disciples whose cultivations were crippled. I still don't know what kind of effect it has on nascent souls. Really? Not to mention Sun Kong, even Zhang Daoran asked with some surprise. Xiao Hua smiled and took out a few more jade bottles and handed them over. He said, I'll give these two brothers some first. Thank you for your care on Yaotai Mountain. Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong laughed and caught it. They looked at each other, and there seemed to be something else in their eyes. Xiao Hua, if you've consumed the medicinal pill, you should first find an abode to rest in. Once your injuries are slightly better, I'll ask the two seniors to send you back to Black Cloud Ridge. Fairy Jing had been holding Xiao Hua back. Her previous anxiousness was a temporary measure, but now that there were two male cultivators, Fairy Jing could no longer act as a temporary measure. Now that Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong already knew that Xiao Hua's injuries were fake, they naturally wouldn't expose it. They hurriedly waved their hands and said, We still have matters to attend to. I'm afraid we can't send Xiao Hua back to Black Cloud Ridge. Fairy Jing, if you don't have any special matters, why don't you send Xiao Hua back? You're a nascent soul cultivator, so you should be able to protect Xiao Hua. Fairy Jing didn't expect the two of them to push the blame away, so she hesitated. Zhang Daoran thought a lot. He smiled and said, Now that we have come out of the Yaotai assembly, we have escaped from the tiger's den, there is no need to be so anxious. As a matter of fact, the fellow Taoists who trained with us on the Yaotai Mountain have all gathered here. Let's first discuss how to distribute the things we obtained on the Yaotai Mountain. Brother Xiao also happens to be recuperating from his injuries. It won't be too late for Fairy Jing to make a decision when it's time to leave. All right. Fairy Jing nodded slightly. She looked to the left and pointed to a mountain peak in the distance, saying, "How about over there? Junior will take Xiao Hua there first?" Sun Kong looked up. Although there was a lot of snow on the mountain peak, there was a large flat open space suitable for cultivators to rest. He nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Fairy Jing." Fairy Jing flew away with Xiao Hua. Sun Kong took out the jade bottle, looked at it for a moment, and whispered a few words to Zhang Daoran. Soon after, over 100 cultivators flew over from all directions. They were the Taoist cultivators who had gone through life and death with them at the Yaotai Assembly a year ago. Even if Kong Hongwu was still alive, he probably couldn't believe that the Yaotai Assembly he had painstakingly created to provoke Taoist cultivators to kill each other and weaken the power of Taoist cultivators had now become an opportunity for Taoist cultivators to get closer and cultivate feelings. Although it hadn't happened before, from today onwards, more and more cultivators had tasted the sweetness and began to form groups at the Yaotai Assembly. When these cultivators saw Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong, they were still as respectful as they were at the Yaotai Assembly. After greeting them, they stood quietly on the left in an extremely orderly manner. However, while many cultivators were standing, they also looked into the distance as if they were checking Xiao Hua's movements. After less than an hour, Zhang Daoran looked around and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, thank you for trusting me and fellow Taoist Sun Kong, and handing over all our gains in the Yaotai meeting. We can't let you down. Now, please come with us to discuss. We'll find a time and place, and we'll distribute our gains to you." Okay. The cultivators all smiled and said, "Seniors, you can come up with a plan. We believe in you." "That's not right." Sun Kong looked at the nearly 300 cultivators and said in confusion, "How come this old man doesn't remember there being so many people?" Haha. Zhang Daoran flew up and said with a laugh, "Those who can come are naturally Taoist cultivators. This old man won't mind. Brother Sun Kong, you don't have to worry about it." Okay. Sun Kong glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, "If you're sincere, this old man won't say anything. If you're half-hearted, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." After saying that, Sun Kong followed Zhang Daoran and flew to the mountain peak. Everyone was magnanimous and didn't care about Sun Kong's words. They followed the two to the mountain peak. Naturally, Xiao Hua wouldn't immediately meditate. Instead, he stood there with a smile on his face. All the cultivators flew in front of him, then landed and bowed. Every one of them had a respectful expression on their faces. Xiao Hua was very humble. After returning everyone's greetings, he said with a smile, "This Xiao has never been good at socializing. Previously, after leaving Yaotai Mountain, I wanted to leave first. However, Brother Dao Ran and Brother Sun Kong stopped this Xiao, saying that the idea of the trade fair was this Xiao's idea and that this Xiao must appear. This Xiao thought for a moment and didn't dare to agree. After all, this Xiao has his own matters to attend to. Moreover, these two brothers' characters and moral integrity are trustworthy. They definitely won't disappoint you. If this Xiao didn't go, it would be unnecessary." Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong glanced at each other and smiled bitterly. The two of them naturally wanted to invite Xiao Hua to participate in the trade fair. However, they didn't expect that Xiao Hua would refuse before they even opened their mouths. Apart from what Xiao Hua said earlier, there must be some other misgivings. "Brother Xiao, you're wrong," Sun Kong hurriedly said. "Since this idea was yours, you have to take responsibility until the end. Even if you don't participate, you have to at least know how the trade is done, the time and place of the trade, and even the results of the trade, right?" "That's right. We hope that Taoist Master Xiao can also participate if you have the time." The cultivators looked at Xiao Hua fervently. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded. "This Xiao has some injuries and needs to heal first. How about you two discuss it with your fellow Taoists first and inform this Xiao when there's a result?" "Good." Exalted Master Sun Kong signaled Zhang Daoran with his eyes again, and he led the group of cultivators to discuss the matters of the trade. Zhang Daoran brought Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing to a secluded place. Zhang Daoran didn't avoid Fairy Jing and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao, do you know how to refine pills? I do. Xiao Hua nodded. Zhang Daren's face revealed a happy expression and probed. Was the heaven-mending pill refined by Brother Xiao? Yes. Xiao Hua said concisely, putting Zhang Daren's heart at ease. Good, good, good. Zhang Daoran said 3 times in a row and rubbed his hands. There are many fellow Taoists in the hidden immortal continent who can refine pills. Even this old man can only refine ordinary pills. As far as this old man knows, there isn't a single cultivator who can refine an immortal pill like the heaven-mending pill. Xiao Hua smiled. He naturally understood what Zhang Daoran said. The cultivators of the hidden immortal continent had to rely on themselves to cultivate, whether it was refining pills or refining tools. However, because of limited energy, limited spiritual herbs, and limited materials, those who could truly become masters were naturally very few. Moreover, once they cultivated to foundation establishment, they had to prepare spiritual herbs for the dry separation pill and familiarize themselves with the refining method. Once they cultivated to Jindan, they had to worry about the nascent pregnancy pill. How could they be distracted by other pills? Even if there were some rogue cultivators who didn't establish a country and wanted to make a living by refining pills and refining tools, it would be impossible for them to cultivate to the point of perfection by themselves, right? Brother Daoran, if you have any errands, just say the word. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Zhang Daoran waved his hand. Let's talk about it in detail later. It's not appropriate to say it now. Good. If Brother Daoran has something to do, this Xiao will definitely do his best. Xiao Hua agreed. Moreover, after thinking for a moment, he waved his hand and took out a small Qiankuan pouch. He handed it to Zhang Daoran and said, "The pills inside are for Brother Daoran and Brother Sun Kong. You can distribute them as you see fit." Zhang Daoran took the small Qiankuan pouch and scanned it with his divine sense. He opened his mouth slightly and his face was full of surprise. Xiao Hua was already used to Zhang Daoran's surprise. Without waiting for Zhang Daoran to speak, he handed over a rejuvenation pill and a heaven-mending pill to Fairy Jing. He said, "Fairy Jing, this Xiao has a few pills for female cultivators. They aren't considered precious. Please kindly accept them." Fairy Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Generally speaking, women didn't care whether the things given by others were precious or not. What they cared about was whether others gave them things. Xiao Hua didn't say what kind of pills he gave Fairy Jing. Fairy Jing's heart was immediately filled with sweetness. Fairy Jing reached out to take them and carefully put them away in the Qiankuan pouch. She lowered her head and said, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao." "No need to thank me, no need to thank me." Xiao Hua blinked his eyes. "Just take it as my thanks for escorting Fairy Jing." Chapter 3667. Hee, if you want me to be your bodyguard, I'm afraid these pills won't be enough. Fairy Jing replied with a chuckle. Since Xiao Hua wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish, he naturally had to act well. Fairy Jing was a necessary person. Seeing Fairy Jing agree, Xiao Hua laughed and clapped his hands. "Fairy Jing, you can name your price. If I have anything, I'll give it to you." Fairy Jing was overjoyed and acted like a spoiled child. Her eyes rippled with a smile. "I've been thinking day and night about entering the leaving body realm. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao can help me?" "No problem." Xiao Hua agreed without hesitation. Seeing Xiao Hua's seriousness, Fairy Jing hurriedly waved her hand. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'm just joking with you. No need to take it seriously. I'll be happy if fellow Taoist can give me some pointers on cultivation." "I'm not joking," Xiao Hua said seriously. Then, he even looked at Zhang Daoran, who was smiling beside him. "Brother Daoran, we all have to face the out-of-body stage. Isn't it better to comprehend it together than to work behind closed doors?" "Well said, Brother Xiao." Zhang Daoran hurriedly gave a thumbs up and praised. "When Brother said you weren't going to participate in the trade fair, I was worried that Brother had some misgivings and that we had some bad intentions. Now, it seems that's not the case. Since that's the case, Brother Xiao, this old man will discuss something with you." Then, Zhang Daoran transmitted a few words to Xiao Hua. The general idea was that he wanted to unite his forces with Sun Kong's and Xiao Hua's forces to develop together. Moreover, there was a faint hint of entrusting. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and nodded. "This matter is of great importance. I'm afraid it's not something that can be explained in a few words. After the trade fair, I'll have someone discuss it with Brother Darren's subordinates. The three of us will have a good idea. Good, it's a deal. Zhang Darren's heart was set. He smiled at Fairy Jing. I'll have to trouble Fairy Jing to protect Daoist Xiao. I'll go over there and take a look. Senior Daoran, please. Fairy Jing respectfully bowed and sent Zhang Daoran away. Seeing Zhang Daoran leave, Xiao Hua sat cross-legged on the snow with his 5 hearts facing the sky. His mind entered his body to investigate. When Fairy Jing saw Xiao Hua circulating his energy, she didn't dare to come over and disturb him. She only slightly released her divine sense to guard the surroundings. Kong Hongwu is truly insidious and cunning. The green-robed Xiao Hua was now in control of his nascent soul. He spat out golden light from his mouth, spreading the medicinal power of the heavenly mending pill and repairing his damaged dantian bit by bit. When he saw the Jade Archive Xiao Hua enter, he gnashed his teeth and said, "Your methods are also vicious. Our corporeal bodies have been tempered, and our meridians are incomparable to those of ordinary cultivators. That so-called nascent soul annihilation art can penetrate the corporeal body and directly attack the dantian, and even destroy the nascent soul. If I hadn't gone out with my nascent soul, I'm afraid I would have been killed by him. Once bitten, twice shy." Jade Archive Xiao Hua sighed slightly. This time, we suffered a great loss, but the harvest is not small. In the end, nearly 100 nascent souls of the demon purification pot were taken away by the fiend saber. I'm afraid he won't be able to take away many of them. Upon hearing the harvest, the green-robed Xiao Hua was immensely proud of himself. He smiled and said, "Right now, you and I have a lot of empty nascent souls. I want to wear one. Look at one and throw another one to the side." Empty nascent souls? Jade Archive Xiao Hua frowned. Aren't the nascent souls that we seized from the whirlpool in the demon refining gourd all intact? The green-robed Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "The nascent souls are all intact, but a lot of them have already been destroyed. The huge whirlpool outside the demon refining gourd is used to destroy the nascent souls and nascent souls. The longer they stay inside, the thinner their nascent souls will be. If I didn't have the Kunlun mirror and the spiritual fire, I would have already been powerless to protect myself. How could I save Taoist Jingting? Oh, this is troublesome." Jade Archive Xiao Hua frowned. "I still wanted to save these nascent soul cultivators and let them cultivate scattered nascent souls. The Immortal Palace is also strange. Why do they have so many nascent souls?" The green-robed Xiao Hua was quite puzzled. Jade Archive Xiao Hua shrugged. "I'm afraid you'll have to ask that Immortal Envoy and Kong Hongwu." Unfortunately, Kong Hongwu was killed by the demonic saber, and even his nascent soul didn't escape. There's simply no way to interrogate him. Right, Do Shanjun's spiritual sense controlling cloud pupil has a secret technique to control nascent souls using spiritual sense. The green-robed Xiao Hua suggested again. Although this secret technique is really sinister, it's suitable for these nascent souls whose nascent souls have yet to reach perfection. It's better than letting their nascent souls dissipate in a muddle, right? Moreover, fellow Taoist is proficient in nascent soul branding and nascent soul splitting techniques. In addition, your spiritual sense has been tempered to such a terrifying level in the Rockfall Matrix. This nascent soul is simply tailor-made for fellow Taoist. That's not all. A voice faintly resounded in the void like heavenly thunder. Jade Archive Xiao Hua raised his head in surprise. Soul cultivator fellow Taoist has also made progress? That's right, fellow Taoist. Please come in for a chat. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua said with a smile. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure flashed, and disappeared into the mysterious dark clouds. After a moment, he returned to his dantian with a smile. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua had already comprehended several soul cultivation techniques. Among them there was a technique to repair the nascent soul, or rather a beginner technique to repair the soul. Isn't this what Xiao Hua needs the most right now? Great! Green-robed Xiao Hua urged his invisible nascent soul to clap his hands and laugh. It's really like someone giving you a pillow when you're sleepy. Now that everything is ready, I don't even need the east wind anymore. Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded. However, I seized 12 nascent souls from the swirl in the demon purification pot, and 11 were seized by fellow Taoist in green robe. including the 117 nascent souls that fellow Taoist in green robes sent into the lost realm of Kunlun when he was refining the Kunlun mirror in the swirl. We have over 140 nascent souls that are still missing. It will take a lot of time and energy to repair the nascent souls of these nascent souls without using the secret technique of telepathic thoughts. Don't be a hypocrite. The green-robed Xiaohua sneered. Who knows what kind of character these nascent soul cultivators have? If you don't use your secret technique, how are you going to control them? Don't be a snake-warming Fama. I will naturally consider this. Xiaohua smiled. You don't have to worry, fellow Taoist green robe. That's good. The green-robed Xiaohua didn't speak anymore. In fact, after this Yaotai meeting, it's obvious where our shortcomings are. Jade Archive Xiaohua said, I need a more powerful spiritual weapon, or even a spiritual treasure. And the green-robed Xiaohua curled his lips. He knew that his problem had come, so he only responded lazily. The soul-punishing vital light needs to be refined again. The previous 2 nascent soul sword spirits were already difficult to kill a 5th-stage essence chi cultivator. Moreover, the previous soul-punishing vital light mainly had a Yin-type sword spirit, which was too soft. Many cultivators' defensive magic treasures couldn't be pierced through. This time, I obtained Taoist Huada's fire gourd. I can refine it into the soul-punishing vital light. There's also that spatial monster's thigh. The green-robed Xiaohua saw that he couldn't refuse, so he blinked his eyes and said, the tip of that thigh can pierce through the void. It's very sharp. There's no harm in refining it into the soul-punishing vital light. You only need to use the tip. Xiaohua knew that the green-robed Xiaohua's words were very reasonable. He thought for a moment and said, I feel that there are other uses for other places. Good. The green-robed Xiaohua clapped his hands. Just this little bit is enough. There's also the soaring dragon shears. Xiaohua said again. Previously, I felt that this thing was only half a piece, so I didn't want to refine it. I wanted to wait until I gathered all the pieces. Unfortunately, even the last piece of the Kunlun mirror has been found, but this thing has no clues at all. Taoist green-robed, please refine it while you're at it. While I'm at it. The green-robed Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Does Taoist know how difficult it was for I to refine the Kunlun mirror? To tell the truth, if it wasn't a matter of life and death, I wouldn't have been able to refine it easily. Xiaohua of course instantly said, that's why Taoist is several times more powerful than I. I can only trouble Taoist for this matter. I heard Confucian Taoist drop a book bag, saying something about a hands-off shopkeeper. Taoist, isn't he talking about you? The green-robed Xiaohua said somewhat eccentrically. Haha. Confucian Taoist Xiaohua's voice uncontrollably sounded above his head. He then hurriedly explained, Taoist. This isn't what I said, it's what the green-robed Xiaohua said himself. No matter. Fellow Taoists are all improving. I am also very happy. Xiaohua said with a smile. He then handed over the sword gourd, fire gourd, and soaring dragon shears to the green-robed Xiaohua, waiting for him to refine it after he repaired his dantian. Give it to me. The green-robed Xiaohua stretched out his hand. Without Taoist's blood essence, I can't refine it. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed and waved his hand. Taoist should first repair your dantian, and slowly nourish the 2 magic treasures. It's really not easy for I to take out my blood essence now. Let's wait a bit. That bastard Mo Ling has seriously injured us. The green-robed Xiaohua was silent. After a while, he advised in a low voice, Taoist, Mo Ling is an outsider after all, you can't trust him. That demonic technique is also a technique of the demonic realm. You and I are humans, it's fine if we don't cultivate it. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Maybe before, but now I have been forced to do something beyond my ability. If I don't cultivate the demonic technique, I can't control the demonic saber. If I don't control the demonic saber, I'll always be in danger of being controlled by the demonic saber. Taoist, what do you think we should do? This demonic saber is also strange. That demonic dragon has clearly been swallowed into a demonic spirit. How can it still be so arrogant? Confucian Taoist Xiaohua gritted his teeth. Even I can't completely restrain it. Since it's a maggot in the bone, we can only slowly think of a way. Xiaohua said. Although this demonic saber is really powerful and can kill a 5th-grade elemental energy great grandmaster like it's a toy, the backlash is too strong. Actually, fellow Taoists, don't you all feel that everyone is a bit affected? Saint Tsang once said, I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Am I not loyal to others? Make friends but don't trust them? Pass it down and don't learn it? Xiao Hua's face turned cold. He asked, Confucian Taoist, have you never read it? Why don't you reflect on yourself? Why don't you understand yourself and create a grudge against Taoist Xiao Hua? Chapter 3668. Sigh. Fellow immortal is right. The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua let out a long sigh. My Confucian cultivator's righteous qi is innately capable of suppressing devilish qi, but if it is corroded by a devilish spirit, the degree of damage is also several times greater than that of fellow immortals. This matter. I was wrong. It's best to correct your mistakes. The green-robed Xiao Hua spoke first. Fellow Taoist, you've already given Green Robe the magic tool of the Taoist sect. Shouldn't you also give my Confucian cultivator's imperial magic tool to me? The regretful Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua asked for the imperial magic tool, as if he wanted to make up for his mistake. Jade Archive Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then nodded and said, That's right, the imperial star spike and the imperial shield should be given to fellow Taoist. There are also some things for Confucian cultivators. These aren't urgent. After fellow Taoist Green Robe organizes them, I'll give them to fellow Taoist to comprehend. Actually, Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua hesitated for a bit before saying, I feel that the Confucian cultivator's Tao is a single breath. All the divine abilities are the same as the Buddhist sect's divine abilities. There is still a gap when compared to the Tao sects. I will refine these imperial equipment and will also help a mortal friend fight your enemies. But a mortal friend shouldn't expect too much. I naturally know this. Jade Archive Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, All right, let's not talk about this anymore. After this calamity, we all have to learn from our mistakes. The path of cultivation is really too long. I hope that everyone can reach the peak. I've reached the peak. Doesn't that mean you've also reached the peak? The green-robed Xiao Hua smiled and then said to the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, Scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, you shouldn't covet Kong Hongwu's Chengkuan bag. Although I have been recuperating and haven't carefully examined it, I can roughly see that in addition to the star card and other things Kong Hongwu cultivated, most of it is my Tao sect's magic treasures and cultivation methods. It was most likely the body he had collected in the hidden immortal continent. On the other hand, the cosmos pouches of the other 3 Star Lords have quite a few good items. Speaking up to here, the green-robed Xiao Hua looked at the Jade Archive. Xiao Hua said, That's right, fellow Taoist Jade Archive, within Kong Hongwu's Chengkuan pouch, there are indeed a few good items from my Tao sect. There are even many secret techniques. There is a jade box with a lot of runes on it. Those runes are the talismans of the Tao sect, and there is definitely something strange inside. Fellow Taoist, why don't you go take a look? All right, I understand. When Jade Archive Xiao Hua heard that Kong Hongwu's Chengkuan bag didn't have many things from Starlord Palace, he lost interest and nodded slightly. I will go take a look now. Farewell. Fellow Taoist. The green-robed Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and with a flicker of his figure, he appeared in the space. After looking at Kong Hongwu's Cosmos sack, he reached into it and took out a jade box. Sure enough, just as the green-robed Xiao Hua had said, this jade box was overflowing with extraordinary splendor, and there were countless strange runes on it. These runes were very simple, and Xiao Hua couldn't recognize the Jade Archive. However, this did not hinder Xiao Hua. He casually opened the jade box and countless runes flew out from the jade box, turning into specks of light that floated in the air. As the runes dissipated, boom! With a low rumble, several auras of awe-inspiring auras rushed out of the jade box. This is... Jade Archive Xiao Hua frowned slightly, looking at the 5 strange imperial equipment that rushed out of the jade box. His heart was indescribably strange. Kong Hongwu is the Palace Lord of Starlord Palace, and he himself is a Confucian cultivator. Why did he seal these 5 imperial equipment with Tao talismans? While thinking, Jade Archive Xiao Hua waved his hand, and one of the imperial equipment that was faintly connected flew out and landed in his hand. This was a fist-sized ochre imperial equipment, and when it landed in his hand, it gave off a warm feeling. Moreover, this imperial equipment's texture was very solid, and it was engraved with mountains and rivers, flowers, birds, fish, insects and other things, giving off an indescribable feeling of heaviness. Looking at the jade archive, Xiaohua didn't know what to do, so he took out another one. After a while, Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at the 5 imperial equipment. These 5 imperial equipment were obviously a set. It was just that the shapes were different, and the shapes were also strange. Some were like worms, some were like eagles, and some were like bears, and so on. These 5 imperial equipment. I'm afraid they're not simple. Jade Archive Xiaohua sneered. The Star-Lords of Star-Lord Palace are all criminals of the Immortal Palace, and Kong Hongwu himself probably isn't that strong. He racked his brains to collect these imperial equipment to curry favor with the people of the Immortal Palace, and perhaps it's that so-called immortal emissary. Hee. No matter who he wants to show filial piety to, these things have fallen into Ai's hands, and I'm afraid they'll never see the light of day again. Immediately, Jade Archive Xiaohua threw these imperial equipment back into the jade box, casually throwing them into the pile of imperial equipment and magic treasures, and then his figure swayed, entering the inside of the space. After a long time, Xiaohua opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Fairy Jing's concerned gaze. Although Fairy Jing wasn't close to Xiaohua, her eyes were overflowing with emotions as she watched Xiaohua's movements without blinking, fearing that Xiaohua would have any abnormalities. When Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes, Fairy Jing was rather surprised. She didn't have time to move her eyes away, and their eyes met. Seeing the concern in Fairy Jing's eyes, Xiaohua sighed in his heart, and he had an impulse to tell her the reason for this matter, or simply let her go back, and he would leave alone to see what Taoist Yuan Qing was plotting. But after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that aside from Fairy Jing, he really couldn't find a suitable cultivator to follow him. If he left, there would be a huge flaw. So Xiaohua stood up and smiled at Fairy Jing, who was hastily avoiding his gaze, and said, "Fairy Jing, I have something to tell you. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please speak." Fairy Jing was clearly somewhat absent-minded. If one day you discover that this Xiao is deceiving you about something, please don't blame this Xiao. This Xiao has his own difficulties. In fact, these words were quite obvious. If it was under normal circumstances, with Fairy Jing's pure heart, she would definitely be able to hear it. Unfortunately, this woman was currently a part of the situation, so how could she distinguish it? She hesitated for a moment, and then a trace of sadness appeared between her brows, as if she was thinking of something else. Xiaohua's heart thumped. Just as he was about to explain, he heard Zhang Daren's loud laughter again. "Brother Xiao, I didn't disturb you, did I? If you've already rested, please come over like this. We've already arranged everything." "Fairy Jing, don't think too much." Xiaohua could only comfort her like this, and urged his figure to fly over. Of course, flying techniques were the most ordinary, and his speed was also extremely slow. "Fellow Taoist Xiao has already recovered?" Master Sun Kong blinked his eyes at Xiaohua, and said loudly. Xiaohua smiled slightly. He naturally knew that Master Sun Kong, in order to cater to his plan, had promoted him quite a bit. Presumably, his heroic deeds in the Rockfall Matrix had also been exaggerated by him. Sure enough, when Master Sun Kong accompanied Xiaohua in front of everyone, all the cultivators respectfully bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Taoist Xiao." "Fellow Taoists." Xiaohua hurriedly returned the greeting, and with a wave of his hand, everyone felt a flash of Xiaohua's profound magic power, and the respect in their eyes became even more intense. "Brother Xiao, this is the constitution that we've discussed. If you have time, take a look." Zhang Daoren took out a jade eye from his bosom, and handed it over to Xiaohua. "The time is set to be 3 years later. Moreover, all the things that we've obtained in the Jade Pavilion Conference this time, except for the 2 treasures, will be recorded in it to show fairness." "Good." Xiaohua nodded. "We Dao sect cultivators don't have a good reputation in the hidden immortal continent. First, it's because Confucian cultivators exaggerate, and second, it's because our Dao sect's cultivation method is different from Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sections. We have a great need for spirit pills, spirit herbs, and cultivation methods. Sometimes we have no choice but to do some things that corrupt our conscience. These things are admittedly done secretly, but there will always be a time when it's exposed. There's an old saying, the heavens are watching what people do. This Xiao doesn't dare to ask you fellow Taoists for anything. I only ask you fellow Taoists to think about your own conscience when you do things, and think about the heavens above your head. Brother Daoran and Brother Sun Kong have done extremely well. The word fairness is easy to say, but it's difficult to do. The two fellow Taoists actually put this word in front of your head. Presumably, all of you fellow Taoists are convinced in your heart. Leaving the treasures you've obtained with other fellow Taoists is also a relief. If this Xiao has the opportunity 3 years later, I'll definitely go and participate in the conference at that time. Once Xiao Hua's words came out, the several hundred cultivators had different expressions on their faces. Some looked pensive, some looked disapproving, and even some looked disdainful. Xiao Hua naturally didn't feel that his words could change everything. He already felt pretty good that he was able to seize this opportunity to speak his mind. Immediately after, Xiao Hua waved his hand again, and several hundred jade eyes fell down like rain. 1 or 2 fell in front of each cultivator's eyes. The crowd of cultivators looked at the jade eyes with puzzlement. They didn't know whether they should take it or not. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoists, this Xiao has a matter to ask of you. Inside these jade eyes are low-level mental cultivation methods from Foundation Establishment to Enlightened Realm. There are also some mental cultivation methods that are different from the current cultivation methods. This Xiao hopes that you fellow Taoists can take these jade eyes back, or pass them on to your own disciples, or gift them to the later generations of Taoist disciples. Of course, if you fellow Taoists can copy them and gift them to Confucian disciples with potential, this Xiao will be even more grateful." "Ha ha ha, that's easy." When Master Sun Kong heard this, he flicked his big sleeve and took the jade eyes in front of him. He said with a smile, "This old man will let the disciples make 10,000 copies and pass them on to other low-level disciples. Hee, I also have no problem." When the crowd of cultivators heard this, they naturally agreed without hesitation. It was just helping Xiao Hua distribute the cultivation methods. It was simply a matter of lifting their hands. "Many thanks, fellow Taoists." Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He raised his hand and saluted everyone. Then the crowd of cultivators chatted with Xiao Hua for a while, trying to get familiar with him, and flew away respectively. Seeing that everyone had left, and Master Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran were also about to say goodbye, Xiao Hua thought of something and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists are the senior experts of my Taoist cultivators in the hidden immortal continent. My Taoist lineage's inheritance will also have to rely on fellow Taoists." Chapter 3669. Then, Xiao Hua told them about his suspicions that Confucian cultivators had tampered with the Taoist techniques. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong had cultivated for thousands of years and had encountered far more things than Xiao Hua, so how could they not feel anything? However, they had always been minding their own business. They were already very happy that they had obtained the correct techniques, so how could they care about others? Now that Xiao Hua mentioned it, he even took out a lot of cultivation methods to ask them to teach their disciples. Of course they all agreed. Finally, before the two left, Xiao Hua specially asked them to help him find children with good aptitudes, and there was no limit to the number, the more the better. Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran knew that Xiao Hua wanted to teach disciples, so they wanted to remind him, but when they thought about how high Xiao Hua's cultivation was, how could he not know the pros and cons? They didn't mention it and cupped their hands to bid farewell to Xiao Hua. Fairy Jing naturally stayed by Xiao Hua's side. She looked at Xiao Hua's actions with a dumbfounded expression. These were things she had never thought about before. In her heart, as long as she could cultivate to nascent soul, then late nascent soul, it would be her life's greatest goal. She didn't dare to hope for out-of-body cultivators, so her agreement with Xiao Hua was just a joke. After everyone had left, Fairy Jing said in a low voice, "Xiao Hua, what are you doing all this for? Are you trying to revitalize the Taoist sect? Are you trying to develop your own power? Is it because your power isn't enough, so you don't want to become sworn brothers with Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran?" Speaking of sworn brothers, Fairy Jing couldn't help but think of Xiao Hua's famous words, and her face flushed. If you're talking about revitalizing the Taoist sect, this Xiao's power isn't enough. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Then just think of it as developing my own power. Although this Xiao's cultivation is good, I don't have many disciples under me, and many of them are good and bad. So it's like that. Fairy Jing nodded, but she understood that just developing her own power didn't need to be so troublesome. This is a great man. Fairy Jing couldn't help but praise in her heart. Xiaohua didn't know that he was so great in Fairy Jing's heart. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go, this Xiao still has some things to do. You have to escort this Xiao." Of course. Fairy Jing smiled and was abnormally quiet. "Oh, actually." Xiaohua thought for a moment and finally said, "I didn't suffer such heavy injuries." "Nonsense." Fairy Jing said angrily. "I'm the only one who knows about your injuries. Your nascent soul is damaged, and your dantian is damaged. Why don't you release your nascent soul for me to see?" Xiaohua sweated. Even if his nascent soul was in perfect condition, it still couldn't be seen by others. He raised his hand, wanting to cast a spell, but right now, he didn't have any magic power in his body, so he could only cast Confucian cultivation techniques. Forget it, this Xiao's nascent soul isn't wearing any treasured armor. Xiaohua shrugged helplessly. "Cheeky." The corner of Fairy Jing's mouth curled up as she spat again. Her expression was one of joy. After flying with Xiaohua for a while, Fairy Jing was somewhat bewildered and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you want to go to the front of Yaotai Mountain?" "Yeah," Xiaohua said with a smile. This Xiao still has 2 new disciples there, and this Xiao still has some trivial matters to attend to. Fairy Jing advised, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this time's Yaotai Mountain gathering was really strange. I feel that, besides the strange treasure that Kong Hongwu mentioned, there must be something else that we don't know about." In particular, in the end, the Dragon Gate of the Yaotai Mountain gathering didn't appear, and that so-called Rainbow Bridge was even more strange. "It's better for us to leave Yaotai Mountain as soon as possible." Xiaohua was well aware of this, but as a Taoist cultivator who killed Kong Hongwu, he should stay here at this time. Even if someone from the Immortal Palace came to investigate, he would appear calm and not easily be suspected by the Immortal Palace. Of course, this kind of calmness couldn't be too excessive. If people felt that he had nothing to fear, he would be suspected of trying to hide something. Therefore, Xiaohua nodded. "Fairy Jing is right. Let's hurry to the front of the mountain and leave as soon as we finish our business." When Fairy Jing heard Xiaohua say hurry, she immediately stretched out her hand and held Xiaohua's arm. She urged her magic power, and her figure turned into a rainbow and flew into the distance. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and could only let it be. He didn't know where the scorching sun formation was set up on Yaotai Mountain, but it took Fairy Jing more than an hour to bring Xiaohua to Yaotai Mountain. Perhaps it was because some cultivators had already come here, or perhaps it had already been a year since the Yaotai Mountain gathering began, but the previously lively Yaotai Mountain had become a lot more desolate. Not to mention the tents stationed in front of the mountain, even the Taoist cultivators flying in the air had almost disappeared. Xiaohua didn't wait for them to arrive and had already released his divine sense. After Chong Yu and Wu Tian sensed it, they immediately flew out from their secluded cultivation and stood respectfully in the air. When Xiaohua and Fairy Jing arrived, the 2 looked at Fairy Jing very curiously and bowed. "Greetings, Taoist Xiao, greetings, Senior." Xiaohua smiled and said to the 2, "This is Fairy Jing, she saved this old man at the Yaotai Mountain gathering." Then he told them about Chong Yu and Wu Tian's origins. The 2 didn't dare to be negligent and said respectfully again, "Many thanks, Fairy Jing." Fairy Jing waved her hand and took out 2 magic treasures from her bosom, handing them over to the 2, saying, "This is the first time we've met. I don't know what hobbies you have, but I obtained these 2 magic treasures in my early years. Take them." Chong Yu and Wu Tian didn't dare to take them and looked at Xiaohua. "Haha, take them," Xiaohua said with a smile. "In the future, Fairy Jing won't be an outsider. You can treat her as your senior." "Yes, we understand." Chong Yu and Wu Tian smiled. Seeming to understand something, they reached out to take the magic treasures. Xiaohua's words were clearly ambiguous. Even if Fairy Jing heard it, her face turned slightly red. But let alone Fairy Jing, even Xiaohua himself understood that at this moment, as long as one listened attentively, they would definitely have different meanings unless he didn't say anything. Since Xiaohua said he could treat Fairy Jing as his senior, Chong Yu didn't hold back and said in a low voice, "Master, did you succeed?" Disciple heard that this time's Jade Pavilion gathering was a great calamity. Out of 10 nascent soul seniors, less than 10% of Jindan cultivators survived. "Master?" Fairy Jing's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange splendor. She increasingly felt that there were too many things she couldn't see through on Xiaohua. Hee, when master takes action, how could I leave anything empty? Xiaohua chuckled, looking very wretched, as if he was going to steal chickens and touch dogs. Congratulations, master. You can be the master of a country. Chong Yu and Wu Tian were overjoyed and bowed to salute. Congratulations. Congratulations. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, How has your cultivation been recently? Have you thought it through? Wu Tian rushed to say, Disciple came to Jade Mountain to die. Disciple cleaned up the cave. As long as master comes out, Disciple will follow master to Black Wind Ridge. Chong Yu also smiled and said, Master's cultivation method. Hee, Disciple's cultivation is very smooth. Moreover, Disciple also saw junior brother's progress. There's no deviation. Although Disciple didn't expect to go to Black Wind Ridge, it doesn't matter if Disciple goes back a few years later. Disciple will follow master to Black Wind Ridge. Good, since that's the case, you all go to Black Wind Ridge first. Xiaohua said and waved his hand, taking out the jade box containing the lot of the state preceptor from the space. What? Master, isn't going back to Black Wind Ridge? Chong Yu and Wu Tian were stunned. Even Fairy Jing was shocked. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you aren't going back to Black Wind Ridge? Where are you going? With your current situation, it's better to cultivate as soon as possible. This Xiaohua was about to explain. Whoa! A ray of light appeared in the distance, turning into a ray of light that fell in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua grabbed it with his hand. It was the message talisman he refined. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, We'll talk about this later. This Xiao's good news is coming. Sure enough, after a short while, that 1,000-demon sacred realm Xingpa brought 2 demons over. The 3 of them were wearing strange armors that covered their faces and bodies, but the grayish-white demon clouds under their feet still exposed their identities. Seeing the 3 demons flying over, the doubt on Fairy Jing's face became even stronger. Xiaohua urged his body to fly forward for a while, and he cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Xingpa is indeed a trustworthy person. Cough, cough, no, a demon with trustworthiness. This Xiao just came out of the Jade Pavilion conference, and I have good news. Ingpa smiled and cupped his hands. This one congratulates Taoist Xiao. This year, those who can come down from Jade Mountain are all elites of the Hidden Immortal Continent's Taoist sections. Although this one heard a lot of alarmist news, this one firmly believes that Taoist Xiao can return safely. You're welcome, Xiaohua said with a smile. This one was just lucky to escape death. Fellow Taoist must have noticed that this one is already injured. Therefore, this one is far from being the elite that fellow Taoist thinks. Ingpa waved his hand. This one doesn't care if you are an elite of the Taoist sects or not. What this one cares about is Taoist Zhao's trustworthiness. Then, he took out 2 Chenkuan bags from his waist. The 2 demons behind him also hurriedly took out 4 Chenkuan bags and handed them to Xiaohua together. Ingpa didn't do anything special. The 2 demons behind him slightly flew forward a few steps and sandwiched Xiaohua in the middle, as if they were afraid that Xiaohua would escape. Seeing this, Ingpa said with a bitter smile, Taoist Xiao, please don't blame them. This one's clansmen have suffered too many losses in front of the human race. There are too many tricks that they can't think of. Hee, even if this one took out Taoist Zhao's vitality stones, the clansmen wouldn't dare to believe it too much. And, this old man can understand. Xiaohua nodded and didn't think it was strange. He waved his hand and took out several small Chenkuan bags and handed them to Ingpa and the 2 demons, saying, You guys take the vitality stones first. This one will look at the things inside. Ingpa didn't take the small Chenkuan bags, but said a few strange words indifferently. The 2 demons hurriedly took the small Chenkuan bags and looked at each other, then flew back behind Ingpa. Okay, this time, thank you fellow Taoist. Xiaohua took out a jade bag and handed it to Ingpa, saying, Next time, if fellow Taoist has something, you can send it to the place recorded on the jade bag. This one's imprint is inside. It's also recorded who you give it to. They will pay fellow Taoist enough vitality stones. Chapter 3670. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Ingpa was stunned and said in a low voice, Taoist master, you don't want to take a look at the things inside? No need. Xiaohua said with a smile, to be honest, the things I need are all rare and strange. Taoist friend might not have the things inside. However, if I only want my own things, then wouldn't you be wasting your time on the other things? Rather than letting Taoist friend run around for nothing, I might as well take them all. Hearing this, Ingpa was silent for a moment and stretched out his hand. Those were obviously demon claws covered in light brown fur. Xiaohua smiled and stretched out his hand to shake Ingpo's hand. The brown fur on Ingpo's hand was very sharp and prickly. However, Xiaohua looked straight at Ingpo's face that was hidden in the armor and didn't care at all. Taoist friend is the first trustworthy person I met in the hidden immortal continent. Ingpa looked into Xiaohua's eyes and said in a low voice, if the first transaction was for profit, then the future transactions with Taoist master will also be for profit. Haha. Xiaohua originally thought that Ingpo's second sentence would have a twist, but who knew that Ingpa would be so straightforward? Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Taoist master, please don't laugh. For the survival of my clan, profit is the most important thing. Of course, other than profit, I will do my best, and even use the power of my entire clan, to serve Taoist master Xiao. Ingpa said immediately. After speaking, Ingpa let go of his hand and Xiaohua also withdrew his hand with a smile. Xiaohua naturally didn't think that what Ingpa said was the same as what Ao Zhantian and the others said, so he said with a smile, to be able to obtain Taoist friend's trust, I am also honored. However, I don't know if the primeval stones I took out are enough. If not, how much more do you need? I will make up for it. Ingpa asked the two demons several times in a low voice and then said with a smile, Taoist master has more than enough. My clan is very satisfied. If Taoist doesn't have anything else, I will take my leave. I will find the things and send them to the place Taoist master wants. After sending Ingpa off, Fairy Jing brought Chong Yu and Wu Tianfei over and said with a smile, Taoist master Xiao has friends all over the world. Even the demons of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm are old acquaintances. Not at all, not at all. Xiaohua waved his hand. It's just that we met during the negotiation. Fellow Taoist Xiao, the items in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm are indeed suitable for Taoist cultivators, but most of them are harmful to the physical body. Fairy Jing reminded him with concern. Fellow Taoist, you must be extremely careful when using them. Yes. Thank you for your reminder. Xiaohua naturally knew that Fairy Jing had good intentions and agreed with a smile. Fairy Jing then asked, also, fellow Xiao, where are you going instead of returning to the Black Wind Ridge to cultivate? Hee, Fairy, don't be anxious. Come with me to watch a good show, and then I'll tell you. Xiaohua giggled. He waved his hand and brought Fairy Jing, Chong Yu, and the others to where the alliance was. Not to mention Fairy Jing, even Chong Yu and Wu Tian were confused. They didn't know what Xiaohua meant. However, when they saw Xueqi hurriedly flying out of the barracks before Xiaohua landed, Chong Yu and Wu Tian thought of something. Senior. Xueqi's face was filled with ecstasy. He bowed and greeted. Junior congratulates Senior on leaving the Jadestige gathering unscathed. Yes. Xiaohua didn't stop and landed in the largest tent in the alliance. He said as he flew, is your monarch still here? Yes. Xueqi hurriedly followed. Although he didn't know why Xiaohua was moving forward in such a hurry, he didn't dare to ask. He smiled and said, my monarch is a benevolent monarch. He emphasizes finishing what he started. He definitely won't leave the Jadestige gathering early. Although there was news before noon that not many cultivators could leave the Jadestige gathering, my monarch still waited here and prepared to be the last to leave. Good. Xiaohua looked at the tent that was getting closer and closer. He narrowed his eyes and said, did you mention me to Xiao Jun? Xueqi shrunk his neck and said in a low voice, Junior didn't dare to forget Senior's instructions. Junior didn't mention it. I hope Senior can give my monarch a surprise. Ha ha ha, of course, I'll definitely give Xiao Jun a surprise. Xiaohua laughed loudly. His laughter actually had a different meaning. Xueqi was stunned and looked at Xiaohua in surprise. After all, from Xiaohua's tone, he seemed to be familiar with Xiao Jun. Then, seeing that Xiaohua was already dozens of feet away from the tent, Xueqi hurriedly reminded him, say, Senior, my monarch's tent is right in front. Please Please wait for a moment. Allow Junior to inform him. Xueqing's forehead was already sweating when he said this, and he was stuttering a little. He already felt that something was amiss. When he thought about it carefully, he immediately realized that there was something strange about it. There's no need to inform him, Xiaohua said coldly. Xueqing's heart clenched and he opened his mouth. But, yes, although Xiaohua was a nascent soul senior and looked down on Xiaojun, this was the military camp of the Chanyang Kingdom after all. This tent was the golden tent of the monarch of the Chanyang Kingdom. Xiaohua clearly didn't care about Xiaojun and the Chanyang Kingdom by barging in so openly. Who dares to barge into my monarch's golden tent? As he spoke, several cultivators dressed in different clothes flew out from the left side of the tent. The cultivator at the front, who was at the 3rd grade of Essence Force, shouted coldly. Humph! Xiaohua snorted coldly. With a sweep of his divine sense, these cultivators stopped in their tracks and hugged their heads with their hands as if they were in extreme pain. Hee, you two are indeed here. I'm sure you already know why I'm here. Xiaohua swept his gaze and saw 2 old men in the middle of these cultivators. One of the old men was holding a Buddhist staff. Weren't they the 2 people who protected Xiao Jian while playing chess in front of the Tidal River Temple? Xiaohua, you're Xiaohua. Once Xiaohua spoke, the 2 old men naturally came to their senses. They had seen Xiaohua and Xiao Jian being intimate, so how could they not know the relationship between Xiaohua and Xiao Jian? Xiaohua's appearance didn't change much, but after all, his bearing could change people. How could the current Xiaohua be compared to the Xiaohua who was in dire straits and wore Xiao Jian's Taoist robes? Hurry! The old man was about to shout a warning. Boom! Xiaohua didn't seem to do anything, but the 2 old men were dragged out from the crowd of cultivators by Xiaohua. No matter how they opened their mouths, they couldn't utter a single word. Xueqing was sweating profusely. At this point, how could he not know? He had wholeheartedly wanted to find a strong helper for the single Yang Kingdom, but he didn't expect to become Xiao Jun's mortal enemy. Senior. Xueqing hastily begged. Shut up. Xiaohua berated. I know what I'm doing. Xueqing was helpless. He bit his lip and turned to look behind Xiaohua. Fairy Jing had long concealed her cultivation and looked similar to Chong Yu and the others. The 3 of them were astonished at first, but when they saw that there were people from the Buddhist sect among these cultivators, they calmed down and thought that there was a rift between Xiaohua and the Buddhist sect. Therefore, they ignored Xueqing's gaze. Whoa! Xiaohua flew to the front of the golden tent and raised his hand. The many soldiers standing guard in front of the golden tent were swept aside by the hurricane, and the tent door was immediately opened. Xiaohua sneered as he landed in front of the tent door. He didn't even look at the nearby armored soldiers who were rushing over. He stepped into the golden tent and said, Xiao Jun, your enemy asked me to come see you. Are you ready? Are you going to return the throne you snatched from someone else? Do you want me to take your head, or do you want to deliver it to me? Do you want me to take away your throne, or do you want me to take away your single Yang Kingdom? Boom. Upon hearing this, Xueqing's head went blank. His body trembled in midair and he almost fell. Naturally, there were many people inside the golden tent. In front of him were several generals with shining weapons in their hands. Their faces were vigilant as they blocked Xiaohua's path. Behind these generals were several Buddhist protectors. Each of them held a Buddhist weapon in their hands as they looked at Xiaohua with bright eyes. Layers of telekinesis were emitted from their bodies. Behind these people was a tall and sturdy monarch wearing an apricot yellow hat and a bright yellow embroidered dragon robe. He was frowning as he looked at Xiaohua with a puzzled expression. Of course, when this monarch saw Xiaohua's appearance, he immediately understood something and his face revealed a trace of relief. Xiaohua walked into the golden tent and narrowed his eyes to look at the monarch's appearance. He saw that Xiao Jun, whom he had never met before, looked completely different from Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian was a wretched old man, but this Xiao Jun was not only tall but also had a dignified appearance. He had a square face and large eyes under his thick eyebrows flashed with a dignified divine light. He had a dignified appearance and even his mottled white hair made others feel a sense of respect. What? He looked at Xiao Jun and coldly said, You want to fight with this old man? Without waiting for Xiao Jun to reply, Xiaohua took a step forward. An invisible force pushed the general, who was at least a grade 2 origin energy, to the side. That general clenched his teeth and raised the treasured saber in his hand. Before he could do anything, humph! Xiaohua coldly snorted. That general immediately flew away from Xiaohua's eyes. With a pu sound, he crashed into the side of the golden tent and fell to the ground. Protect the emperor! Protect the emperor! A Buddhist cultivator in front of Xiao Jun shouted as he prepared to take out his Buddhist weapon. Stop! Xiao Jun shouted. His face was calm as he said, "This is my private matter. It has nothing to do with you. Don't worry, monarch. Even if this cultivator..." How could the Buddhist sect cultivators give up? But before they could say anything, Fairy Jing let out a cold snort and released the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator. The Buddhist sect cultivators were all submerged by this pressure and found it difficult to even open their mouths. Fortunately, Fairy Jing only revealed a bit of her power and immediately withdrew her pressure. The cultivators in the tent were all shocked. That's right, a nascent soul cultivator who came out of the Jade Pavilion conference should have just experienced a life-and-death situation. How could these people compare to her? Chapter 3671. All of you retreat. Xiao Jun remained calm. Although his face was pale, he could still stand there and barely resist the power of a nascent soul cultivator. My lord, all the cultivators and generals said in unison, "We would rather die in front of my lord than retreat." Retreat! Xiao Jun waved his hand and said, "This is my family's matter, not the country's. You all are not allowed to interfere." This. The cultivators looked at each other and replied in unison, "Yes." However, they all retreated to the edge of the golden tent and didn't leave. AI. Seeing the reaction of the cultivators and soldiers, Xiao Jun sighed. He looked at Xiaohua and bowed. Junior Xiao Jun greets Senior Xiao. Xiaohua nodded and didn't return the greeting. He walked in front of Xiao Jun and said, "You're enjoying being the monarch. Isn't it time to return it to Xiao Jian?" Xiao Jun didn't find it strange at all. He took a deep breath and looked at Xueqi behind Xiaohua and the two Buddhist disciples behind the tent. He said, "Actually, when I heard that Xiao Jian was protected by a Taoist expert and Xueqi said so, I knew that sooner or later Senior would find me, two state teachers." Xiaohua sneered. That day, I thought it was strange how two Buddhist disciples with second-grade essence power could become the state teachers of the single Yang kingdom. It seems like it was just a fake edict. Xiao Jun ignored Xiaohua's mockery. He looked at the people around him, then looked at the falling snow outside the tent. He faintly said, "Junior's throne was originally seized from Brother Wang's hands. Junior has always felt guilty. Even though I poured my heart and soul into state affairs, I still couldn't remove it. Since Brother Wang wants to take back the throne today, then Junior will return it to Brother Wang. Senior, please tell Brother Wang that I hope he will treat his people well after taking over the throne." At this moment, a gust of wind blew from behind Xiao Jun. An old woman in plain clothes rushed out from behind the golden screen. Her hair was white, and her face was covered by a silk handkerchief, so her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, as soon as the old woman came out, she immediately stood in front of Xiao Jun facing Xiaohua's might. She was not afraid at all. She only coldly said, "Who said my husband's throne was stolen?" Others might not be able to recognize Xiao Jian's true face, but how could this servant not know Xiao Jian's background? Xiao Jian is a selfish person who seeks nothing but profit, and is addicted to gambling. How can Senior believe the words of such a person? If Senior insists on listening to only one side of the story, if you agree that you are doing the Tao of Heaven, that you are replacing the people of the single Yang kingdom to choose the king, and that you want to take my husband's life, then I am willing to let my husband die. I hope this servant's death can give Xiao Jian an explanation and allow Senior to calm down for a moment. Gigi. Xiao Jun reached out to pull the old woman away and said in a low voice, "This has nothing to do with you. This is a grudge between Xiao Jian and me. Don't get involved." How can this servant not get involved? The old woman named Gigi clearly knew that today's matter would not have a good ending. She said somewhat agitatedly, "As early as 40 years ago, you said that this was a matter between you and Xiao Jian, and you didn't want this servant to get involved. And the result? You were deceived by Xiao Jian, and for the so-called family affection, you abandoned this servant. This servant tearfully obeyed royal father's order to marry Xiao Jian, making him the king of the single Yang kingdom. After that, Xiao Jian didn't care about the court, and for the sake of cockfighting, he neglected the country's affairs and even lost several border cities to other countries. This servant came to you to discuss it, but you said that this was a matter between men, and you didn't want this servant to get involved. After that, this servant chased Xiao Jian off the throne and wanted to imprison him. You said that this was a matter of the country, and you didn't want this servant to get involved. Not only did you let Xiao Jian go, you even sent experts to protect him. Look, what did your kindness get in return? It was Xiao Jian's revenge. Xiao Jian repaid kindness with enmity. This monarch can't ask about other people's matters. This monarch only wants to have a clear conscience. Xiao Jun reached out to hold Gigi's hand and said warmly, "Moreover, Xiao Jian is this monarch's brother, and your husband. This monarch can't let you and I carry infamy. Since today's grudge has come to an end, you don't need to think about other things. All of this was done by this monarch, and it has nothing to do with you." Finished speaking, Xiao Jun looked at Xiao Hua and said, "Senior Xiao, you and I have the same surname. This junior doesn't dare to climb up to the same sect. I ask Senior to be lenient and just take this junior's life. Gigi is Xiao Jian's original wife, and I presume that he didn't ask Senior to take Gigi's life, right?" Xiao Jian didn't mention this. Xiao Hua lightly nodded. "In the heavens, we are willing to be lovebirds, and on earth, we are willing to be intertwined branches. Even if this servant dies, this servant wants to be a mandarin duck with the same name as my husband." Gigi said affectionately, "In this life, this servant will only recognize Xiao Jun as my husband. Xiao Jian is nothing more than a treacherous rascal." Facing these two people who were unafraid of death, Xiao Hua was a bit embarrassed. He knew of Xiao Jian's selfishness and his addiction to gambling. However, he didn't expect that Xiao Jian, Xiao Jun, and Gigi had such a deep relationship. Moreover, Xiao Jian's position of monarch was taken away by Xiao Jun, but this position was originally passed down by Gigi's father. If Gigi took it away, it could be considered as returning it to its rightful owner. Especially if it was as Gigi said, Xiao Jian wasn't a qualified monarch, and Xiao Jun was the wise monarch that Xueqi spoke of. How could Xiao Hua give the position of monarch to Xiao Jian? Taoist Xiao. At this moment, the others didn't dare to speak. Fairy Jing, who was behind him, opened her mouth and said, "This servant can't discern the words of others, but this woman's words, this servant can tell that they come from the bottom of her heart. Has Taoist Xiao been bewitched by others? This servant hopes that Taoist Xiao can be a bit more lenient and carefully investigate before speaking again." And Xiao Hua nodded and said, "It seems that this matter is far from as simple as this Xiao thought. This Xiao might even be wrong. All of you can leave." Fairy Jing said indifferently, "If Taoist Xiao wants to make a move, it's useless for all of you to stay here. All of you can leave." Xiao Jun waved his hand and said, "Senior Xiao is here for a family matter. It has nothing to do with all of you." However, the soldiers and cultivators were still somewhat unwilling. "Quickly leave," Gigi said coldly. "This old woman is going to talk about some family scandals. Do you all want to listen?" Yes. Gigi's words were still the most effective. Everyone hurriedly bowed and quietly retreated to the sides. Looking at the peaceful tent, Xiao Jun pulled Gigi's hand and walked down from the seat of honor. He bowed and said, "Senior, please take a seat." Xiao Hua didn't hold back. He walked to the back of the jade table and sat down. He said to Chong Yu and Wu Tian, "The two of you can leave. I'll talk to Xiao Jun." "Yes, master." Chong Yu and Wu Tian hurriedly left the tent. Fairy Jing's beautiful eyes swept over and said with a smile, "Since it's your Xiao family's matter, it's not convenient for this servant to listen. I'll leave for a moment." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded, "Very well. Fairy Jing, please wait outside for a moment." After Fairy Jing left, Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Jun's slightly calmed face and said, "Tell me the matter between you and Xiao Jian. No matter how big or small it is, tell me everything." "Yes, senior." Seeing Xiao Hua's tone as a senior of the Xiao family, the Xiao family didn't dare to be negligent and told the whole story in detail. The matter was far more complicated than Xiao Hua imagined. Xiao Jun and Xiao Jian were cousins. They were from the side branch of the Xiao family of the single Yang country. The Xiao family had some influence in the single Yang country, and was a big family that the king of the single young country wanted to rope in. Xiao Jun and Xiao Jian had a good relationship since childhood. Xiao Jian's character wasn't good and others didn't like him. However, Xiao Jun was magnanimous and didn't care about Xiao Jian's shortcomings. He could be considered one of the few family members that Xiao Jian could trust. When the two of them got older, they entered the academy of the single young country to study. Although Xiao Jian's character wasn't good, he was exceptionally intelligent. His studies were outstanding and he also stood out in Taoism cultivation. On the other hand, Xiao Jun couldn't compare to Xiao Jian in any aspect. As the princess of the single young country, Xueqi also studied in the academy. Naturally, she was like the moon surrounded by stars. Xiao Jian even spent a lot of effort to get close to Xueqi. Unfortunately, Xueqi had unique insight and didn't pay much attention to Xiao Jian. Instead, she was especially close to Xiao Jun. Thus, Xiao Jian pretended to be drunk and confided in front of Xiao Jun that he wouldn't marry anyone other than Xueqi. Xiao Jun fell for it and reluctantly dropped out of the academy. He was even punished by the Xiao family. Later, the king of the single young country selected a son-in-law from the Imperial Academy. Xiao Jian stood out and obtained the king's favor. Of course, when the king was alive, Xiao Jian pretended very well. He handled the affairs of the country and family cleanly without any mistakes. Although Xueqi's heart wasn't with Xiao Jian, she didn't think too much about it for the sake of the single young country. However, when the king passed away, Xiao Jian took control of the country and immediately revealed his true nature. Not only did he begin to neglect the affairs of the country, he even learned cockfighting from an unknown disciple. For a time, cockfighting became the norm in the single young country, and no one paid attention to the affairs of the country. Because of this, Xueqi also paid a visit to the state preceptor of the single young country and begged him to step in. However, the state preceptor was at the juncture of cultivating his golden core. How could he care about the life and death of the single young country? He didn't pay attention to it at all. In the end, when Xiao Jian lost the 3 border cities to the neighboring country and wanted to gamble again, Xueqi couldn't bear it anymore. She contacted Xiao Jun and found a Buddhist sect expert who was also looking for help in the hidden immortal continent. In one fell swoop, Xiao Jian was kicked off the throne. The Golden Core state preceptor was also expelled from the single young country by the Buddhist sect expert. From then on, Xiao Jun established the country with the Buddhist sect and sat on the throne of the single young country. Oh, if what you said is true. After listening to Xiao Jun's analysis, Xiao Hua said indifferently, this old man was wrong. Oh right, Xueqi, what happened to your face? Xueqi wasn't surprised. She took off the handkerchief on her face and saw that the left side of Xueqi's face was densely covered with a layer of purple pimples. It was very frightening. Xueqi said indifferently, Senior, please no. I also don't know what happened. Ever since Xiao Jun left the Imperial Academy, my face has been covered with pimples. Father searched everywhere for a divine doctor but to no avail. Previously, there were only 1 or 2 pimples, but later on, half of my face was covered with them. If it wasn't for my face, how could Xiao Jian be chosen by Father so easily? Chapter 3672. Speaking of this, Xueqi rejoiced again. It is also because of this disease that Xiao Jian has never touched me since we got married. I have always let the maidservants by my side accompany me. Only then can I keep Xiao Jun's chastity. Xiao Hua was quite moved and looked at Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun, you don't dislike Xueqi's face. What Junior doesn't like is the disease on Xueqi's face, not Xueqi's face. Xiao Jun didn't dare to hide and said in a low voice, facing Xueqi's heart, that kind of trust and affection is enough to drown this kind of dislike. Thinking back to those days, in the bamboo pavilion after the rain, Xueqi half closed her fan. This kind of memory is enough for Junior to be drunk for the rest of Junior's life. You are telling the truth. Xueqi slightly curled her lips. Can't you say that you don't dislike it? Xiao Jun smiled and didn't refute. Where was the majestic appearance of a monarch from before? Xueqi said to Xiao Hua again, Junior knows that men like beauty, so I have always used a handkerchief to cover it. Previously, Junior still had some doubts about Xiao Jun, but after so many years, he didn't find someone to serve him like Xiao Jian. What else can Junior say? Good. 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 Xiao Hua praised 3 times. What an affectionate and righteous monarch. Senior praises too much. Love fills one's stomach. Junior doesn't feel that there is anything special. Xiao Jun answered honestly again. Che. Although Xiao Hua didn't say anything, he was cursing in his heart. He secretly curled his lips and said, extinguishing the candle, isn't it the same? Of course you don't care too much. This old man is also someone who has experienced it. Then, Xiao Hua stood up and said, Xiao Jun, don't be too proud. This old man has heard your and Xiao Jian's words, but each of you has your own reasons, so this old man can't jump to conclusions. However, based on the affection between you and Gigi, this old man won't take your life. As for whether or not you should give up your throne, this old man will go to Danliang country to take a look. Remember, don't try to send any information to Danliang country. That will be even worse for you. Xiao Jun listened and said with a smile, Senior, don't worry, Junior has a clear conscience, but I ask Senior to investigate openly and secretly. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and beckoned. Gigi, come here, let this old man see your face. Ha! Gigi's body trembled, and her voice trembled. Senior, do you have any ideas? I don't know. Xiao Hua lightly said, if you are willing, this old man can give it a try. Xiao Jun said anxiously from the side. If Senior has a way, Junior is willing to give up the throne. Why would I want your throne? Isn't it tiring enough? Xiao Hua waved his hand, stretched out his hand, and squeezed the purple lump on Gigi's face. Then, he put his finger in front of his nose and smelled it for a moment. After that, he frowned and said, this is the poison of the bamboo heart. It's caused by the birth of insects in the bamboo heart in a cold place. It's quite rare. Do you particularly like bamboo? Yes, my house in the Imperial Academy is all made of bamboo. Seeing Xiao Hua expose her in a single breath, Gigi couldn't help but tremble again. She hurriedly replied, moreover, that bamboo house doesn't see the sun all year round. When you go back, move away the thing blocking the bamboo house, or burn the bamboo house. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said. Gigi smiled bitterly. That bamboo house has already been burned by Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua understood that this was Xiao Jian's action of being jealous of Xiao Jun and Gigi's relationship. He replied, this old man can cure this poison. Plop. Xiao Jun no longer cared about his status as a monarch. He knelt in front of Xiao Hua and begged, Senior, please help. Half a day later, 4 figures flew out from the alliance of the Single Yang Kingdom and headed towards the direction of the Single Yang Kingdom. After flying for an hour, seeing that the snowflakes gradually stopped, Fairy Jing was puzzled and asked, Fellow Taoist Xiao, since you have already treated Gigi's illness, and you think that Xiao Jun is a loyal and affectionate monarch, then why do you still have to make a trip to the Single Yang Kingdom? What I have heard and what I have seen are not important. Xiao Hua smiled and said, the most important thing is the choice of the people of the Single Yang Kingdom. Moreover, whether Xiao Jian's words are true or not, is too important to the Jiang country. Therefore, I have no choice but to make a trip to the Single Yang Kingdom. Of course, Fairy Jing didn't know what Xiao Hua was thinking. She didn't ask and only smiled. Is this the reason why you didn't return to the Black Wind Ridge? Not all. Xiao Hua shook his head and said, I didn't return because someone else did. They are more suitable than me. Oh, them? Fairy Jing turned to look at Chong Yu and Wu Tian and asked curiously, just the 2 of them? How can they compare to a real person? Hee, of course it's not them. Xiao Hua smiled mysteriously and said, I have even better help. Fellow Taoist also knows how to keep people in suspense. Fairy Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and pointed to the distance and said, let's go. When we get there, I will ask my helper to come out and meet with Fairy Jing. Ask him to come out? Fairy Jing was even more bewildered. Fellow Taoist can't have brought out the fellow Taoist from the Jade Pavilion meeting in his Chenkuan bag, right? Ha, that's right. Can't I? Xiao Hua laughed. When they landed on the foot of the mountain, Xiao Hua looked around and threw out a jade talisman. After setting up the capital star array, he made a grabbing motion with his hand. A dozen waves rose from the foot of the mountain and sealed the space within a few hundred meters. This is the great heavenly cycle. Star array? Fairy Jing's gaze was a bit blank and her mouth was bitter. Looking at the changing scenery around her, She couldn't help but blurt out in disbelief. Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Fairy Jing has good eyesight. However, this star array isn't complete. I still haven't figured out a few parts. It's not a few parts, it's 100. Fairy Jing stopped being surprised and said with a smile, as far as I know, the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Array needs 365 talismans. Fellow Taoist Xiao just cast out less than 100. At this point, Fairy Jing suddenly realized something, and her face flushed. She smiled and said, I understand. Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed an unparalleled talent. You can already set up a simple Great Heavenly Cycle Star Array with the least number of talismans. Fairy Jing, if you like it, when this matter is over, follow me back to Black Wind Ridge. There is a relatively intact Great Heavenly Cycle Star Array there. Xiaohua invited her in a timely manner. However, Fairy Jing didn't agree as readily as Xiaohua expected. Instead, she hesitated and finally lowered her head, saying, We'll see. Okay. Xiaohua didn't think much and patted his head. Buzz! The mountain and river seal made a rumbling sound and flew out of his meridians. Waves of dragon chi filled the array. This is a nation weapon? Fairy Jing was naturally an experienced and knowledgeable person. When she saw Xiaohua take out the mountain and river seal, she immediately understood something. However, she was a bit confused and stared at Xiaohua, as if she wanted to see something from him. Xiaohua patted his hand, and Su Tingzi and the 9 golden core cultivators flew out of the mountain and river seal and landed on the ground. Although Su Tingzi's cultivation hadn't fully recovered, his face was already flushed, and the magic power around him was faintly surging. He should be fine. The other 9 golden core cultivators also seemed to have restrained their divine light. Although it was unknown how much their injuries had recovered, it seemed that Xiaohua's pills had already taken effect. Su Tingzi stood on the ground and looked around. He cupped his hands and said, Taoist Xiao, have you left Yaotai Mountain? Greetings, Senior Xiao. The 9 golden core cultivators hurriedly bowed and stood beside Xiaohua. They had already sworn a blood oath on Yaotai Mountain, so they were naturally considered Xiaohua's disciples. Of course I left Yaotai Mountain. Xiaohua smiled and pointed at Fairy Jing. Come, let me introduce you. This is Fairy Jing, and this is Su Tingzi. Greetings, Fairy Jing. Greetings, fellow Taoist Su Tingzi. The two of them exchanged some pleasantries. Xiaohua then pointed at the 9 Jindan cultivators and said, These 9 cultivators swore a blood oath within the Yaotai Mountain's Grand Formation to pledge their loyalty to me. I then brought them out of the Yaotai Mountain. Afterward, Xiaohua pointed at Changyu and Wu Tian and said to the 9 people, These are my disciples. You should familiarize yourselves with them first. Yes. Changyu saw that the 9 were all late-stage golden core cultivators and knew that they would be Xiaohua's helpers in the future. He obediently agreed and brought Wu Tian to greet the 9 golden core cultivators. Taking advantage of the golden core cultivators' greetings, Xiaohua smiled and said to Su Tingzi, Fellow Taoist Su Tingzi, I've already fulfilled my promise to you. Our cooperation on Yaotai Mountain ends here. Fellow Taoist, you can leave now. Don't worry, don't worry. Su Tingzi waved his hand and said, I missed the show on Yaotai Mountain in order to lure the enemy. I still want to listen to Taoist Zhao's explanation. Oh, actually, I was also injured by the formation in the end. Xiaohua smiled and said, In the end, I was still discovered by Fairy Jing and was brought out of Yaotai Mountain by her. How is that possible? Su Tingzi couldn't believe it. Even with fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation, you were still heavily injured? Nothing's impossible, Xiaohua said indifferently. This time, less than 20% of the golden core cultivators and less than 40% of the nascent soul cultivators were able to come down from Yaotai Mountain. It's normal for me to be injured. Ah? So many Taoist disciples died. Su Tingzi was flabbergasted, but he also felt lucky in his heart. Fairy Jing nodded. What fellow Taoist Xiao said is true. I followed Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong and killed several large formations. If fellow Taoist Su Tingzi wants to listen, I can tell you one by one. Okay, I'm all ears. Su Tingzi obviously wanted to listen. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua smiled and said, Don't be anxious. If you want to listen, let's listen together. There are more people? Su Tingzi and Fairy Jing were stunned. Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and shook out two late-stage nascent soul cultivators, Xue Mingzi and Ao Zhantian, from the mountain and river seal. Then, dozens of golden core cultivators fell out like dumplings. Su Tingzi and Fairy Jing were dumbfounded. Although the two of them were both early-stage and mid-stage nascent soul cultivators and weren't very famous, Xue Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were late-stage nascent soul cultivators comparable to Taoist Huada. The two of them could recognize them at a glance. They never thought that the two of them would come out of Xiaohua's mountain and river seal. Chapter 3673. Xue Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were stunned at first, but they soon understood. They looked at each other and greeted Xiaohua. Su Tingzi and Fairy Jing also hurried over. After the dozens of golden core cultivators greeted them, they also walked over to Changyu and Wu Tian and greeted each other again. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Xiaohua smiled again after the situation calmed down. There are still some fellow Taoists who haven't arrived yet. Puff puff puff. The mountain river seal trembled again, one after another. Fairy Jing was flabbergasted as more than 30 nascent soul cultivators and dozens of golden core cultivators walked out. It wasn't just Fairy Jing, Changyu, and Wu Tian. Even Su Tingzi, Xue Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and the other nascent soul cultivators who were brought out by Xiaohua were dumbfounded. After all, they were taken in by Xiaohua one by one, so they couldn't see anything. Now that they all came out, they could see the results. These were dozens of nascent soul cultivators and hundreds of golden core cultivators. Which country or Taoist cultivator could control so many nascent soul and golden core cultivators? There were dozens of nascent soul cultivators, early, mid, and late nascent soul cultivators, and some of them were familiar with each other. At this moment, those who knew each other greeted each other, and those who didn't know each other introduced themselves. It was a lively scene. Apart from Xiaohua, who stood at the head of the table, Fairy Jing, Su Tingzi, and the others were also present. Fairy Jing, in particular, was tactful enough to sneak into the group of mid-nascent soul cultivators and exchange greetings with a few of them. After the time it took to eat half a meal, the noise in the hall gradually died down. Xiaohua looked around and coughed twice, then raised his voice. Fellow Taoists, although everyone was talking, they were all paying attention to Xiaohua. When they heard Xiaohua speak, everyone immediately stopped. Ao Zhantian and the other late nascent soul cultivators stood at the front, while the other cultivators lined up according to their cultivation. They all bowed and said, "Thank you, Taoist Xiao, for saving our lives." As he looked at the nascent soul stage and golden core stage cultivators that filled the place, Xiaohua's little tail was slightly raised. Right, when Xiaohua was on the Dawn Rain continent, he had only seen a few nascent soul stage cultivators. Now, these nascent soul stage cultivators that were comparable in number to the Dawn Rain continent had to bow down to him and even serve him for 1,000 years. How could Xiaohua not be complacent? However, Xiaohua's complacency only lasted for a moment. He immediately raised his hand and said with a smile, "Everyone, there's no need to thank me. This is also a coincidence. Moreover, the heavenly Tao didn't want to cut off the descendants of my Tao sect, so it borrowed my hand. If you want to thank someone, you have to thank the Tao sect seniors in the heavens." Hee hee. Ao Zhantian smiled bitterly as he looked at Xiaohua's harmless smile. He felt extremely bitter in his heart. He had seen Xiaohua's angry smile before. The soaring dragon shears were even sharper than a sword, hanging above his head. Why didn't the senior from the Taoism appear at that time? Why did he have to swear a blood oath and serve Xiaohua for 1,000 years to come up with an excuse? Similarly, Xiaohua didn't care about what others thought and said, "This is also a sign of the prosperity of my Tao sect. You may not know that the Jade Pavilion meeting this time is a trap for Star-Lord Hall to massacre my Tao sect cultivators." At this point, Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at Fairy Jing. Fairy Jing hid among the nascent soul cultivators and gave Xiaohua a desperate look. It seemed that she didn't intend to speak. Xiaohua smiled. He naturally understood what Fairy Jing was thinking. He had obtained the memories of Sun Horse of Star and Tail Fire Tiger. After coming out, he also listened to Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong's analysis. Naturally, he knew more than Fairy Jing. It was naturally more appropriate for him to explain than Fairy Jing. Then, Xiaohua explained the arrangements and plans of the Confucian cultivators on the Jade Mountain, as well as the losses of the Tao sect cultivators. All the cultivators present, whether they were early golden core or late nascent soul cultivators, had a great change in expression. The trace of dissatisfaction and unhappiness in their hearts from being forced to swear allegiance had now completely turned into rejoicing. If they hadn't met Xueqi, they would have already fallen on the Jade Mountain. Since they could live, why should they care too much? After Xueqi finished speaking, he looked at the changes in everyone's expressions and said with a smile, "Since the Tao sect seniors borrowed this Xiao to rescue you, then this Xiao would like to thank the Tao sect seniors for giving this Xiao an opportunity to work together with everyone to contribute to the Tao sect of the hidden immortal continent." At this point, Xueqi didn't wait for everyone to speak and immediately changed the topic. He scratched his head and said with a smile, "Actually, I won't hide it from everyone. When it comes to contributing to the Tao sect of the hidden immortal continent, this Xiao also feels that it's a bit empty. Long before this Xiao came to the Jade Mountain, this Xiao only had one goal, which was to get the Imperial Preceptor signature and establish my own country. I want to be a comfortable retired emperor and enjoy the happiness of one side. Even when I saw all of you, I only felt a kind of warmth and emotion. To be able to gather so many Taoist cultivators together in the hidden immortal continent where there are so many Confucian cultivators is really a very happy thing. It's far more interesting than this Xiao hiding in the cave and quietly cultivating. Therefore I have a wish. Even if we don't contribute to the Taoist sect, even if we don't fight against the Confucian cultivators, even if we drink wine and enjoy the flowers and talk about the sword when we are busy, I want to gather all of you together so that we can enjoy the joy of cultivation." The happiness of cultivation? All the cultivators were dumbfounded. This was the first time they'd heard of the phrase, the joy of cultivation. Perhaps they'd experienced this sort of joy when they just entered the aura refining realm. It was the pleasure of grasping a divine ability for the first time, a comfort that surpassed that of ordinary people. However, as their cultivation grew more difficult and as the years passed, this sort of joy had long since disappeared. Aside from foul winds and bloody rain, there was only infighting and scheming, and even mutual deception. One bottleneck needed to be broken through one after another, one opponent needed to be killed one after another, one conspiracy needed to be cracked one after another. This kind of endless life seemed to have become the main theme of cultivation, making them unable to see any hope. Sometimes, many people would ask themselves, why did they cultivate? Was it for the sake of divine ability? Magic power? Lifespan? They had divine ability, they also had magic power, and their lifespan was even more extraordinary. However, when thousands of years of cultivation were dominated by boredom, slaughter, and fear, who would still think about the benefits of lifespan? Where was the happiness? Of course, everyone was different. There were also many ambitious cultivators who found their own position in this long cultivation life, and found the so-called happiness of cultivation. Seeing everyone in a daze, Xueqi faintly smiled and said, "Confucian cultivators often say that there is beauty in books, and there is a house of gold in books. This Xiao doesn't know whether there is beauty in books or not, but this Xiao knows that this is the happiness of Confucian cultivators. Since the cultivation of Confucian cultivators is so happy, why can't the cultivation of Taoism be happy? Of course, this Xiao also doesn't know what this happiness is. I will have to ask everyone to search for it together with this Xiao." Once again, this Xiao thanks everyone. When everyone heard this, they understood that Xueqi was helping them cover up the awkwardness of being forced to work for them. They were at a loss because they didn't know whether Xueqi's words were true or false. They didn't know what this happiness of cultivation was. Good. Taoist Zhao's words have broken the sky in the well. This old man's Tao heart has been shaken. This so-called happiness of cultivation. This old man has never thought about it before. After cultivating for thousands of years, this old man should calm down and think about it carefully. Taoist Xiao, this old man wants to go to the Black Wind Mountain Range to study the Tao with Taoist Xiao. I don't know if Taoist Xiao will allow it. Xue Mingzi understood Xueqi's thoughts. Xueqi laughed and cupped his hands. Taoist Xue Mingzi can go, how can this Xiao not be happy? We will only study the Tao and discuss the Tao, not fight to the death. We will only see the Tao of heaven and not talk about the difference between Confucian and Taoist. Good. This old man also wants to go. Ao Zhantian hurriedly clapped his hands. Seeing that Xueqi had given them such a big step and such a great ambition, how could the cultivators who had made the blood oath not know how to take advantage of the situation? In the end, even the cultivators who hadn't sworn blood oaths were overjoyed. It was rare for them to be so enthusiastic about the same thing. Good, Xiaohua waved his hand and a large pile of jade eyes flew out. This is the location of the Black Wind Mountain Range and a message from this Xiao. Take it and go. Fellow Taoists, you are all people with great achievements in cultivation. You are all trustworthy. I look forward to drinking and chatting with you fellow Taoists a year later. This old man will definitely go. I hope Taoist Zhao's immortal wine can satisfy this old man. Ao Zhantian took the jade eyes with a smile. He looked around and said, Taoist Zhao, please open the formation. This old man doesn't have the ability to break Taoist Zhao's formation. Hee, fellow Taoist Ao, please. Xiaohua smiled and opened a corner of the capital Heaven Star formation. Ao Zhantian didn't stand on ceremony and cupped his hands. This old man will take his leave first. We will meet again at the Black Wind Mountain Range. Please. Xiaohua returned the gesture and sent Ao Zhantian away. Seeing Ao Zhantian leave so easily, Xue Mingzi and the others were relieved. They said their goodbyes and left. Soon, only Fairy Jing, Su Tingzi, and Xueqi were left in the formation. There were also about 20 golden core cultivators. Su Tingzi didn't say anything. He frowned as if he was thinking about something. Xueqi also had a puzzled look on his face. He seemed to want to ask Xiaohua something, so he didn't leave. Neither of them had sworn blood oaths to Xiaohua, so Xiaohua couldn't force them. He turned to look at the 20 golden core cultivators. Apart from Chong Yu and Wu Tian, the 20 golden core cultivators all knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Master, this disciple sincerely wants to become your disciple. Please accept us. Hiss. Fairy Jing sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Tingzi's expression changed slightly. As for Xueqi, his eyes flashed with a hint of fanaticism. Get up. Xiaohua helped the golden core cultivators up and said with a smile, It's not impossible to become my disciple. However, this old man wants to see how your temperaments are. For now, you will all be in-name disciples. Chapter 3674. Thank you, Master. All the Jindan stage disciples were wild with joy. After all, they knew better than anyone the difference between being an apprentice and being loyal to a master. Cultivators who had died once could see more clearly than others, and many taboos were nothing more than smoke in their eyes. I don't have the ability to guide you one by one for now. All of you stay with Chong Yu at the side. Once we return to Black Wind Ridge, I'll let all of you know that joining my sect is the best choice you'll ever make in your lives. Oh, it's the best choice besides joining my Tao sect. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua's words were somewhat unsteady, but it made many golden core disciples feel warm in their hearts. After agreeing in unison, they stood aside. Xueqi. Xiaohua asked with a smile. I promised you that I would take you out of the Jade Pavilion gathering. At that time, although you said you wanted to serve me, I knew you were in a dangerous situation and had no choice but to say those words. Now, I will give you a chance. You can leave now. Taoist Master Xiao, I want to ask you a question first, then I can decide. Xueqi said very seriously. Okay. Taoist Master, the joy of cultivation is admiring the flowers and the moon and discussing the Tao? If so, why did Taoist Master come to the Jade Pavilion gathering to snatch the Imperial Preceptor's lot? Xueqi immediately asked. Let's not talk about cultivation first. Xiaohua smiled faintly and explained. Just talking about happiness, there are many kinds of happiness in the secular world. Drinking wine can make you happy, singing can make you happy, dancing can make you happy. Having a lot of friends can make you happy. Having power over the world can make you happy. Having millions of soldiers can make you happy, and even adjusting your breath in your spare time can make you happy. There is only one kind of happiness, but there are endless ways to be happy. Everyone's happiness may be different. I hope to pursue the happiness of cultivation, but I said before that I don't know what happiness is. That's why I want to discuss the Tao with you all. Some fellow Taoists like alchemy. Maybe refining 9th grade pills can make them happy. Some fellow Taoists like refining tools. Maybe refining spiritual treasures can make them happy. Of course, there may also be fellow Taoists who like power, like building a country, like fighting against Confucian cultivators. When the purpose of building a country surpasses the needs of cultivation, this kind of fighting will naturally make fellow Taoists happy. Besides, to experience the joy of cultivation, there's a price. There's no such thing as happiness or pain for no reason in this world. Especially on the hidden immortal continent. If our Taoist cultivators want to be happy, they might have to build on the foundation of the pain of Confucian cultivators. After speaking up to here, Xiaohua let out a long sigh and looked up into the sky. I don't dare to say that I have lofty aspirations, but I also hope that the fellow Taoists I get to know can all find their own happiness. Xueqi smiled and said, I know a little about what you're talking about, but I'm willing to fight with those Confucian cultivators. I feel that it's more interesting than pure cultivation. Xiaohua looks at this cultivator who didn't listen to Taoist Huada's orders at the Jade Pavilion Assembly and nods. Since I've taken the State Master's lot, I'm really going to establish a country. There won't be too few disputes with Confucian cultivators. If fellow Taoist Xiong is willing, I'd like to ask fellow Taoist to lend me a hand. Alright, I'm also someone who died once. Seeing Taoist Xiao being so magnanimous and straightforward, I'm also willing to follow you and see how far our Taoist cultivators can go on the hidden immortal continent. Xueqi resolutely kneels on the ground and says, Disciple kowtows in salute to Master. Ah? Not to mention Xiaohua himself. Even Fairy Jing and the others who were watching from the side also woke up. Why did he want to take Xueqi as his master? Xiaohua's astonishment disappeared in a flash. With a smile on his face he said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Xiong, what do you mean? Isn't it good for you and me to be fellow Taoists? If you work for me, I won't shortchange your cultivation needs. Why do you have to take me as your master? Xueqi raised his head and said very seriously, Disciple naturally doesn't need to explain the difference between working for me and taking me as your master. If they could be the same, these dozen or so Jin Dan disciples wouldn't take senior as their master and would choose to work for you instead. Especially disciple, I feel that I've already reached the end of this path of cultivation. I'm already powerless to struggle and unable to find the goal to move forward. Disciple needs a cultivator like senior to guide the way for disciple and illuminate the way forward. Moreover, disciple wants to do, besides cultivate, disciple wants to strengthen our Taoism. No Confucian cultivator can casually bully our Taoism disciples and the so-called Jade Pavilion meeting can no longer be held. Disciple wants to realize this wish, but without a Taoism expert like senior to protect disciple, disciple can't do it. Moreover, although senior's cultivation is at the upper 4th level, you've already suppressed Taoist Huadia, Xue Mingzi, and Ao Zhantian, 3 late nascent soul stage seniors. Stepping into the 5th level is just around the corner. At that time, the number of cultivators who want senior's guidance will be more than the number of carps crossing the river. At that time, senior won't be able to guide them, so disciple might as well become senior's disciple right now and listen to senior's teachings. Can't guide them? A trace of doubt appeared in Xiaohua's heart, but he naturally couldn't ask. Looking at Xueqi's face, Xiaohua naturally thought of another person. That was Daybreak Continent's Bai Fei. That's right, it was that mercenary Changbai sect disciple, Bai Fei. Although this Bai Fei was a Dao sect disciple, during the Sword Dao battle, he used a secret technique to threaten Xiaohua in exchange for the cultivation method he wanted. Moreover, he was quick to react and had an excellent ability to judge the situation. In Xiaohua's opinion, this kind of cultivator was most suitable for cruel cultivation worlds like the Dawn Rain continent or the hidden immortal continent. Even now, Xiaohua had a feeling that when he left Daybreak Continent, Shi Wuming, Rua Taohong, and Mo Shan were going to that dangerous place. This Bai Fei would definitely follow them. Xiaohua didn't know whether Shi Wuming and the other two would be able to escape, but Xiaohua was certain that as long as there was a chance, Bai Fei would definitely be able to escape. After nearly 100 years of cultivation, Bai Fei must have reached a considerable height. On the surface, he might not be inferior to Xiaohua himself. Thinking about Bai Fei and then looking at Xueqi, weren't they both the kind of cultivators who would seize every opportunity to improve their cultivation? Good. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and nodded. Since you have the heart to become my disciple, then I won't disappoint you. I'll accept you as my disciple. Fairy Jing's small mouth slightly opened. This Xueqi's way of accepting a master was strange, and Xiaohua's way of accepting a disciple was even more inexplicable. He didn't ask anything, didn't say anything, and just accepted an early nascent soul cultivator as his disciple. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Xueqi was overjoyed and respectfully kowtowed. He kowtowed a total of 9 times before getting up. Xiaohua smiled. Xueqi, you are the first nascent soul disciple this old man has accepted. When this old man has time, I will properly guide your cultivation. I can't let you sully this old man's reputation. Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple will follow master's instructions. Xueqi very respectfully replied. He didn't feel that Xiaohua was boasting at all. And Xiaohua nodded. He looked at Chongyu and the others and said, You all come and greet your senior brother. Chongyu, Wu Tian, and the other Golden Core disciples were also dumbfounded. At this moment, they all rushed over to greet this senior brother who was qualified to be their master. However, everyone also heard clearly that the senior brother that Xiaohua spoke of was only senior brother. He didn't say eldest senior brother. After everyone finished greeting each other, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, Since you all are this old man's disciples, then you are different from others. You all don't need to return to your respective caves. Go to the Black Wind Ridge first. When you get there, Xueqi will first assist Li Xiang and the others in the Black Wind Ridge, and establish the Jiang country that this old man promised them. With that, Xiaohua took out a jade eye from his bosom and handed it to Xueqi. Your identities, as well as the appearance of Li Xiang and the others are all recorded inside. You all will know when you see it. Yes, this disciple understands. Xueqi respectfully received it and said, When Master returns to the Black Wind Ridge, this disciple will give Master a complete Jiang country. Master, please be the Imperial Preceptor. TSK. This old man doesn't have the leisure to be the Imperial Preceptor. Xiaohua laughed and said, That's your matter. Go. Seeing that Xiaohua was urging him and didn't give him the Imperial Preceptor's lot, Xueqi probably already entrusted it to someone else. However, Xueqi didn't care. After bowing and saluting, he led the 20 or so Golden Core disciples into the sky. With a wave of his hand, a small flying boat actually landed in front of them. Dozens of people boarded the flying boat, cupped their hands towards Xiaohua again, and flew away quickly. Taoist Xiao. Seeing that there were only 3 people left in the Great Formation, Su Tingzi thought for a moment and said, This one knows that Taoist Xiao has the intention to guide me, but this one, fellow Taoist, are you afraid? Xiaohua asked, hitting the nail on the head. Su Tingzi was stunned and immediately nodded, That's right. If Taoist Xiao didn't save so many nascent soul cultivators and didn't accept so many Golden Core disciples. As disciples, to be honest, this one really wants to pledge loyalty to Taoist Xiao and cultivate together with Taoist Xiao, just like in the Jade Pavilion Conference. However, Taoist Xiao's movements are really too big. Although Star-Lord Hall's Kong Hongwu might not notice Taoist Xiao right now, he will pay attention to all the Taoist cultivators who came out of the Jade Pavilion Conference. When he sees Taoist Xiao's movements, he will definitely take action. Taoist Xiao, it's not that this one doesn't have confidence in Taoist Xiao, but this one is really clear about the methods of Confucian cultivators. A small Star-Lord Hall, which only controls the Jade Mountain that is several tens of thousands of li wide, was able to kill several hundred nascent soul cultivators and several thousand Golden Core cultivators of my Taoist sect. It can be said that they almost wiped out all the Taoist cultivators of the hidden immortal continent. If they really send out, not to mention immortal soldiers and generals, even if several aristocratic families join forces and send out fierce generals, Taoist Xiao, do you think you can resist them? Hee, fellow Taoist, you're too extreme. Xiaohua said with a smile, I invited these fellow Taoists here just to share the joy of cultivation with them. I didn't say that I wanted to oppose Confucian cultivators. Then what about fellow Taoist Xueqi? Su Tingzi stared at Xiaohua and asked. Chapter 3675. Establishing a country. Didn't I come to the Jade Pavilion gathering to obtain the Imperial Teacher's lot? Isn't it just following the requirements of the Confucian cultivators and establishing a country in the name of the Imperial Teacher? Xiaohua shrugged innocently. Su Tingzi bitterly smiled. Biting words is the specialty of Confucian cultivators. I didn't expect Taoist Xiao to understand this as well. Xiaohua sternly said, Fellow Taoist is correct. I am acting under the rules of Confucian cultivators. I don't have the slightest intention of overstepping my boundaries. The reason I allowed fellow Taoist to stay until now is to give fellow Taoist the leeway to choose. If fellow Taoist doesn't have a choice now, you can return to your cave and think about it. Fellow Taoist helped me with your life, so I will definitely treat fellow Taoist well. Su Tingzi's expression slightly changed when he heard Xiao Hua mention this. Killing a Star Monarch of Star Monarch Hall. Xiao Hua was extremely daring, and Su Tingzi could be considered to be helping the tyrant. If Star Monarch Hall really pursued this matter, he would be heavily punished. Su Tingzi cupped his hands and bid farewell. This matter. I hope Taoist Xiao can give me some time to think about it. Fellow Taoist, please. Seeing Su Tingzi looking at the formation with some fear, Xiao Hua pulled his hand, and the formation was immediately torn apart. Su Tingzi cautiously flew out of the formation, and directly flew 300 meters before letting out a sigh of relief. He was the only cultivator who didn't agree to cooperate with Xiao Hua. Moreover, he had seen Xiao Hua kill Star Monarch Hall's Star Monarch Mu Xian. He was truly afraid that Xiao Hua would silence him. After Su Tingzi flew far away, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took back the several dozen jade talismans. He then looked at the pensive Fairy Jing and said, "Let's go, Fairy Jing. We're going to the single Liang Kingdom." At this moment, Fairy Jing was no longer as calm as before. Her misty eyes flickered with a strange expression as if she was thinking about something or hesitating about something. Hearing Xiao Hua's call, she absent-mindedly nodded and followed him into the air. However, it only took a moment for her to come to her senses. She hastily stopped and waited in the air. She directly flew away, leaving Xiao Hua extremely far behind her. "Fairy, what are you thinking about?" Xiao Hua chased after her and said with a bitter smile, "Why did you leave me behind?" "It's nothing." Fairy Jing stammered, "Wait a moment, fellow Taoist, Speaking of this, Fairy Jing looked apologetic. "My mount was originally Ying Hua, but it was seriously injured in the Jade Pavilion gathering to save me, so I had to ask you to take a flying boat." Soon after, Fairy Jing took out a small flying boat. After Xiao Hua got on, she activated her magic power and flew into the distance. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged on the airship and meditated for half a day with his eyes closed. Seeing Fairy Jing's silent appearance, he smiled and said, "Fairy Jing, do you have something you want to ask this Xiao?" Say. Fairy Jing sighs and turns her head. She looks at Xiao Hua with her beautiful eyes and says in a low voice, This concubine doesn't want to ask. I just find it strange. Fellow Taoist, you have so many nascent soul cultivators by your side, and any two of them you pick are more powerful than me. Wouldn't they be more suitable to escort you than me? Why did fellow Taoist choose this concubine?" Xiao Hua smiled and said, "It's very simple. It's because you were the first one to notice my serious injuries. Moreover, in order to cover up the news of my injuries, I could only choose you." Fellow Taoist. Fairy Jing slightly shook her head and said in self-mockery, "This concubine thinks I can already see through people's hearts. But in front of you, it seems like I'm an idiot. This concubine really doesn't understand what fellow Taoist means." "Oh." Hearing this, Xiao Hua said in all seriousness, "Fairy Jing, although you and I have just met, you were able to save this Xiao. Moreover, in order to cover up my injuries, you walked hand in hand with this Xiao in front of all the cultivators. This Xiao will never forget your actions. Therefore, this Xiao won't hide anything from Fairy Jing." Speaking up to this point, Xiao Hua was somewhat tongue-tied. After all, he had already told her that if he hid anything from her, she shouldn't blame him. Seeing Xiao Hua's embarrassment, Fairy Jing pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "Actually, it's nothing. This concubine already knows that fellow Taoist is using this concubine as a cover to lure others into a trap. This concubine just feels a little uncomfortable. If you had told this concubine earlier, this concubine wouldn't have thought too much about it. Could it be that this concubine would leak it out?" So Fairy Jing already understands. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "This Xiao still thinks that his actions are flawless. Naturally in the eyes of others, but fellow Taoist didn't hide anything from this concubine. There are many things that even Senior Daoran doesn't know about, so this concubine naturally understands." Fairy Jing said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, there must be nascent soul cultivators lying in ambush inside your nation treasure. After you and I act as bait to lure those cultivators with ill intentions, fellow Taoist will send them out, right?" This. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, "I won't hide it from Fairy Jing. This Zhao's mountain river seal can only contain those cultivators. There are no others. Ah, that's impossible. Fairy Jing was a little surprised. She looked around and muttered, there aren't any cultivators following us within a few 100 kilometers. Could it be that this concubine misunderstood fellow Taoist? Xiaohua touched his nose with his hand and thought for a moment, saying, Fairy Jing is right. This Xiao wants to lure people into a trap. Because this person covets this Xiao is very surprised. Because this person has no enmity with this Xiao, and Xiaohua even helped him. However, this Xiao didn't expect that he would want to harm this Xiao. This Xiao wants to know why. In particular, he has seen this Xiao's cultivation and strength. This Xiao really wants to see what his trump card is. Sigh. Fellow Taoist is a bit careless. Fairy Jing said worriedly, fellow Taoist's injuries won't heal for several years. This concubine's strength is limited. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. It doesn't matter. This is only a guess of this Xiao's, and it might not be true. Moreover, this Xiao feels that that guy isn't so stupid as to really chase after this Xiao. That's good. Fairy Jing smiled sweetly. Now that fellow Taoist said this concubine's heart is still a bit anxious and on edge. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said while looking at the sky, this Xiao originally didn't want to say it, but who asked someone to think so much? Hee hee. Fairy Jing laughed, as if she hadn't relaxed for a long time. The two of them were silent for a moment, and Fairy Jing asked again, this concubine feels that the happiness of cultivation that fellow Taoist talked about to those nascent soul cultivators is very interesting. It seems to have enlightened this concubine, as if this concubine's previous cultivation had deviated. Xiaohua smiled and said, what if this Xiao says that this is nothing but a lie, a drawing of a pie, or a fantasy? Would Fairy Jing be very disappointed? I would. Fairy Jing's face turned bitter. Actually, this concubine also thought about it before. The Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent are really free and unfettered, and the Buddhist sects of the Western Paradise also cultivate Western Paradise. Even the demons of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm should be incomparably free. Why is it that our Tao sects are bullied and controlled like this? Is there no paradise that belongs to our Tao sects? There is. But it's not here, nor is it at this time. Xiaohua nodded with certainty. Fairy Jing's eyes flashed with surprise. Then fellow Taoist Xiao, tell me, where is it? When is it? There will be such a day. There will also be such a place. Xiaohua made a solemn vow and said, this Xiao will let you see that the cultivators of my Tao sect can freely fly in the sky. My Tao sects will bloom on the earth. My Tao sect seniors will soar into the sky from time to time. There will be a smooth path of cultivation in front of us. Perhaps at that time, this Xiao will talk about the happiness of cultivation with Fairy Jing. Establishing a sect. Fairy Jing's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. Previously, when I saw fellow Taoist Xueqi, and those 20 Jindan disciples call fellow Taoist Xiao Master, this concubine is very fond of you. It feels like a home. Fairy Jing, with your nascent soul middle stage cultivation, you can naturally accept disciples, right? Xiaohua said with a smile. Fairy Jing wryly smiled and shook her head. This concubine isn't as ambitious as fellow Taoist. I don't dare to attract the attention of Confucian cultivators. At this point, Fairy Jing suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, fellow Taoist Xiao, when Xue Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were here, why didn't you tell them about the alliance between Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong? If you told them, wouldn't they be more confident? It's different. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, these cultivators are fundamentally different from the 200 people that Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong brought. Fellow Taoist, please enlighten me. Fairy Jing didn't understand and said with a smile, this concubine is confused. To put it bluntly, these cultivators that I brought were deserters from the Jade Pavilion Conference. Although they experienced bloodshed, they didn't experience life and death. They didn't persevere to the end. It can be said that their nature is cowardly. In the future, when there are few storms, perhaps they will choose to run away again. If this Xiao had told them about my alliance with Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong, with their knowledge, they would have immediately understood the size of this force. Perhaps they would have been scared away. Haha, how could that be? Fellow Taoist, you can't bring them out for no reason, right? Fairy Jing looked at Xiaohua with a smile. Of course. Xiao Hua says with a smile. Everyone has been forced by this Xiao to pledge their loyalty to me for several hundred to 1,000 years. Otherwise, do you think that this Xiao's happy cultivation would be able to move these old ghosts who have cultivated for several thousand years? Hee, that's what I said. Fairy Jing was full of smiles. How could they take the bait so easily? That Su Tingzi, fellow Taoist Xiao, has been earnestly persuading fellow Taoist Xiao for so long, and he's still only considering it. Just as they were talking, a divine sense swept over from afar. This divine sense was very hurried and swept over the flying boat as if it was casual, then swept elsewhere. However, it was only a moment before the divine sense swept back and circled around Xiao Hua for a moment before immediately withdrawing. Chapter 3676. Oh, who is this? Xiao Hua's face was a bit astonished. He looked at Fairy Jing blankly and asked in astonishment, I'm injured, and my spiritual sense is also somewhat damaged. It's hard to tell who it is. Fairy Jing was startled, but she soon understood. She blinked her eyes and said, This cultivator's cultivation should be at the middle nascent soul stage, but I'm not familiar with his spiritual sense. It's not a fellow Taoist I'm familiar with. It shouldn't be Taoist Huada either. Oh, Xiao Hua nodded and stood up. He looked into the distance and said with a smile, Is that the fellow Taoist who came to see me off? Perhaps. Fairy Jing didn't dare to stop the flying boat. She continued to fly into the distance, but she was secretly on guard. After all, they had been flying for so long, and they had yet to see any nascent soul cultivators. Perhaps Xiao Hua was right about this sudden appearance. Fairy Jing. A moment later, a voice that Fairy Jing wasn't familiar with came from the distance. Please wait a moment. Fairy Jing slightly tilted her head and thought for a moment. Her expression slightly changed, but soon returned to normal. She said to Xiao Hua, Fellow Taoist Xiao, it's Taoist Yuan Qing. Fairy Jing's eyes flickered with a misty expression. She looked very beautiful. That's right. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Since it's an old friend, let's wait a moment. All right. Fairy Jing looked at Xiao Hua's appearance and could only helplessly nod. She tapped her foot and the flying boat stopped in midair. After a while, Taoist Yuan Qing flew over. His face was slightly flushed and his forehead was unexpectedly sweating. Taoist Xiao. Taoist Yuan Qing called from afar. Why are you flying in this direction? I thought you were going back to Black Wind Mountain. You flew towards Yu province for a long time. Hee, so it's fellow Taoist Yuan Qing. Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands. I had some matters to attend to. Liang province, so I didn't directly return to Black Wind Mountain. Hee. Taoist Yuan Qing descended from the sky and glanced at Fairy Jing. I'm afraid you're not really going to Liang province? Are we still going to the seaside? Haha. Xiao Hua laughed heartily and waved his hand. You're too kind. This one ran into Fairy Jing at the Jade Pavilion banquet. Moreover, Fairy Jing was slightly injured at that time, so this Xiao conveniently brought her out. After asking, I found out that Fairy Jing was heading in the same direction as this Xiao, so this Xiao abruptly asked Fairy Jing to lead the way, that's all. That's all. Taoist Yuan Qing suddenly understood. He looked at Fairy Jing and said with a smile, Fairy Jing, you're really lucky to meet Taoist Xiao again and again. At this point, how could Fairy Jing not know that Xiao Hua was guarding against Taoist Yuan Qing? She also smiled and said, Yes, compared to Zhenren Jingting, my luck is not just a little bit better. Sigh. Indeed. At the mention of Taoist Master Jingting, Taoist Master Yuan Qing seemed to have found a topic to talk about. He hurriedly continued and sighed. Apart from the difficulty of cultivation, our Taoist cultivators are also far inferior to Confucian cultivators in terms of luck. Taoist Master Jingting. I'm afraid he's a very extreme example. Although he wanted to serve Taoist Xiao in the end, he still died. At this time, Taoist Master Jingting's nascent soul was naturally already in Xiao Hua's mountain river seal. With the mother-child spirit fruit, he should be able to cultivate a scattered nascent soul like Hong Songzi. Although he couldn't compare to Xiao Hua and the others, he was still alive after all, which was a lot better than dying. What Xiao Hua was currently thinking about was how to use the immortal slaying platform or the 5 Chi's righteous thunder to refine the 2 nascent souls, and even the 100 or so nascent souls that were about to be repaired. Of course, he wouldn't mention this to Taoist Yuan Qing and the others. Therefore, Xiaohua asked with a smile. That's right. Taoist Yuan Qing chased me all the way here. Is there something you need from this Xiao? Taoist Yuan Qing waved his hand and said. How could there be anything? It's just that this one received a lot of help from Taoist at the Yaotai conference. Moreover, this one already said before entering the Yaotai mountain that this one wanted to ask Taoist for advice on cultivation. Who would have thought that there was no time before the Yaotai conference? And this time, the Yaotai conference was a mess. As soon as this one left the Yaotai mountain, Taoist disappeared. Hastily, Hai Hongzi and I split up to look for Taoist. Oh, later on, Hai Hongzi encountered a lot of calamities in the Yaotai Mountain's Great Formation. In his heart, he regretted not following Taoist. He even wanted to apologize to Taoist. Hee, it's fine, it's fine. Xiaohua said with a smile. It's all in the past. Don't mention it. In the face of benefits and danger, no matter if it's a cultivator or a mortal, they all have a selfish side. This one can't avoid this custom, and there's no harm in imposing it on others. Alas, unfortunately, fellow Taoist Hong Songzi's luck was not good. In the end, he still fell in the Great Formation. Taoist Yuan Qing sighed and said, fortunately, his nascent soul was protected by the Star Lord Palace's Great Formation. I don't know what kind of opportunity he had. Opportunity. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked very strangely. Fellow Taoist Yuan Qing said, those fellow Taoists whose bodies were destroyed, their nascent souls weren't destroyed by the Great Formation? Could it be that they had other opportunities? Taoist Yuan Qing smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know about this. However, since those nascent souls weren't killed by the Great Formation at that time, they probably wouldn't be killed later on. I only guessed that they might be protected by the Star Lord Palace. Alas, even if they can protect them, what can they do without their bodies? Xiaohua glanced at Fairy Jing, but her expression didn't change. It seemed that she wasn't looking for Ren Jing for her nascent soul. Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Taoist Yuan Qing waved his hand and said, I'll send a messaging talisman to Hai Hongzi. Fairy Jing, let's keep going. I'll take the opportunity to ask you some questions about cultivation. Fairy Jing looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled and said, let's listen to fellow Taoist Yuan Qing. If Hai Hongzi doesn't come, we'll take fellow Taoist Yuan Qing to the seaside. Hee, very good, very good. Taoist Yuan Qing sent the messaging talisman and asked Xiaohua to sit down. He also sat down. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly thought of something and said curiously, Oh, Fairy Jing, aren't you injured? How can I trouble you to drive the boat? Why don't you be my spiritual shuttle? Oh, since Taoist Xiao and Taoist Yuan Qing are here, I'll naturally drive the boat. Fairy Jing covered it up casually. Both of you have profound cultivation and are discussing the Tao. I can learn a thing or two from you. And all right. Taoist Yuan Qing smiled and ignored Fairy Jing. He opened his mouth to ask Xiaohua for advice. Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony. As long as Taoist Yuan Qing asked a question, he would answer it from the simple to the profound. He didn't hide anything and even drew inferences about other problems. Whether it was the essence of Confucian cultivation or Buddhist scriptures, he could always explain it well. Not only did Taoist Yuan Qing scratch his ears and cheeks, but even Fairy Jing's face blushed as if she couldn't control her joy. For more than 3 days, Xiaohua didn't stop talking. He talked about the essence of cultivation in the middle nascent soul stage. It was like a deluge of heavenly flowers. Occasionally, Fairy Jing would come to realize that Xiaohua wasn't talking to Taoist Yuan Qing at all. He was clearly talking to her. Joy and disappointment appeared in her watery eyes, but she immediately focused and didn't dare to delay. In her 1,000 years of cultivation, she had never been as happy as listening to lectures for 3 days. Taoist Yuan Qing's eyes flashed across the abyss as he pondered. Suddenly, a hint of panic flashed through his eyes. In this panic, there seemed to be reluctance, choice, and hesitation. But soon, Taoist Yuan Qing's eyes became clear again. He stood up with a smile and bowed. Taoist Xiao, this junior really admires Taoist Yuan Qing's cultivation. The teachings I've received in these 3 days are worth 300 years of cultivation. This junior really didn't expect Taoist Yuan Qing to be so well versed in Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism. Moreover, You've cleverly combined the teachings of these three sections. Although this junior doesn't know what level Taoist Yuan Qing's cultivation has reached, the teachings you've given me in these 3 days have answered all of my questions. This junior is very regretful. If this junior had met senior 100 years earlier, no, 10 years earlier, this junior wouldn't have had such a difficult time. Of course, even so, this junior is confident that I can reach the late nascent soul stage after receiving senior's teachings. This junior must thank Taoist Xiao. Oh? Why are you being so polite? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said in astonishment, Fellow Taoist Yuan Qing, please take a seat. This place is still far from where we're going. Let me have a good chat with fellow Taoist Yuan Qing. This junior really wants to ask for some advice from Taoist Xiao. Unfortunately, as Taoist Yuan Qing spoke, his figure turned into a streak of light and immediately fled from the flying boat. His voice, however, remained. Taoist Xiao, your path has come to an end. Oh. Xiao Hua didn't find it strange at all. He said regretfully, Fellow Taoist Yuan Qing, you've finally revealed your true face? This Xiao is still looking forward to your repentance. Huh? Taoist Yuan Qing saw that not only was Xiao Hua not nervous, he even spoke in such a manner as if he had seen through everything. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He hurriedly said, You. How did you know? As he spoke, boom, boom, boom. 3 enormous rumbling sounds rushed out from the clouds of the heavenly moat. After one of the rumbling sounds, a sharp eagle cry suddenly rang out. A pair of wings that were over 30 meters in size stirred up a strong wind. A tall, red-faced cultivator rushed out from the abyss while standing on Heaven Shaking Tsong. Heaven Shaking Tsong's eyes were like lightning. His eagle claws were like hooks, and his entire body's navy blue feathers were dotted with red spots. Raw. Heaven Shaking Tsong rushed out in front of Xiao Hua's head. Another bestial roar that sounded like a great bell came from behind Xiao Hua. A short cultivator wearing tight clothes rode a scarlet leopard that was several meters in size out of the fog. Not only was the leopard's entire body scarlet red, even its eyes were abnormally red. Fire lotuses faintly flickered on its 4 hooves as it stepped on the air. Chapter 3677. Looking at Xiao Hua's left hand, there was a waterfall hanging upside down in the air. Standing above the waterfall was Hai Hongzi, whom Xiao Hua had met before. Heh, sure enough, I've attracted all of you here. Xiao Hua sneered. This saves me the trouble of looking elsewhere. Xiao Hua. Taoist Yuan Qing was very puzzled. You, how did you know? You, when did you find out? Do you think you're being very secretive? Xiao Hua sneered. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence that you met me? There are thousands of people participating in the Jade Pavilion meeting. How did you meet me all of a sudden? Hearing this, Taoist Yuan Qing sneered. Humph, I was going to welcome Hong Songzi at that time, but I didn't expect you to be there. Didn't I take advantage of the situation? Isn't what you're saying a bit too far-fetched? Then, in the first formation, you clearly knew that Taoist Shengtian was related to Fairy Shengfeng, so why did you let your 2-headed snake fight with Taoist Shengtian? You were so anxious to provoke a fight. Didn't you want me to meet Taoist Shengtian face to face? Do you think I'm an idiot? Xiao Hua laughed. Taoist Yuan Qing nodded. You're right. This was my mistake. I was a bit impatient, but you can rest assured that Taoist Shengtian's death. I've already found someone to tell Fairy Shengfeng about it. I'll take your head to Fairy Shengfeng. You're really a troublemaker. Xiao Hua sighed. Before the Jade Pavilion meeting, I was still worried about Fairy Shengfeng's revenge, but now I don't care. Do you think you can escape from the 4 of us? Hai Hongzi sneered. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua ignored Hai Hongzi and said to Taoist Yuan Qing. Also, when you snatched the jade box in the formation, you didn't snatch it yourself, but called my name and asked me to do it. Isn't this the trick that Fairy Jing used to call Taoist Jingting's name? I've done this kind of thing before. How could I not know? It was at that time that I became suspicious of you. Taoist Yuan Qing's face darkened. Actually, now that I think about it, you pulled me, Hong Songzi, and Hai Hongzi to participate in the Yaotai gathering together before the Yaotai gathering. At that time, Hai Hongzi had already said that he and you had already practiced the joint attack of the 3 of you, so there was no need to pull me along. This itself was also a flaw. I don't think Hai Hongzi knew about your plan at that time, right? Also, I beat you at your own game twice. One time, I killed Jing Mubai, and the other time, I killed Soaring Heaven. You didn't help me even once, right? You said that you wanted to join hands with me, but you didn't even try to help me. You even let Reverend Xiongtian stab me in the heart with a flying sword in front of you. This really makes me feel disappointed. Killed Jing Mubao? Hai Hongzi was shocked. The other two cultivators also had strange expressions on their faces. Haha, Xiaohua, what's the use of saying this now? Immortal Yuan Qing could not allow Xiaohua to continue speaking. He laughed out loud and said, even if you have the ability to kill a Star Lord, you were seriously injured at the Yaotai banquet. Lying in the red clouds, you did not even have the slightest feeling. How could you possibly be a match for us now? Don't tell me that it wasn't Fairy Jing who brought you out of the Yaotai gathering. Don't tell me that it was Fairy Jing who used her magic power all the way, and you didn't use any magic power at all. Don't tell me that your cultivation was destroyed. Don't tell me that you didn't go back to the Black Cloud Ridge and went somewhere else. Don't tell me that you were afraid that others would kill you on the way? As he spoke, he looked at Fairy Jing's expression and smiled. Fairy Jing, this old man doesn't know how you were bewitched. When you saw the dying Xiaohua, you didn't even care about your own life to save him. If you didn't make that choice back then, you wouldn't have died today. Ah! Fairy Jing raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, what? You were there that day? Yes. He was half a step earlier than you. Xiaohua said with a smile. Unfortunately, he was frightened by my plan to beat you at your own game. He thought it was my plan this time, so he didn't dare to make a move. When he wanted to make a move, you came. But when he wanted to make a move on you, the formation was broken. So he had no choice but to endure until now. How do you know everything? Taoist Yuan Qing looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face pale. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. There are still many things I don't know. I don't know why you want to kill me. I also don't know why I've told you so much in these 3 days. You clearly know that my cultivation is far above yours, but you still want to kill me. Fellow Taoists. Taoist Yuan Qing didn't answer Xiaohua. Instead, he turned to Hai Hongzi and the other two and said, now that things have come to this, there's no need to retreat. Xiaohua killed Star Monarch Jingmushuan of Star Monarch Palace. He won't let this news leak out. Regardless of whether he still has magic power or not, he won't let us live. Moreover, fellow Taoists, don't worry. I did see Xiaohua faint earlier. He was brought out of Jade Mountain by Li Jing. He doesn't have the magic power to fly. Moreover, in these 3 days, I didn't see him use any true essence. His nascent soul is long gone. When Hai Hongzi and the others heard this, their expressions became calm. At this time, Taoist Yuan Qing said to Xiaohua, Xiaohua, as for why I want to kill you, you can rest assured. I'm not an idiot. I definitely won't tell you. However, I can tell you that even if you preach in front of this old man for 3 days, this old man will still kill you. Because as long as we kill you, the 4 of us will no longer be restricted by Confucian cultivators. We can live freely in hidden immortal continent. Arrogant people like you don't know how powerful the Confucian cultivators on hidden immortal continent are. Only death awaits you if you go against them. Enlistment. Enlistment by Confucian cultivators? Xiaohua said coldly, henceforth, you'll become a lackey of Confucian cultivators. They don't need to care about you and let you live or die. But do you really have your own freedom? Whether I have freedom or not, this old man doesn't know now. This old man only knows that your head is the proof of our allegiance. Taoist Yuan Qing's face was somewhat ferocious. In fact, long before this old man stepped on the flying boat, this old man had some plans to persuade you to join the Confucian cultivators. But after listening to your speech, this old man immediately gave up this idea. With you in front, this proof of our allegiance. Isn't it more important than others? Moreover, this old man also understood why those Confucian cultivators wanted to kill you. You're the second Grand Mist ancestor. Who are those Confucian cultivators? Xiaohua asked. Haha. Taoist Yuan Qing laughed loudly and pointed his hand. Taoist Xiao, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Taoist Yuan Qing, don't take out this kind of inferior trick and make a fool of yourself. Taoist Yuan Qing, you're still thinking about how to get out of trouble and how to escape from our attacks, right? Alas! Xiao Hua sighed and glanced at the rather nervous Fairy Jing. He shook his head and said, "Our Dao sect's disciples were originally weak in the hidden immortal continent. The Jade Pavilion gathering even drew out the greedy Dao sect's disciples from their seclusion. 60% of them were killed in Star-Lord Hall's net. Well, it could be said that less than 70% of them survived." This old man felt very pained and felt that he had the heart but was powerless. "But look at you guys, for the sake of enlistment by Confucian cultivators, you actually abandoned your own principles and offered your savior to them as proof of your allegiance. With your actions, even if you can enter the Taoist path, so what? Even if you listen to this old man's lecture for 100 days, so what?" After saying this, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at Song Zhentian, whose wings covered the sky. His expression was rather desolate. "In order to kill this old man, you really put in a lot of effort. Is this Song Zhentian specifically going to deal with this old man's spirit-seeking mouse? Where's your two-headed monster, Si Hong? Are you afraid to take it out? Afraid that my spirit-seeking mouse will dig out its heart?" Xiao Hua then looked at the scarlet rainbow leopard and sneered. "And this beast, presumably it's going to deal with Fairy Jing's demonic beast, Inghua, right? And you four beasts, if you think you can bully Fairy Jing, then you can deal with this old man, who lost all his Taoist techniques because he saved Taoist disciples on Jade Mountain, right?" "It's useless to say more," the tall cultivator standing on top of Song Zhentian said coldly. "This old man doesn't know who you are, nor what you did in the past. This old man only knows that with your head, this old man will be able to properly cultivate. I won't be afraid of being remembered or hunted down by Confucian cultivators. Since you call yourself a senior and have such a broad heart, why don't you give your head to this old man? How about helping this old man? If you want to take Taoist Master Zhao's life, you'll have to step over my corpse first." Fairy Jing sneered and waved her sleeve. Ji. Several sounds that were unwilling to be left out flew out from her sleeve. The demonic beast, Inghua, swayed its big ears and a bewitching light flew out from its eyes. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback because Inghua seemed to be in good spirits and didn't seem to have any serious injuries. It was far from what Fairy Jing had said earlier. Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Jing with some doubt. At this moment, Fairy Jing had already walked in front of Xiao Hua and blocked him with her figure that couldn't be considered weak. Hee. Sure enough, you two are in love. Taoist Master Xiao, you have such good luck with women. Another cultivator standing on a rainbow leopard opened his mouth and laughed loudly. His eyes flashed with a dirty look. Participating in the Jade Pavilion gathering and being able to obtain the heart of a nascent soul female cultivator is more precious than any treasure. But rest assured, Taoist Master Xiao, your luck with women. This old man will enjoy it for you in the future. Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to that cultivator's gaze. He looked at Taoist Master Yuan Qing and nodded. For this ambush, you've really put in a lot of effort. Not only did you find Song Zhentian, who naturally restrains seeking spirit mice, you even found a demonic beast that Inghua is afraid of. To be honest, to be able to arrange all this in such a short time, you're definitely a genius. Killing you is truly a pity. Chapter 3678. Taoist Master Yuan Qing wasn't moved by Xiao Hua's words and coldly said, "This old man didn't arrange it. It's just that your luck is too bad, and it's also because Confucian cultivators are too powerful. No matter what you say now, it's useless. This old man has already observed that no cultivators have passed through the surrounding 50 kilometers in the past 3 days. Don't even think that a cultivator will come and save you. Haha, that's the biggest joke in the world. This is the first time I've heard someone say that my luck is bad." Xiao Hua laughed heartily as he looked at Fairy Jing's rabbit-like demon beast. Although it looked very fierce, it actually cowered under the gemstone red gaze of the rainbow leopard expert in the distance, and its body trembled from time to time. Thus he said to Fairy Jing, who was standing in front of him, "Fairy Jing, put away your bewilderment. We don't need it to deal with these beasts." "No." Fairy Jing refused without hesitation and patted her Qiankuan bag. It was the jade pendant that Xiao Hua had seen before. As soon as the jade pendant rushed out of the space, it immediately emitted a tenacious brilliance that protected Fairy Jing and Xiao Hua. Fairy Jing then opened her mouth and spat out a magic treasure that looked like a shell. The shell emitted a tricolored brilliance and slowly expanded. A fierce, desolate, and even fishy aura emanated from the shell. Fairy Jing's face was cautious, as if she really didn't care about her own life. There was a rare stern look in her eyes that was like smoke and ripples. Many thanks, Fairy Jing. Xiaohua sighed and whispered behind her. It's good that Fairy Jing is so considerate. As for taking action, that's my business. After saying that, an auspicious cloud appeared under Xiaohua's feet and carried him into the sky. Xiaohua waved his hand, and Little Silver flew out of the space. Sure enough, as soon as Little Silver, who had always been obedient, flew out, sky-shaking heavens raised its head and screamed. Its wings flapped as if it wanted to rush over. Little Silver shrunk its neck and immediately flew into Xiaohua's hand. It hid its small mouse face behind Xiaohua's thumb, revealing only half of its mouse eyes. Who knew if it was really afraid or just faking it? Xiaohua completely ignored Little Silver's show-off. With a flick of his middle finger, he motioned for Little Silver to fly towards the rainbow leopard. He then waved his other hand, and a black shadow mixed with golden light flew out of his hand. It was none other than the divine power centipede which had appeared on a demon cloud. Taoist Yuan Qing was a little stupefied. He indeed didn't expect Xiaohua to have two demon beasts. But when he saw the divine power centipede, he sneered and waved his hand. Fellow Taoists, success or failure. As long as we kill him, his demon beasts and the treasures in his Chenkuan bag from the jades in his Chenkuan bags. This old man doesn't want these things. This old man only wants Xiaohua's head. Kill. Since Taoist Yuan Qing had given the order, Hai Hongzi and the other two didn't waste time. They each rode their demon beasts and urged their magic power to attack Xiaohua and Fairy Jing from all sides. Heh. Xiaohua sneered. Chup chup. When the divine power centipede heard this, it immediately unleashed its might. With a hiss, strange runes surged around its body. Then with a burst of demon qi, it grew to several feet long and pounced at sky-shaking heaven's abdomen. Little Silver, who had been flying slowly in the air, suddenly sped up. There was even a rumbling sound in the air, but it was only for a moment before a silver curve, almost invisible to the naked eye, pounced at the rainbow leopard's back. Roar! Sky-shaking heavens roared. Roar! The rainbow leopard also roared. The two demon beasts jumped up together and took the initiative to fly out from under the two nascent soul cultivators. Their eyes flashed with a flirtatious light. They were clearly very excited and cared a lot about their opponents. Woo-woo! While the demonic beasts were fighting, Taoist Master Yuan Qing's halberd let out a wave-like cry. Hai Hongzi's magic weapon that was like a waterfall let out a mighty roar that was even more powerful than Fairy Jing's shell magic weapon. The two nascent soul cultivators activated their divine thoughts and the transcendence energy around their bodies transformed into two huge hands, grabbing towards Xiaohua. Ha! Xiaohua laughed and shook his head slightly. If I kill you all, it'll really be bullying you. It'll be an unfair victory. As he spoke, sword qi flashed around Xiaohua's body. Thousands of sword lights suddenly burst out from Xiaohua's body. Then, Xiaohua opened his mouth and 4 flying swords of different colors rushed out. The thousands of sword lights surged with sword qi and turned into 4 giant swords that flew towards the 4 cultivators. The sword qi was imposing, the sword light was cold, and an austere aura sealed off the entire area. You're a Confucian cultivator? Taoist Yuan Qing was shocked and his face turned ashen. After all, the position of Xiaohua's sword was enough to block one of Ming Hao's halberd's attacks. Without Fairy Jing's help, Xiaohua would still be undefeated in a 1 versus 4 battle. Xiaohua sneered. You think I'm all talk and no action? After listening to me for 3 days, I'm afraid that you're only thinking about how to kill me, right? I'm impossible. You're proficient in Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. Taoist Yuan Qing didn't dare to believe it. At this moment, 4 loud sounds rang out as the flying sword struck Ming Hao's halberd. Ming Hao's halberd, which hadn't been damaged even during the Jade Pavilion conference, was instantly pushed back several meters by Xiaohua's flying swords. A deep crack appeared on it, and it looked like it was about to break. With Ming Hao's halberd in such a state, Hai Hongzi's magic weapon was even worse. With a loud bang, the sword light was split in half, and Hai Hongzi's figure flew back several meters, his face dark red. The other 2 cultivators were even more miserable. Not only were their nascent soul's hands shattered, but their left and right arms were also shattered by the sword light. Their faces flashed with astonishment, as if they had never seen such tyrannical sword chi before. Let's go. Taoist Yuan Qing was indeed an ambitious and ruthless person. Seeing that Xiao Hua was unstoppable, he immediately made a decision. We don't need to tangle with him. As long as we pass the news of him attacking Star-Lord Palace's Star-Lord Well to Mount Yao Tai, Senior Kong Honggu will naturally personally take his dog head. Ew. At this moment, the arrogant rainbow leopard let out a miserable roar, leaving behind its last sound in this world. Then, its body fell from the sky. That cute little silver swung its body and carefully used its little paws to wash its face in the air. It was unknown whether it was because of mysophobia or because it was shy. Hiss. The thin and small cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't know that he was even more shocked that his arm was injured by Xiao Hua, but before he could urge his body to fly back, an extremely heavy hissing sound came from afar. The demonic cloud in the sky suddenly flourished, and then a bloody light suddenly appeared. The sky-shaking heavens was actually split in half from head to toe by a black light. Taoist Yuan Qing was scared silly. He had really calculated for a long time and thought of many possibilities, but he still neglected to consider that Xiao Hua actually had the cultivation of a Confucian cultivator. Even if his dantian was shattered and his nascent soul was destroyed, he still couldn't be Xiao Hua's opponent. This so-called demonic beast divine power centipede was even more unexpected, and he didn't even consider it. After all, it was already good for a Taoist cultivator to have a demonic beast as a companion. How could they raise a second demonic beast? Go, go, go. This was Taoist Yuan Qing's only thought at this time. Trembling with fear, he didn't dare to stay any longer. Unfortunately, this simple thought couldn't be realized now. Just when the four nascent soul cultivators wanted to urge their magic power to escape, they suddenly felt an incomparably powerful force confining them. Oh, it couldn't be said to be confinement, because there wasn't the slightest bit of magic power fluctuation. It was a kind of pure power. Taoist Yuan Qing turned pale with fright. He hurriedly rubbed his hands, and several rays of light suddenly appeared in the void. The light around Taoist Yuan Qing violently trembled, and cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in midair. The hand of a nascent soul? When Hai Hongzi saw this, a familiar feeling spontaneously arose, and he couldn't help but involuntarily cry out. You, how can your divine sense? How can it be so strong? Another nascent soul cultivator was so scared that he trembled slightly, and said in a low voice, You. Are you a nascent soul cultivator? Go to hell. Xiao Hua didn't answer, and indifferently opened his mouth, like a god in the sky. The actions of these four people were no different from bandits. What was special was that they had superhuman divine abilities. If they were left in the world, they would only be able to kill more Taoist cultivators. Following Xiao Hua's words, the four divine senses were like hammers, rushing down, and a rumbling sound rang out in the air. See. Falling stone array. Fairy Jing had already put away her magic treasure, and when she heard the familiar whistling sound, she couldn't help but think of the huge falling stone that made her tremble with fear. Facing this divine sense hammer that was comparable to falling stars, the four nascent soul cultivators' faces were ashen. They finally understood why Xiao Hua wasn't afraid of them. With such a strong divine sense, even if he didn't have a dantian, then, so what? Fight! Taoist Yuan Qing let out a heart-wrenching roar, and just as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, a withered green wooden vine flew out. Boom! Light flashed around Taoist Yuan Qing's body, and the strong impact instantly tore his body into pieces. A 6-foot-long nascent soul flashed inside his body, and its figure slightly drifted, as if it was about to teleport. Unfortunately, when Xiao Hua stretched out his hand, the space around the nascent soul was like iron, and the nascent soul couldn't disappear after squeezing for a moment. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the nascent soul immediately fell into his hand. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate to stretch out his left index finger, and a faint crystal thread entered the space between the nascent soul's eyebrows. After a moment, several dark green lights flashed between Xiao Hua's eyebrows, and strands of ghost-like light once again fell between the nascent soul's eyebrows. After that, there was nothing after that. Facing a cultivator like Xiao Hua who was able to kill a cultivator of the upper 5th level of essence energy, how could 3 nascent soul cultivators of the middle 4th level of essence energy be his opponent? The bodies of the 3 cultivators were shattered by the divine sense hammer, And after Xiaohua searched their souls, the 3 nascent souls were stored in the mountain river seal. In the future, even if they came out, they could only wear the Taoist robes of the green-robed Xiaohua. A painstakingly planned ambush was only a wedding dress for someone else. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.